Máme v jiných videích.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. Shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers. Gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over.
Dobrý den, zdravím. Co tady je ale? Tak srdíčko snad nahazuje. Tak. Dobrý den. Tak hádám, že tady máme. Ahoj, tady Smok, vítám vás na 3. dní Champions. Hádám, že tady nemáme návrat Démona 1. Po 2 letech na Champions. Come on, fella, naposledy je vyhrál, takže... No, byl na 24, nebyl, ne? Démon nebyl 24, byl 23. Naposledy. Říkám správně, doufám. No come on, jak mu to jde? Lotus, pardon. Lotus, Sunset, Ascent. Čau, zdravím někdo do studia. Čau Nox, čau Petr, čau Dex, čau Space, čau LPP, čau Lodrex. Čau Mario, čau Ferdon, čau Dontax. I'm fucked. Čau Mikesek, čau Paťa. Nebylo by lepší nechat to týpka před tím, kde on asi nebudeme nahrát straty? Možná to bude tím, že týpek je Rusák a nedostal vízum, proto je tam týpek jako emergency sub. Já Beba, čau fake rusty. Buzz má nejhorší Phantom by the way, to je full scam ten Phantom. To hrál Booster a dropl normálně 8 na 50. No, mám tady papání. Musel jsem, kámo, musel jsem. Dneska se Miraj, vole, to ti jebe, ne? Miraj. No by the way, fun fact je ten chat, že jakoby ty Číňani... Ukáž. Posral se, on utek. Jeden utek a druhý šel píkovat. Chat, fun fact. Mini hrál ty huby, kde hráli ty týmy, když dojeli sem. A prostě ty Číňani jakoby neumí anglicky. Bohužel, kámo. Ty Číňani neumí ani slovo anglicky skoro. Ale vyhraný koleso. Oni ví go A, go B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ale jakoby s Demonem se moc nepokecaj, no. Takže tohle to byl úplně krásný příklad toho, že jakoby oni spolu nemůžou, oni spolu nekomunikujou, legit. Oni spolu nemluví. Ten si Britisher, že spolu nemluví, kámo. Je prostě jeden utíká a druhý jde in, vole. A mají spolu 0 scrimů, Britisher. Maximálně tady v EU na scrimovali něco. Tohle bude na YouTube. Kdo ví, kamo. To když bude. Markton teďko se dneska vrací, víš? Markton teďko nebyl... What? To je taky. Videjka ze Champions zatím nevychází kvůli tomu, že Markton není doma, ale dneska se vrací, takže od zítra. Co dal Špiric, kámo? A nic? Týpek nic hraje, vole. Nic hraje za DRG. My god. Nic prostě. Hej, co jsi tam dělal? Nic, co se stalo? Jak to jsme to kolo prohráli? A nic. Byl na sajtu, no. Nic byl na sajtu, kámo. Čau, Konev. Čet, dneska jsme fueled. Dneska fueled. Má zero soft artisanku. Kde Silvan? Kámo, ve Vovku. Kolik má Demon? 6-6. Jakože already lepší, než to mohlo být, kámo. Mohl tam vyslat jednu tichou magnumovku, kámo. Mohl tam poslat jednu tichou magnumovku. A další zápas by hráli ve 4. A vypadá fresh, kámo. Konečně nevypadá jak bezdomovec, vole, se omlouvám, ale jako by fakt to byl šílený, jak vypadal, kámo. Konečně se ho stříhali oholil, kámo. Karcinogenní losos je... není raw, takže by měl být normál. Kolik z 10 chat, ty koko. We eating good, we eating good. Říká z Guardian si neviděl, nevadí, kamo, ještě uvidím věci. 8, 11. Normálně si takhle jakoby neto, jo? Normálně si takhle nevyskakuju z kopejtka chat, ale předevčírem i včera jsem streamoval 11 hodin a dneska plánuju streamovat zase 11 hodin, takže jsem si říkal, že to tělo musím odměnit trošku. Jo, Giston. Kurva.
They seem to struggle on their attack, but in their victories, it's normally the attack side that dominates. So thinking back to a few games ago versus XLG.
Ale baví mě to, kámo. Valorant do piči. Jak bych se na to vyjebal, to je jasný, kámo. To je jako napůl mě baví ten Valorant. Nebaví mě, kámo, neonka třeba. Jakože neonka je fakt rakovina Valorantu. Nevadí, Pablo. Když to nepotahá Rajže, tak to potahá Miraj Novák, kámo. Klasický Miraj, vole. Začnu zpívat tady.
Exact same comp, and I think it was most evident on Abyss, the fact that you have, or actually most evident on Bind in our previous series, where you have this element to adapt. The Jet, you dive in, you take that space, you're now in there. Same for Neon, you slide into the angle, you're in the angle. There's no getting out for free. But with Waylay, you have the choice to go in, get info, and get out immediately. You have the choice to go in, get info, and commit, or we've seen a bunch of times now. It's so disruptive.
Doufám, že nebude zle.
It's like this stun just comes out of nowhere, unpunishable, and that player is dead to rights.
Especially with a Yoru, because that I think my favorite thing.
To řekl ten komentátor. Myslel Yoru.
Okay, I think I finally dealt with Waylay.
No, actually,
and Yoru's just like,
you said Yoru.
The entire time, so I think that the combinations on attack get me that little bit more excited. I think right now it's about
úvodní videjko. Kolik má minut? 2 minuty, 3 minuty má zase, to bychom mohli fitnout mezi mapama, actually. Takže bych se na úvodní videjko chtěl podívat, než skončí první zápas. Čau, Kiri, čau, Hanis. Jak jsem ztratil hlas, kámo? Jsem to zvedl Kurýrovi a dal jsem mu jakoby, ne že jeden voice crack, jsem mu dal jakoby celou větu, kámo, sérii voice cracků, kámo, že dojdu dolů, kámo, to kdyby slyšel, kdyby byl live, kámo, to Big Scraps. On mluví? S kým jako? To jsem naučil čínsky? To nic. On mluví, podle mě nikdo neodpovídá. Tady mi oblíbeného šparty týpečka. Jak to jde, chlape, zdravím mého oblíbeného prvního Valoranta CSK legitimního. První byl Litarvan, že jo, ale to tam je někdy jindy. Update ban na Twitchi, bude to trvat. V Česku není nikdo, kdo by dělal pro Twitch, takže se musíme spojit s polským vedením, abych si pokecel s nějakým člověkem a ne s robotem. Do té doby jsem tady a na zelenej. A jakoby mám se nejlíp, co jsem se kdy měl, že jo, takže si umban, abych mohl chodit psat chlapům do chatu, vole, ale streamovat se mi tam úplně nechce. Ale pozor! Démon za 2. Démon za 2. Mini dojde? No mini dojde až stane, vole. Mini spinka ještě. Možná. Pravděpodobně. Čau Zmik, je tak. Jaký potichu to mám, kámo. But then again, it's a fight back. I think Izu ends up getting lost. Backside, he gets caught out by Nick, who once more has an high. Ale chodí si pro ně, chodí si pro ně. Kámo, já nemůžu mluvit, to píči, Mira i pod sem, vole. And well, from a 5-2 lead and things looking pretty bad for DRG, it's again. Oh man. Jo, Elvzo, no, to chápu, jakoby. O, krásná videohra, to jsem dneska potřeboval vidět na VCTčku, broken pitchovinu, co střílí za používání ability, come on. To mě baví, vole.
It's not going to make it too easy for Demon 1. Look at the economy. Ackerman could need a drop in the next round, and I think
Pardon. By the way, celkem halus, že hrajou bez fitky, ty DRG. Bez info initiatora. My jsme měli sovu místo fitky, nebo něco. Mají, I guess, mají na info Europorty a vice flešíčky.
So we had to deal with that for a little while, and the amount of just like sheer confidence that Buzz has running through things when his teammates.
Miraj hituje dobře, kámo. Ale je to Coca-Cola Zero. Na mou obranu, kámo. Nevím, jestli to je nějaký rozdíl vůbec oproti tej, ale je normální, ale je to dobrý. Až tak jsem rád, že si se daří finančně třeba je víc tady. Kamo, na Kicku hlavně, tak 5krát. Fakt, kamo. Myslím, že máš celý život nějakou výplatu a najednou je z měsíce na měsíc, že 5násobná, kamo. Je to smutný, vole. Bosiak, děkuji za 5 eur, děkuji. No nic. Kamo, no nic, hraje za DRG. Actually, můj oblíbený hráč. Akorát se na tebe málo kdy vzpomenu, že jsi tady live na Twitchi, tam tvoje šparty skočila vždycky. Zvyk je železná košile, no prostě, ale věřím, že to dokážu změnit časem. Ten zvyk lidí. Tady ty alerty chodí dobře na e-mail, by the way. Když máš odběr na YouTube, tak aspoň teda mě, tak chodí dobře, jakože bail-sync, nebo i alert, ale na tom Twitchi, jakoby, máš ten levej sloupec, no ten levej sloupec je OP. Dva ve dva.
Started to light up the world just as many young players from
Pacific. Let's go, děkuji. Kamo, jsem někoho uražený na Twitch, protože jsem byl 6 let partner a nikdy jsem neměl normální ban. Oj. Nikdo se mnou nebaví, jenom AI, kámo, píšu si vždycky s robotama. 1v1, nový rozhraníčet, come on! Jaký Nick? Však to je nic. Ale 5 kol za defense docela dobrý, kámo. Na Lotusu. Akorát nemají fejtku, kámo. Tabulka s novou grafikou hnus. Já jsem se na to zvykl, kámo, už za jeden den jsem se na to zvykl. Nevím, kolik si koukal Lamáku. Hodin už. Ale když za 5 hodin si zvykneš, kámo, už se nepamatuju starou tabulku. Ale vím jsem, taky se mi nelíbila ta nová. Vypadá, kdybych koukal na nějaký mobilní hry. Čau Vity, čau holka modrouka. Jsi zvyknul. Všechno zaplatí, vole. Záleží, krásně, záleží, no. Je taková deep otázka. Některý jo, některým je to jedno. Když se podíváš na Resta, kámo, já jsem úplně píši z toho, že Rest prostě doslova vyrostl ještě na tom Kicku, kámo. Rest má největší čísla, co snad kdy měl, vole. A určitě má za poslední 3 roky největší čísla teďko. A to nechodí na Twitch, kde, vole, streamoval 10 let. Crazy work, kámo, crazy work. Takže jakoby... Je to possible, jenom záleží na hodně věcech, no. Voda má 160 cm. Čepeš.
Welcome back as we get into our Coinbase Econ report. I'm excited to see who's going to be highlighted. This was a scrappy first half, Tom.
Yeah, for sure.
Jaký si myslíš, že nejvíc easy dostat do e-sportu? Žádnej, všechno je sebedestruktivní. Nevím. No když vyjde nějaká nová hra, kámo, tak teď by to mělo být nejjednodušší v uvozovkách. Nevím, kámo. Všechny jsou těžký. Záleží, jaký máš background, ne? Co hraješ za hry odmala.
As DRG trail by 2 when we get back into the game. This is going to be an important pistol round, I think.
A kdybych měl říct, jakoby, v jaké hře asi je příjemnější profesionálně jít jako do e-sportu jako pro? Mít z toho nějaký penízky na zpátek, tak asi CSko, ne? Nebo je nějaká profitabilnější ta? Když děláš CSko, tak můžeš rovnou na to napasovat nějaký spolupráce na bedničky, pičovinky, kámo, tradovat skiny, ale nevím, kámo. Jako Valorant to určitě nebude. Metin. Oh! Je škoda, kámo, ale dal by ho, kdyby na něj koukal, kámo. Takže někomu mám fandit, kámo. Jak mě baví koukat na toho démona, vole, prostě z té prdele, že tam je prostě najednou dosazený typ mezi 4 Číňany, ale zároveň kamo T1, jakože jsou prostě borečci, vole, co se taky zaslouží vyhrát, kurva. To týpek je generational, vole, to vidím poprvé na international.
And now the spike is really starting to tick fast. They need to make a move. Meteor and DH. And it's Meteor through the door to be shut down. The trade was possible and it won't be needed with Nick landing that shot to close out.
Ještě nemám jeden klip z dneška, potřebuju víc se koukat na to, co dělá ta fejtka. Ale hází docela defaultní očička, ne? Čet celkem zatím, nebo?
And just basically sits in the corner, so nobody expects him to be there at the end. Solid round.
Jako Bístorom, děkuji.
And an important one at that. As said, I think there's a good opportunity for them building into this.
Let's go! Come on, guys!
Sort of point out for T1 is obviously in a lot of these cases you're going to have Demon 1.
Mark Dones 5, že od zítra budou videjka z VCT Co bylo za hry, který potřeba dát na YouTube určitě? Sentinels Giants. Z prvního dne. A ze včerejška co? NRG, DG. Jako herně to byly popiči zápasy, no. Jako herně to bylo dobrý jak svině. DRX Liquid. Ze včerejška. Můžeme pofollowovat Evropu, no, asi. NRG.
It probably won't affect. There you go. It's all fine. They didn't need him anyway. Hopefully in the next 2 rounds.
Že herně Liquid byli horší, no.
In this case, it's not too bad for Meteor. Any damage would be nice, but it's not going to happen. A very clean round other than flexing, and they'll be able to come back in with a pretty solid bonus in the next round.
První den Sentinels Giants určitě.
That's so absurd. That's a wallbang
druhý den.
Headshot that killed him there. That probably did about 5 damage.
Yeah, that one's gonna sting for sure. But
I think all of them.
Oh yeah. I think it's compounding. It's like a top.
Asi ty NRG, kámo, bych dal. Ten comeback je, kámo, dobrý jak svině. Jakože herně to je fakt dobrý, kámo. Z 2-10 na vole 16-14, nebo kolik to vyhráli tu mapu.
Decent round in the previous, good economy, Isu playing it, he'll grab himself the first, sticks around after the flash.
Ten skin, kámo, není bylo dobrý prostě. Legit si myslím, že ten skin
He seems to be allergic to his gate crash.
nenafarmí moc klipů tady na ty. Mi neříkal, že Heretic je generational forma. Já se taky přikláním, že je Heretic generational forma. Já jsem koukal na výsledky těch habíků, co hrál mini. A v těch habících byli furt někdo z Heretic, takže za prvý hrajou a za druhý většinou byli jako meč MVP. A včera jsme potkali Johna P, kurva, ve 3 ráno na Čembrovi. Nešlo vyhrát dole proti němu, kamo. Totální nervy, vole. Meteor. Meteor dostával glaze od Miniho, že v tom hubu dával neskutečný, ale zatím není aktivovaný. Čábus. No teďko dal 2, jo, ale... Demon 1. Dobrá hra, super hra. Demon 1, 1v2 situace. Oj! Chápu, kam preferoval, ale... Ale kámo, to je nechutný, vole, to ani není jako dobrý kill do píči, co dal ten bas na toho prvního, vole. To je takový zasrnej trapas, kámo. Já tu postavičku tak nenávidím, to prostě... Actually to pak jakoby kazí ten Valorant, strašně moc. Čum na to. Co to je? Do píči, kámo, tohle kdybych se dožil... Tohle kdyby se dožil Muffin, kámo. Za to bych si normálně zaplatil, aby Muffin hrál týden Valorant a dostával neonky proti sobě a dělali mu tohle, kámo. Strašně bych si za to zaplatil, kurva. To je fakt největší jako pain Valorantu, co kdy byl, vole, to je postava.
That's beautiful, the refract from Akamon. We talked about the ability to just get out of those deeper angles. This time the dash not used, instead gets rid of that paranoia, burns up util.
Ale zatím na tom eventu má podle mě nejlepší pick rate z duelistů, nebo třeba top 2 pick rate bude mít ze všech duelistů, ten neon. Většinou, co má velký pick rate na eventech, tak dostávám nerfy, tak doufám, ty vole. Jolo. What? Kámo, Ackerman, vole, z Attack on Titan. Nejlepší pick rate bude mít Yoru. No Yoru a Neon.
He's now put himself up
right
near the top of the board, but there's a lot of potential for that on the DRG side. So many top-level performers for this squad. And I said the danger for T1. The only player surviving in the last round was Buzz. They have no choice but to save, and even if they do save, a full buy in the next round, very unlikely.
Zatím za nevím kolik zápasů... No, jsem pravdu. Omen, kámo. Ten se taky myslím, že dostane nerf, kámo, když dostal nerfy, tak dostane další. Omen, Viper, Yoru, Sova, Neon. Yoru, Neon, no, prostě rakovinka. A jakože o Yoruovi se říká taky dlouho, že je overtuned jak svině. Broken pičoviny, kámo.
Lifting a trophy, about making a deep run, making a name for your org, winning your first map.
Ten akcent, no? Ten jsi mě naučil, kámo, ten jsi mě naučil. Jak správně číst Yoru. A Kuronami.
There's a good chance they go out early, and even that one win for DRG could put them above XLG and avoid Ascension.
Honestly,
hell of a way to do it if it's over T1.
Even if it's not based on him individually, there's a lot of good performers. If Demon 1 comes in and even helps them win a match, he's going to go down in history in DRG for one of the people that helped keep them in the league. Like, it's so important because, as we've seen many a time, nothing is guaranteed at Ascension. You could be the best
jak in the league,
year, but you have a bad couple of days.
DRG jsou jeden z těch týmů, co půjde do tier 2, když budou, vole, horší než ten druhý tým čínský. W systém, ty píčo. To je tak dobrý, kámo. Holy shit, tyhle, to vymysleli. Takže top 4 tým, co je na Champions, tak půjde do tier 2 a týmy, co totálně sakujou dick, zůstanou v tier 1. Wow, kámo. Wow. Jež miluju, kámo, když ta je založena na tom, že jsi dobrý hráč nebo ne. Je top.
With Ackerman opening up this round. One of the rifles. DH is down. And is it retrievable? It might be stolen.
Dobrý vlasy tam mám, kámo.
That's disastrous if so, leaving Buzz as the only man holding a big
a Buzz, děkuji za donos zíny. Actually, asi bude večer bagetka, takže děkuji za sponsoring na bagetku večer. Dneska bych to udělal na nějakou, ale nesmaženou. Jen tak dostane tvůj tým kick, to není jen tak. Ty koj, kámo, actually, ty koj jsou jakoby chyba na obou stranách, bych řekl, to je prostě pískoviště. Prostě si je rozkopali navzájem bábovičku.
After what was an incredibly slow start to this game, 5-2 down, now find themselves in the lead on that attack side.
Protože oni měli v kontraktu, ty koj, když šli do té ligy, že ten jebaj, nebo jak se jmenuje, jebač prostě, že bude streamovat ty VCT zápasy. A on ten VCT zápas, kámo, streamoval kdy jako? Pro mě ani jednou. Takže prostě to terminovali, no už chápeš. Oni neměli výsledky, neprodávali se jim skiny pořádně a týpek ani nestreamoval, což měli v kontraktu, tak to prostě terminatnuli. Tak jsem to pochopil já na na Twitteru. By the way, Demon won! A Mini je dobré Reynou. Jakože to je jak nejhorší mapa, jo, myslíš? Kámo, dušička, teleporty by měly být, kámo, nelegální. Meteor versus Demon 1, kámo, cinema. Dva mastodonti. Ten flash? No má za 10. Come on! Come on! Já bych tam nechal jenom tu neonku třeba, Mini. On his gate crash, and that gamble was definitely not worth it. Almost handed the round over. Fuck the haters! Respect my fucking name. I'm the best player in the world. And yeah, just a silly mistake, but luckily, Demon 1, top of the server right now, has been a safe pair of hands. Definitely seeming like the stand-in of the century so far. I'm on Meteor, sure, not a whole round, but dead within seconds. Minus 500.
The Bucky can be dangerous, but not on a peak like that. Demon 1 spoon-fed that pick. Can DH recover?
Pink?
He's gonna let him fade away on this
side. Říká, že je prase, vole.
He's good for one.
Oj, IGL.
Stacks at least finding another, but it's not enough. In a round like this, the man left. DH. Stinger in hand. A flank that they don't expect. Remember, they held onto that space towards a...
Nazře DRG nehraje. Actually DRG, víš co hrajou DRG? DRG hrajou Diamond Gaming, Zero Tenacity, Prdiho, který tam prděl Breach Veiley na Xboxu, Alešek, vole, na Veiley. Hráli prostě Breach Veiley. Break kill.
They're close to taking this now.
This is the thing, I almost wonder, and it might sound ridiculous, but like Demon 1 going into Gukashu's role, basically, it's much more simple in the
AD, ten demon na čum.
You don't need to focus on setting up utility or like when it, for example, when he plays smokes, like putting smokes into position. There's no real reason for him to be caught without his gun, and you put this guy just to frag. Well, he's 18 and 9. He is the top fragger in the whole server right now. It's looking very, very good. I'm sure there's some
Kafičko, dával Red Bullek.
sat there at home like, no, this is meant to be bad. Well, he's playing in a one trick. He's playing in the Chinese #2 team. He can't be the top fragger in the server. So unsuccessful hate watch so far, I'm sure for many, but for Demon One, it's got to be an absolute field day, a return to form. And T1, well, they've hit the panic button. You're 11-8 down. You're up against a team with a standing. I also just want to add the context of the rest of the group. The other two teams are G2 and Heretics. Obviously, Heretics went on a crazy run last year, had a bit of a rough patch as of recent, and G2, I don't think they broke
G2 Heretics, kámo. G2 Heretics budu takhle klikat, to tlačítko klipovací. Takhle budu klikat a krásně, kámo. Trend Arians. Trend Arians line-upy, kámo, come on. Ne, Demon má 2 KD proti T1, kámoško. Awareness na fade reveal, ale pozor. A dám se rád takový reveal, kámo, který není vidět z mainu. Podle mě lepší. O nic! To nic! Demon ještě žije, ale...
They will find this round a much needed win for T1.
Yeah, I am surprised though with that advantage that we see both the Nightfall and the Dimensional Drift go through. Like they were clearly very worried that that round could
hezký kill ten poslední, no, tím jerujem. Kámo, ten Špiric má nejhorší teleporty na světě, ale... Neviděl jsem horší oruporty, já to vidím první hru od ní.
Another scenario again where I remember seeing Caron added into Gen G and going, oh, that's someone I don't know very much about. There's this young sort of like ranked player who has been thrown in from the T1 account.
Nějak dostávají, ne? XD.
And I think maybe you can make
nějak, jo, XD.
I don't think you can make an argument for anyone else.
Oh, Ackerman. Taking the space yet again. He could fall back, but he doesn't need to. Spirits.
Nice, no, prostě si ho priaimni, ne? Prostě si ho priaimni, kámo. Jako Špiric. Kdo nejstarší hráč na turnajích? Angel. Prime Nemo 1B vyklikal všechny, vole. I pičo. Nic!
Round for T1. Just one away now. This is a hell of an opening map.
Yeah, it looks like they've moved much more towards a retake setup. Like a lot of those early fights have not been working for them. The risky plays.
T2 čo nepohrál tier 2, nevíš, jeden z nich pohrál tier 2.
Okay, they lose a man, but then it's just about boxing the players in, not allowing them to have these fast flanks, and then fighting as a team. And if you think back to like the old school Vision Strikers DRX that was run by Stack, they were the best in the world at retaking. They were the
Oni nebo XLG pohrál tier 2, ne?
Put into play, sending in Buzz or sending in Izu in this case, and it works out for them. So I'm glad that that's the adaptation they've made. Now DRG aren't just going to sit there and let this game slip away.
Vele nejhorší duelista, proč to hrají, není. Vele dostala buffy jak svině.
You have this very oppressive opening duel ability. You fire in your utility, you take that space, and the idea is a lot of the time you're going to be able to punish somebody who's out of position. This is what we saw from this comp up against Team Liquid as well. But once that team starts to play in a way that they're not getting caught by it, they're letting you have the space and fighting. Like you said, that's what T1 are doing here. You need to find that second layer. The thing is with this composition, you have so many tools on your belt to play with. It's not a...
And ults are building.
There, absolutely. You've got that as well to fall back on those safety nets that we often talk about, but it's not a composition that only works with one approach. That's why I think it's so valuable.
Petr, děkuji za nového tier 1 členosa.
That off of Izu seems to be putting up a lot of value when it comes to
these retakes, because for DRG, thank you, Peters.
Not having a fight,
Peters Griffins.
Where they battle. And a lot of the time, when they go to swing into that angle to take that little bit of extra control, Izu's waiting there with the op in hand.
Místo důležitý mají Demona Vokašové na T-Vice.
The other thing on the brink for...
Kámo, ale stop hating on Spirits. Spirits má 19 fragů. A k tomu tuhle ty porty. Ještě content, týpek dělá ještě content.
An already massive group up from the defense on this B site. And elsewhere, just got DH. Jiggle peeking, but has now been smoked off.
Much more defaulty from DRG. Ackerman looking for the fight, spots one and gets out immediately. But eventually they will group up. They had Demon Worm waiting outside of A, but the C site, this is where the hit's coming through. Stun, it's perfect. The TP used, but it doesn't
Spirits, vole!
One's still able to pick him up. And now they've got control over C, but it's being fought for. Meteor stepped through the smoke. In comes Buzz. The stun landed, but Ackerman gets ahead of it. Flexing from up top. A DRG in a 5.
Tak Beach ultina úplně z prdele teda, ale to se historie neptá.
Put him in the kill feed on the right side of it too, but he'll hope that he's not appearing in that kill feed at all in this round. A save is called, and DRG as a
prostě Špiricovo open, kámo.
2 chances to close out their map pick here for a team that came in with a substitute and a man who hasn't played Vice before and an official. They are looking sublime.
Yeah, I think also just this round was a much more deep commitment for T1. What we saw in their last C-site hold was they were both sat back waiting for the cross to try and fight anybody as they dived in. I think DH gets caught there. Like, they use the Dimensional Drift, spot him with the stun, and there's no real way out. Izu, he's surely dead. No way he comes out of that one alive, but at least this leaves them in quite a bit of trouble. I think both pauses are already gone, but more importantly, they are going into what
někdo lore, někdo vysvětlení?
Well, I'd say a stinky buy.
Yeah, it depends where they settle on their investment, but I think no matter what, there will be big weaknesses for T1. And yeah, you know, you got rid of the Rolling Thunder. Dimensional Drift from Spirit Z1, fantastic. DRG don't have as much of a punch to pack in this round in terms of those safety nets, but let's see what T1 can do with this mixed bag. Izu's got one. Buzz on the bucky finds another in this round. Off to a flying start for T1.
Cinema, Spirits, kámo, můj oblíbený Yoru hráč, můj oblíbený. Nejagresivnější Yoru porty, vole, .cz.
Pretty hefty upgrade as well for Barzamon. Near keeps as optimistic with the spike down.
Teď to sleduj, vole, teď to sleduj. 1v5 na uzavření mapy od Maxe Demona 1.
Devil himself to show up to be able to eliminate the rest of
sleduj to budou facičky, vole.
And even just damage here might help them out a bit. Instead, though, it's a flawless round. Buzz there to close it, and when T1 looked like they were dead and buried, they find a round.
Even in the end of the round, another delivery from Stax is revealed. The Hans have been huge, and at the start, plays a similar role, giving them that info, target selection for Buzz.
Jak bych taky mohl si to, no. Přidat do repertoáru.
The fact that Izu's able to get away with that is ridiculous. Great fight, and as well, this is the round that should have seen T1 fade into obscurity. Now, they fight on an even playing field against DRG for the final round of regulation. Overtime possible. For DRG, they're competing for their organization's first.
Vidím to Yoru klona, kámo, včera jsem viděl, nebo když jsem šel spát, jsem viděl, kámo, zase takovej kvalitní shitpost od toho Lotara, kámo, on to dělá fakt schválně, kámo. To je takovej shitpost, kámo, vám o tom ukážu. Demon jeden shorty. Naspátek. A bombu tam odnesl, to je GOAT, to je GOAT, on tam odnesl bombu. Kdyby tam byly dva, tak to bloknul. Ne, goty, nedostane. Aspoň co tam nevíte.
Thing is though, they're in this 3v2, playing the retake, could have a lot of value
Já mám svrbění, či mám svrbění.
Already drop down towards the A site. DRG, they might go to C though. Making their mind up as we speak. They know they've already taken out the Vice on the
co tady clearnou, kámo, tak má jeden život.
That's the ultimate target. A sneaky play here from DH, but it all comes down to timing. Nick is walking up on him, but they've decided to leave him 10 seconds.
Oni neclearnuli.
DH, if he can just drop this spike, it could all be over here, and it's a little late. The spike.
Ale nic, kámo. Nic.
If he doesn't find this pick, they will overwhelm him with
Kláč nebo nic.
DH slips away to the tree. Nick against the world. He's had so many big plays. The decoy reveals.
Woo!
A double.
Ty koko.
He collapsed it, but in the end, it's DH taking this across the line, bringing T1 into an overtime, giving them a chance to deny DRG on a map where they've looked beautiful.
What an absolute mad round. Both teams kicking things off with a steel garden. Shorty being the gun of the round. And Nick, well, that was
big.
He was actually stuck in place by a seize that was thrown by a stack. So he gets those first two, probably wants to try and move in that direction, but isn't able to reposition. And DH, once again, spoken about this youngster coming into the squad, replacing a member who helped bring home a Masters trophy. And right now, he is the best player in the server.
Best player in the server?
For DRG.
They
had the lead, they had the chance to close it. But now T1 could be right back to winning ways. On the attack side, RT1. But look at this from DRG. There's 4 players here. Previously, we've seen them fight tooth and nail for A, and T1 have been keen to take that space when it's given. But now it's a trap that's sprung. Flexing through the door, grabs one before falling.
Messi ha Bridgestone.
Pressure on his shoulders again. This time he delivers, but the slide in from Buzz, punished.
Se tomu směje ten komentátor, myslíš si, že to je vtipný? Ať si jde za ranked proti Neonce. Co ví, jak se bude smát potom.
The TP taken to the other side of the map. A plant and a 1v1. How many clutches has Demon 1 be in? But this one, the most important of all.
Oh, to jsou mind games od Demon 1.
So Demon 1 has tried to bait the idea that he is coming from this position, but
něco mi říká, že
so long to go all the way back around.
To nevíde.
Once that smoke fades, DH will have the idea that this man is no longer in position. In fact,
moc pomalej,
angle. I don't even know if Demon 1 will expect this at all. And the problem is now that clock is starting to tick, the doubt starting to be in its mind. DH has played it to perfection again. Where have they found this man? A Red Bull clutch to give T1 a shot at map victory.
And don't get me wrong, DH has been playing.
Proč se Breach jakoby nestunuje nic? Jenom to jakoby se tam ze srandy.
What a play in the 1v2. Catches both players completely off guard. And a 4K to deliver the lead. One round left. They were trailing 12-10 with weak weapons, a Bucky in play, a mixed bag across the board, and they came back in with a dominant win. But DH for 2, giving them the lead, and with a timeout for DRG, the team that looked set to close out this map, it's to set history forward. Well, now they've got to climb back into the game.
It is funny to think that while we talk about Demon 1 not really playing for the last few months, when he was last playing, it was at least in the Tier 1 over in Americas. For DH, this is a guy who is playing in the Tier 2, and this is his first map on an international stage.
To je crazy, by the way, čiže to, co říká, vole?
I don't know where, I don't know if they're building these like young players in a lab.
Nebo se týpek byl staknutý v Tier 2, vole. Tolik mu je, aspoň mladý, doufám, že je mladý, aspoň, vole. Že nebyl gatekeepovaný dlouho.
Like Meteor, Buzz, Stacks, Izu, people who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. To potentially the first map, but boy, might just have to do it again. Buzz within the first seconds of the round is dead.
19, okay,
so
tak
impressive in those opening duels, dashing in. We've seen him do it not that many rounds ago when DRG were on the attack.
Cover going out.
But with that, it looks
like
they're to this A site. Demon 1 holding the flank. This could be a mistake.
Demon 1.
Players here. Stacks it out. DH going to burn the paranoia just to deny the space. Slow them down.
Well, look at the rotation. Everybody's
rotate
back. It looks like they will, but the Ops now in position. Holding that cross. Flexen's got him. Finding strength in the scars. He's been dealt. They'll still move towards this site. And the numbers are still here for T1. At least they were.
Ale tady je kámo Thanos.
Maybe the only one that really matters.
Ni půjdu do Thanose, vole. Big scrubs.
He would basically win them overtime if he can somehow hold on to this 35 seconds.
Big scrubs.
Decisions are there to be made.
Big scrubs.
His left, his team. I'm surprised they're splitting up. I'm surprised that's the decision. Can't save them. Ackerman will put him in the dirt and Meteor so far away. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think the best case they had was to try and fight it as two. Now he has to find a 1v4.
To nechceš, kámo. Tohle taky nechceš. Tohle není stun, aspoň, tohle není stun. Tohle takhle má fungovat. Dobrý entry. A to už po několikátý dal takhle. Fuj, jak vysral.
When I go back to the critique I had of Izu in the defensive half, that's what I'm expecting to see. Like, you get in, get a kill, get out. He has no interest of like trying to double down, try and be a hero. He's just get the open.
Za barák.
Ackerman has truly been a force to be reckoned with. Now into that defensive round once again, and it's the same brawl over on A.
Yeah, T1 though, they sit behind Rumble patiently. Still those 4 players towards this site. T1 making a quick read again. They're giving up that space. What happened last time? It was a trap play with a lot of players in position. Expecting the same here. And although Izu
ale to je full přečtený, kámoško. A Demon 1 versus 4 lidi, vole, 5, pardon. A ukáž, jak se hraje Anchor, vole. Jo, to sám flashnu, by the way, myslím. Well played, no. Dobrá shorting, kámo. To byl důležitý duel, tohle neměl prohrát.
Themselves in a position to turn this round on its head. Another chance at claiming the victory on their opponent's choice, but Flexen and Nick have an opportunity.
Co ti jebe, jaký timing flash je do ti jebe.
The aftershock not quite finding anything, but even still, it has cleared an angle, it has checked the spot, but that time is ticking. They need to get a move on. First contact in, Izu gets one and hit it.
Ty piče, to je bude mrzet tohle, kámo. Jak je smutný, jo. Chudák nic. Chudák nic.
Another match point for DRG. Last time it was a timeout.
No, deprese, vole.
They saw it to correct course. And actually, I'm seeing in game it's going to be a timeout again, Tom, but it's T1 this time. Taking the breather. Interesting call as they're in the lead, but they did let it slip a couple of times, so
why not?
I think also just this is where you need
Asi je to nice, asi je to nice.
One thing to work for your squad, and then you close out the map. This is the perfect time for the coach to come in, because realistically, if you're a round down, you take a pause, you're basically looking to fix something while you're switching into another half. Like the round you've just lost, it would be irrelevant because you're not playing that side of the map anymore. Now,
chápu, že tuhle ty brýle má pod těma sluchátkama, no.
This is what they needed to fix. One defensive round and this game is over.
A co mám dělat? To mám jako pořídit druhý brýle jenom na hraní, nebo co?
towards the end of regulation at 12-10 down. They go for this all-out play of aggression towards A main, something that
všichni mají, kámo, úzký ty pacičky, no, ale chytrý, vole.
But it was getting Buzz into this deep spot, swing an open door, and having just this all-out brawl.
The focal point of that was Stacks. He might be bottom of the board, but the amount of supportive assists that he has had.
His haunts are unreal.
Yeah, they have been, dare I say, some of the best I've
ever
seen.
Like,
it catches someone every single round. In fact, it catches multiple people most rounds.
Seaman one.
Looking like it might be slightly different though. You've got Izu set up outside.
Confandíme Benjimu. Come on, my fella.
They will take that control, but the second they take it, Stacks is immediately back.
Hannes, tak ty tlumící sluchátka jsou něco jiného než normální sluchátka ještě, kámo. To, co mají oni na hlavě, kámo, to ti tak tlačí na tu palici, vole.
By the time he gets there, they're already teeing up for the push.
Taky tvrdý, kámo.
DRG straight in, Meteor under pressure. He's surrounded. Stacks comes in to help and finds the first. Lands it.
Stacks
keeps delivering, and he might have delivered them the win.
GG.
Nick on a sliver of health.
GG, prostě Agilko to vzal na sebe.
And even then, even the classic can take him down. 15.
Nenos brýle. Já protože si kup barák, kámo, nebuď homeless. To je za hudbu. Je to vůbec hudba? Taký zvadlej saxofon. Dnes na videjko? Jaj. Co na videjko? Tak ukaž. A počkej, to ne ještě.
Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
No, kdy můžem.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
Tak. Seaman na obrázku. Pojď do mě, bejku. Kámoško, to zase je cinema, už to vidím na prvním frameu, kámo, že si s tím dali, vole, zase to práci, ty šulini.
Every time we see the big stage, we know that that's where we belong.
The feeling of people in the crowd cheering for you, there's really nothing that compares to it.
I've been at the highest of the high, lowest of the low. I've seen what being a world champ feels like. I've seen what not being able to win anything feels like. But now I'm back, feeling the best I've ever felt in my life. It's Paris now. We're in champs.
We last faced G2 in Shanghai. It's been a pretty long time since then. We've learned a lot, and I hope all of those learnings lead up to champs.
Sure. And Wood, come on.
I feel pretty confident. I'm ready to play this tournament again because they know when I was a world champ, I was unstoppable, and I'm ready to be unstoppable again.
My dream ever since starting Valorant was to win champs, and I'm gonna do everything I can to make that goal a reality.
To win champs, obviously, it would mean everything to me.
Seaman, man.
I did it once, and doing it again would be even a greater achievement. I would say T1 are pretty strong. They have really good aim.
뭐 일단 저희가 어떻게 하는지 대회를 보였으면 다 아시겠지만.
To byl insane, ten zápas by 2 proti G2, kámo, nekonečný overtime battle.
조금 재밌는 팀이고요. 그리고 이번 챔스를 위해서 준비를 엄청 많이 했어가지고.
I always give my 110 effort to be the best I possibly can. All your time goes into it. You work on your craft. You make sure you're not making the same mistakes. And I literally sacrificed my whole entire soul to be here.
Their first international trophy!
By the way, v tom týmu jsou i další 4 Číňani. Můžeme tam dát i ty Číňany, prosím. To není si jmenovaný tým, on je sub. Kámo, tam nebyl ani jeden ten Číňan. Za celý to video, ne vole. Kámo, za celý to video to nebyl ani jeden TRG. Tak vím si, že hraješ, kámo, celý rok, aby dostal na Champs. Pak ti odpadne týpek, tak vezmeš na rychlo nějakýho prostě Pepíka, vole, co tam streamuje v NA. A ten Pepík je celou dobu v tom videu. Byl tam jawgemo, ale na obrázku byl aspoň Johna P, kámo. Tady byl Johna P někde, kámo. Ale já jsem neviděl ani jednoho Číňana v tom videu, kámo, jsem z toho docela nesvůj. Víš, tady byli kámoši, jo, to jsme my, bejci. Tady Johna P, kámo. What's up, fellas? Tady Valin, Trent. Všichni kámoši prostě. A Seaman, EG, co tam ani nejsou? Tady Stax. Tady T1. Zase Seaman. A tady jsou. Nic, no nic. OK, je tu. Dobrý, kámo, jsou tu Číňani. Na 3 vteřiny tam byli. Let's go, kámo. I'm so happy for them.
Failed us. What a debut for DH here on the global
outfit check.
Dan and Doug here with me. Once again, these numbers, Doug, this is ridiculous. And if he keeps doing these, you know, he's gonna have a nice time in Paris.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do quite fine.
Musím sekund na tvoje nové video. Děkuji za připomínku. Musím dát storíčko, že vyšlo videjko.
But what impressed me most about this kid was how often he was in clutch 1v1 situations and he was the one winning them out. And he was winning them out against the likes of, it felt like Demon won every time. He was constantly in those positions, but that boy stood his ground. He was incredible for T1.
I mean, pretty much
Proto jsem došel trochu později, chat.
4 kills as well to secure it. They go into that second one and finally they're able to close it out with stacks. DH has been incredible. He was good towards the beginning and he was good as well to keep T1 alive in this map.
Yeah, cool, calm and collected too from him. And it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to what happened on round 8. What a fantastic read.
Verizon high-speed moment, chat. To nebude neonka slide, že ne?
No, I think there were really, really good protocols when it came to the retake situation for DRG, and I think this this clip does a really good job of doing it. I talked about it yesterday, I believe, not a huge fan of the Waylay, but I love the way they use the Waylay out there in order to take space.
Verizon high speed moment, já nechápu, co má reprezentovat ten high speed moment. Dneska dáme reakci na highlighty, Jacksos.
Boldly, and do you confidently swing out to take the
come on, fella, come on, get active.
Especially because when you see T1 on the attack, they're very overwhelming. They'd like to take a lot of space, and if that doesn't work towards A side, as we saw multiple times in a row, they pivot very quickly towards B. So this time around, you see how it was a force trends, but it was working out so well for the side of DHG.
Okay, so one of the things I love about international events is seeing the meta change, and this is a wild example of that. Again, not a huge Waylay. You've seen a lot of these teams double down on this Waylay flash setup, and you're seeing some of these too perfect on how they love to do it. And so the plan for DRG was either with the Neon or with the
skupina, on se tak jmenuje.
This is a great example. You have the
tak se s ním jméno, kámo.
Ackman takes that space, pops up onto half wall, and is able to isolate those fights.
Miraj Novák se jmenuje týpek.
And so as we see the meta develop in this tournament, I think we're going to see a lot more of that. What can you do to get Waylay in a really good spot?
Jestli Content Project chce, jo, Jack to nechce prostě vydělat.
And then get the heck out of dodge. When you have a numbers advantage like that early in a round, you're set up so well to succeed.
You also see it on attack and some of the things that they were doing, trying to get that space early on towards Mount. And even if he doesn't capitalize with one of those kills, you still see how it forces a lot of that utility from the defense out to work out so well.
Yeah, I think that was the other thing I wanted to touch on. So even if it isn't necessarily
Vydělám přesně 0 korun.
Breach flash, Yoru flash, this, that, and the other.
To je investition do budoucna, kámo, to bude perpetuum mobile ten kanál. Můj starý videjka ti vydělávat šošony.
For Waylay, and then setting Waylay up to take those fights has been a ton of fun to watch.
My concern is DRG, they did let that slip, you know, when they were 11, 7, 11, 8 up, they should have closed that out. And also, they only won 9 gun rounds. 9, which is absolutely outrageous given that it went to OT, so I can't wait to see what Nathan D had to say about what happened ahead of map 2.
Mika and Vera here with Nathan D of DRG. Now, just wanted to get your thoughts on the Yoru and Waylay composition because the team seems to have.
To je za překladatelku Věra? Věru ještě neznám, kámo. Teďka se schovám na chvilku, chcete vidět Věru?
想问一下教练，看到你们在图一是拿出了夜路加上幻冷的组合，并且看到你们的理解是非常非常到位的。那对面也有人员的变动，这一场的发挥在你们的计划中吗？
我觉得我们今天的发挥的话，其实我是挺满意的。就是我们输掉一些可能残局上的处理，然后围垒的话也是我们想打得比较突然一点，给对面一点措手不及的感觉。
Actually, I'm pretty satisfied with all the players' performance today. Like for the Waylay pick, I just want to say we fixed some problems with the former Neon like comps. We want to play more aggressive and maybe like catch our enemy off guard.
Well, the team is looking good. Hopefully you bounce back on the next map. Thank you.
One of the other things he was sort of alluding to is that where they lost was in the late rounds. You know, he was like, I'm happy with how we performed, but in the late rounds, there was a difference maker between us and T1, and he's right. But it does get scarier on Sunset. You know, DRG, they really need to step it up.
I do think Sunset's a fun one because both teams are 4-1. Both teams have bested the best teams in their respective regions on this map. So you've got DRG who was able to walk away with 2 wins against Billy.
Já mám storíčko, sorry, tady na telefonu hraju kámo Clash Royale.
On Sunset twice. So these are strengths for both teams. I'm curious about what the heck is Demon 1 gonna play? And do they double down, which I think they will. I mean, I'm inclined to believe they will. Do they double down on this Flash Waylay situation? I think Sunset kind of...
Tak, storíčko done. Influencer roku, kámo. Come on.
Don't think he'll be playing either of those. It's done.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's take a look at
Mohl by ti sehnat, Mini by ti mohl sehnat IG, když už tam pojede? IG? Jo, ty typky, ty si je blej, vole.
We had the question because it didn't really happen in that map 1, but going into this map 2 of Sunset, it's going to be Demon 1.
Já chodím na rande jenom s Valorantem, kámo, to nic. On usnul, kámo.
Puts us into this conversation we've been having around Demon 1 on an island, on the Cypher specifically. This feels like they've just slotted him exactly into the plans that they wanted to have prior.
They've done the swap again. It's Izu, Yoru, and Buzz Neon. You like this?
Yeah, it's now 2 maps in a row where they seem that this is like a
boom! Odpálil jsem to storíčko, vole, let's
go. Situation, does Izu just feel more comfortable on the Yoru? It's tough to say.
Demon 1 Jet, doufám.
Map 1 we saw so many great duels between Demon 1 and Meteor. Now they're in the same agent, they're both playing Cypher, they're going to that second map. I want to see
na Sunset to nebude hrát Jet. Jaká animace. Dobrá animace. Cypher.
It's time to get into map number 2. The first was a tight affair, but T1 are leading by 1 map.
Je to Cypher už těžší než Vice, podle mě. Tak pojďme, ale mají fejtku, kámo, to se dá loupit. A je to pick T1, takže asi bude hotovo už.
You're the team that qualified, you're the team that made it. He's got a slot into your right, and I don't think like by any stretch the imagination.
Oni jsou se teče druhá mapa. Demon 1.
Cypher definitely can be tougher on that hole, but at least for now, it's going to be DH continuing how he did on the last map. A fantastic individual performance. And wow, a recovery already needed in this pistol.
Double angle OP jak blázen, no.
With DH leading the scoreboard already.
Double angle OP.
For T1.
A solid start indeed for T1.
Jsem taky rád držím, a na pistolky, kámo, jsem ještě neviděl, ale funguje se jak. Co dál? Fuj, kámo, bas, tělíčkový střelec. Něče percentage 0. Já jsme vzal Muffin. Už vydělal moc peněz z toho Valorantu, kámo, tak šel se odum dál.
Well, for a 19-year-old playing his first map on an international stage, and it's a Champions, that was about as good as it gets.
Yeah, especially in the late stage. Pressure was on for DRG. The pressure increases. They need 2 maps.
Cypher Marshall.
And starting out with a 1-0 loss, and Meteor is playing incredibly aggressive with the Marshall in hand.
Dělá pasáka.
Yes, they were mostly through the smoke, so I'll give him that credit. But it certainly scared DRG away. They grabbed the orb and moved towards middle. This is all classics, nothing upgraded. There we go. You really a lot of contest. Meteor good for 2.
Byla farma, no.
The player spotted crossing with a jump scare from Buzz. And they're losing a few, but that's a...
Whoa. What? Co?
And they know where DH is as well. This man's been so reliable.
Co dávají, kámo, těma klasikama?
This could really disrupt the rhythm. A rifle, but
Co dávají těma klasikama?
He's got to get the jump on DH.
Will do it. That's the thing. DH has light shield, so a single bullet to the face would be enough to win around there. He believes that he has baited
30 seconds left.
DH, but DH has just sat at the bottom of middle. He's waiting on this fight.
Oh.
It's scary. But that youngster is the safe pair of hands again. He's looking to try and get the rifle, and he will find it.
Yeah, that's at least
a huge echo, kámo.
Previous map. It's great damage from DRG. They had nothing.
Chci vědět jejich POVčko těch klasiků, čum na to, co vycinkali. A ten top mid, kámo? To jak dal double dink top mid. Čum na to.
I made that incredible pass, and you can see how tense it got on T1's side of the stage. They win it, but again, they have to invest fully.
Oh, it's a singular rifle.
To je za reveal, ty nic nerevealuje. Ne, jako reálně, co to je za reveal? Čet, nereveal ani hovno.
But somehow it's working. They came in with a singular rifle, I think a stinger and a few pistols.
Co bylo?
And now Demon 1 has to try and save DRG from, I want to say, embarrassment.
Now this is not a round they should be losing. But Demon 1 in a 1v3. 2 players on that angle.
A počkej, to je Demon 1 klač, kámo. To je všechno pro content udělaný, ten reveal.
I love this positioning as well. Look how
jak si žvejká, ne?
Žvejkač. He's tucked in though. He set himself up for success. Demon 1 did, but Buzz
Jirka Babica, kámo.
carry this round through for T1. I'm thinking before we get back into the game, okay, they've got to fully invest, right? We get in a barrier up, they've got nothing. Oh, it's an easy round. That's what you would think, but Buzz
to sleduju, kámo. Kde je můj milovaný Valorant do piči? Kde je můj milovaný Valorant, kámo? Proč tady koukám na Brawlhalu, ty piči?
It's just a perfect setup for that exact push. And while DRG fell into the trap, they lose to an incredibly weak bonus, and T1 have got a flying start.
Jo, to je dobrý, ne, tohle. Sám se zničí Provlera a furt může holdit angle, kámo, to je taky dobrý.
That's the real problem. Those shots don't land. The gate crash is used to get out of dodge before. That's a little too scary. Now, those stingers are nice and close. All of these fights look maybe even favorable for them. T1 have to group, take these fights together. It's Izu looking for some on his own, but around that laneway, when they come to push back in,
jsou staklí na defaultu ve 4. Oh, Flexin. Spirit. Semon. Co ti jebe, jaký kout? Low bite. What? Jak zabil vrtákem 2, kámo. Má krásnou tu klávesku.
The last 2 rounds over. I think we have a perfectly normal game, but no, it is just the pace they were able to get in. Obviously, Buzz was so low. That second kill was very easy, but from then onwards, it's just stellar work. Playing these close range
čím jako smazal, kámo.
of their weaponry. And And what Flexin and Spirit Z1 have now given them a round they never should have had. Balance restored, 3-1, and this is where we'll see the buy. A pretty strong one coming back up for T1 with an operator for Izu.
So far, the best rounds from DRG, where they've got 4 stingers, and the next best was when they had classics. And it wasn't a pistol round either. A very, very strange start. But this has been an unusual series, looking back at Lotus. Now rifles invested on both sides. For T1, they're taking a pretty heavy blow in the last, but a 3-0 start, especially when they didn't buy in round 3, that's going to give them enough to buy right back into this.
Jeden bejci, ale... Jeden vadal na celý mapě?
But Spirit Z1 already has that dimensional drift, and on the attack
Nevím, kámo. Včera jsem to ztratil s Fantomem na rankedech. Je to možná prostě tou lankou, kámo, no.
He's got the sight for them.
Yeah, just clearing out any risky angles will allow the rest of the team to run through clean. Although saying that, Meteor's managed to find one on the cross. I think that's Demon 1 trying to jump around the edge, and instead another solid paranoia thrown through to give Buzz a little bit more. The TP to the other side, it leaves Nick, but he's done well.
Come on, nic za dva.
This one look interesting. Flex implants on the other side of the map. And now has a 1 versus 2.
Jako Flexin zatím moc nepředvedl tu hru, vole, takže doufám, že incoming. Flexin incoming, kámo.
Now carry through that momentum to a 1 versus 2. He's got Izu and DH, 2 big players for T1. The operator swapped out. It is just the rifle, but
je vole, tahá to, kámo, ale...
10 bullets left, but time ticking. Playing inside his smoke, he can challenge as soon as
ty pičo, vole, generational body shooter.
Lands the shot with plenty of time. I think he's putting the gate crash through to
generational body shooter.
Reclaim that up, but surely it's too far.
Já to, o čem mluvím, že prostě Valorant není o tom, kdo ještě střílet první, prostě. Legit není.
Even still though, a very nice attempt for the remaining couple of players to teleport to the other side of the map. Nick being able to get a couple, and then coming down to the wire, this reaction shot's tasty from Izu. I think even he's impressed with himself. And what could have been a close clutch for DRG ends up putting them back. In a problematic scenario.
Zblázněnej.
Then again, you said it yourself. They did better with the stingers.
Demo 1 hrál Jet, Brimstone.
But only 2 stingers this time. They've still got those rifles to back them up.
Ale ten týpek, co nemohl je z DRG, hraje Cyphers, Visos, Killjoys, Sentinels. Yes, sir. Plus Sentinel je jakoby nejpříjemnější postavička, na kterou jakoby někoho filnout. Cypher zrovna je těžší, ale třeba jako ta Vice a Killjoy jsou úplně jakoby NPC postavičky na film. Konečně streama na Kicku, vždycky jak skončí watch parties, takže tak půl 9, kámo.
When they got the plant, that's where things changed with stingers in hand. This time it's beforehand. When Flexin goes diving into market, they've got good control, and Demon 1 lands his shot on backside. Stax might have to back off. He's sticking around. He's getting up close. And he'll get the jump on Flexin, but the
Demon
1 isn't there. Meteor alone, and Nick will put him in the grave.
Důležitý 2 killy dal.
Better when these weaker weapons come out as second round for DRG.
I'm not sure it's they. I think it's Flexin. I think Flexin's just 100%. very good with the stinger. Like, he's a little bit more aggressive in the way that he plays. Like, just
dobrý kill tohle, by the way.
In their face the second he has
to je halus skill, kámo.
Yeah, just look, he's TPing into angles.
Oh.
Demon 1 also having a solid round at that.
Whoa.
Definitely some frustration. And you can understand why. They've lost 2 rounds, and both of them, the core of it.
Poslal to do eka, ale.
Yeah, those are the rounds that, you know, you've already done the hard work. Then it's just about converting your advantage, doubling down on it.
Flexin, kámo, hraje jenom vrtačku, ty vole. To je moc, tohle, to je moc. To je moc.
For the team one side, it's the only one they have to work with. Look at DRG, they're walking into the spawn. They're taking a very deep fight. Meteor will contain them at least alongside Buzz. It's all about avoiding that rifle for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they go into A, they're actually going to plant for backside. Don't mind this, but it does mean that they're almost completely surrounded. Stacks is actually going to try and utilize the Fury and the rest of them while this is going on. Pressure onto Spirit Z1. They keep the advantage. And Izu is now the one that's been given.
Demon na momenty, top 10 studené momenty, chat. Look at this.
They're going to split back in the other direction, try and group up as DH still creates the illusion that there's a player here.
A je minus.
Meantime, Izu goes walkabouts. Now they have dimensional drift. They can find everyone else.
That drops the rifle over as well, picks up another as he's running around the site. Ackerman and Nick have their work cut out for them. Ackerman good for the first, and the trade out makes it possible. But Meteor's classic
Imagine, že by se došlo na Imagine.
Course correction from T1, but
tak vysraz s Judgem, kámo.
I don't know what is going to happen next here. As a MasterCard Thrifty won out by the defensive side. Continues the madness of not just this map, but this series.
So yeah, you've got the first
Demon Nula.
You've got T1 winning a round that was one rifle, pistols, and a
Demon flexin trolley, kámo.
The opposing side winning around with almost all stingers.
Yep.
Then a normal-ish round. And then, well, actually no, it was an
classic.
Never mind, wasn't that normal? Then you have another stinger round, and then you have this round. It's weird. And well, T1, I'm sure Autumn, he's kind of got to retract his slamming on the table because now they've ended up in, I guess, an even better spot. But they're up against stingers again, so who the hell knows?
We've seen it with
Divná hra, kámo.
These are warning shots. He's spraying the stinger. He's like, now they know I'm coming.
Well, they certainly do. All that utility fired through, but Spirit Z1 the first of all.
Co ti jebe, go smazal zas.
Steps up at 3 versus 2 that they find
Jdeme jedna s Guardianem, kámo.
for early control and
tak ukáž.
not even be needed. Demon won all alone. Last time he had a pretty hefty disadvantage, but this 1v3, a Guardian in
tak ukáž, jdeme jedna s Guardianem.
idea of where this player is. He is checking this left corner. DH needs to be
Oj, geometrický mistr.
The spike though is not in a good position with no cage left to cover the cross. That off could what? A jump shot with the Guardian. That's one hell of an attempt. Now he knows that that op is on the other side, but
fake zvuk dělá, jo.
Uses the cam to bait him out, and he's done so successfully, but he can't land the shot. And the sends him running back. The classic around the corner. That's a risky play. They've given Demon One a chance, and he may.
To je bot!
But it's one bullet in the mag.
Kámo!
Not enough as Buzz lands his, and 6-2 on the board against anything but a normal round.
Yeah, I feel like they fully believed he was hit by that stun. That's the
to bylo všechno, jenom ne, jakoby tier 1, vole.
It just feels like at times
ten největší, kámo.
Uncomfortable for them, and I'm guessing their fans at home it's possible because that was way too close. Who's Greg?
Ten největší chyba, kámo. Když seš na takovéhle úrovni, prostě hesitation is the killer, kámo. Jakmile sám sebe zpochybníš, tak je 99% času, že jsi prohrál, kámo, tu situaci. Kdyby proto šel Insta, kámo, já ti říkám, že mnohem víc se to trefí. Jsem představ, co dělá? Představuje si tam myšku, vole.
A 4-round lead, but with the way this game has gone, it could be swinging either way. For DRG though, this is a disastrous start.
Co hraje za postavu, kámo? To, co jako dělá? To ti akorát kurzor zpomalí ve hře. To je jediný na Brimstone a na Clove. A on hraje Omena, ne? Actually na Omenu ultinu to má taky, na Omenu ultinu, kámo.
And now you start to be left in the dust as T1 run away with it despite incredibly close rounds, despite winning 2 where they had extremely light buys. essentially saving their credits for the next and somehow finding it there.
Ten medituje ten týpek nalevo, co předtím třískal do toho stolu. Ten nalevo, co třískal do stolu, tak medituje, kámo. Tak to je to. Tak to je to.
Like I feel like the last map was a lot closer, but not with this much insanity.
Yeah.
But hey, for Team 1, they're on their map choice. At times they have been fairly dominant when it comes to
the esport týmu. Čau Christůvku. Jsem?
Scoreline alone, I think they'll be very happy with the position they find themselves in. At the same time, in their most recent victory versus BLG, it was a 10-2 defensive
MADMONQ time
for DRG. Now, saying they can recreate that again, with how things are going so far, maybe not so likely. They're going to want at least a little bit of wiggle room.
Hanis, takže hrajou dobře?
I think the interesting thing about this, and I know you folks are getting your stage shots, but when we get back into the game, you'll see that T1 actually left in a suboptimal position.
A ti dá mini vouch 8.
They have to play with a stinger despite winning 2 rounds in a row, and I think that really tells the story of how this has gone. A streak of 2, but every round has been so damn close.
Ty bys zahrál líp Hanis? Proti T1, ukáž? Bys zahrál líp? Proti T1?
A slightly elongated pause for more than one reason, because I can understand why. Like the manner in which you're losing a lot of these rounds, like, I feel like a lot of control has been given over on B main. I feel like they've left a player there lurking to try and hold on to it.
Já bych to zahrál stejně, si napsal.
Success when they've gone for these more direct A hits, and other than those B hits with low buys,
Jsem zase klidný, kamarád.
on the attack side, and that is alarm bells. Because if you get those couple of rounds, you build off it, you start getting yourself into the half, you show something with your buy rounds that you're able to sort of maybe bait players into certain fights or get certain map control, then I'm not worried for you. But when they're the only rounds you're winning, that shows that, okay, it's only these cheese rounds where you're able to get up close in someone's face and spray them down with an SMG. That probably means that this attack side is going as bad as it could be, and you've just had a little bit of luck that's helped you out. So I'm definitely nervous for DRG, because as we sort of mentioned, the importance not only of this match, but the whole tournament, of them not just trying to battle at champions, which is the goal of everybody's year, but also they still have their life just being in tier 1. They are one of 2 teams. And you then have to consider the group that they're in. Like, okay, sure, a match versus Sentinels is a tough one, but you're going to be up against either the previous year's champions or G2, who most people coming into this event put them at least top 2. Like, you're either having them or favorites for the whole thing. So it is seeming like the loser of this match has got a tougher match in the lower match.
To doufám, kámo, to doufám. Já tady nejsem jako boxovací pytel. Já jsem tady, abych se s váma podíval na nejkvalitnější Valorant.
6-2 down and a chance for this to extend further for T1.
Až mi bude 30 a budu, kámo, vošt, tak můžeme změnit dynamiku na streamech. A do té doby
it's difficult. We do now head into our DRG tactical time.
Vzájemný respekt.
The producers did not lie to me. They only do that to fans. But nonetheless, back to your point.
Já jsem to viděl, no, fakersty, kámo. Některý lidi to v mém friendistu hrajou, jmenuje se to 2KXO, ne, se to jmenuje. Nevím, kámo. Je to dobrý? To je prostě Tekken, jakoby, no, ne?
But I just think it's going to be more difficult when your Cypher is a stand-in. Like, a lot of the time, like, if you look at the way Cypher is played on this map, it is an anchor hold of the B site quite regularly, a lot of information to be found around middle and in towards B main, or even if just the communication is a little bit off, that means Demon 1 has to kill a whole site. I don't believe that he's going to be able to do that. He needs to have those supportive bits of utility to help him. So I think, if anything, the ease should be more so on that attack side, especially when you got this double duelist. Like, you need on the defense to have that push on one side and the hold on the other. On the attack, you can be a little bit more. Thus far, the loop someone is getting caught
Tak si beru dovolenou od všeho. Každý den hrajeme 4 hodiny Valorantu a 8 hodin toho hraje od Vovka, kámo. Legit. Legit. Jo, Matěj. No nic, jsme zpátky, bejci. A ten nic má nejhorší review, by the way, se hodil review, co nic nevidí. What? Byl neviditelný, nebo co? Replay what?
I don't know how that corner was left uncleared for so long. Especially when the paranoia was thrown through.
Já mám se nebyl book náhodou, vole. Reconnect book. Na Redwidži se děje, že někdo je neviditelný občas. Legit, kámo. To by byl docela fail. A to neukážu, kámo, jestli by to bylo ono.
He was able to at least take 2. The problem is the damage was already done, and thankfully for the rest of the players, Demon 1 was
vyhrál, nebude problém, ale
to be able to take him down. That flash as well.
Ještě tak trapný, vole.
So unbelievably blind.
Kámo, what?
Phenomenal flash from Spirit Z1.
Jak to mohli nevidět?
Way too close. In the cubby, you know, you can't put your head down.
No byl to ten, co se odpojoval, no Pablo. Právě proto si myslím, že to bylo jakoby ono, víš? Podle to byl ten reconnect book, kámo, nějaký. Že ho viděli, že leží třeba, víš? Tedy když se rekoneš do hry, tak ležíš, kámo. What?
Maybe not so soon after the last one.
A to neukážu, kámo, v replay ani, víš, protože to je jakoby špatná věc, aby ukazovali něco takového. Gentlemate's best team.
I think that last round was very much just an all-out brawl, similarly to what we were seeing on Lotus on that A side of the map, just everybody diving in with their utility.
I ty komentátoři podle mě to tuší, vole, ty komentátoři o tom nemluví, kámo.
In this case where Ackerman has the supportive utility needed. A question will be if DRG can build off of this, because yeah, if everybody fights in one spot on the map and you come out on top.
Kámo, to je crazy. To je actually crazy,
kámo. Like where I'm going, you're going to be able to do this every single time. Like if the paranoia lands a bit earlier.
Tam nebude replay, neuvidíme, co se stalo, že určitě nebude replay.
As good as it was, maybe it doesn't go down. Like these are rounds that are still difficult to repeat. But definitely good to see that they've at least managed to get themselves one that isn't.
Ale nebude rollback, že jo? Nebude rollback, protože okolo vyhráli DRG. Leda, že? By týpku třeba nešli a zábility nebo něco, kámo, ale to už prostě je odehraný, kámo, to už nebude rollback, kámo. No, byl určitě viděla. Ten třetí typ, co šla Neon Fate a ještě jeden. A ten poslední třetí, že ten koukal úplně doprava, kámo. Že ten byl toho prostě měl na obrazovce, kámo.
A PC, but luckily we're not going to leave you bored. Before the tournament, we had, of course, to get that script meeting ready and going. So let's see how that went.
Joru taky ne?
Bye guys. Paris.
To je, chci tohle koukat. Já chci koukat na to, co tam stalo ještě jednou.
When the paranoia was thrown in the winning ways in those early fights, paranoia sent through, but that doesn't stop them as Demon 1 picks up another.
Neon by ho nemusela vidět. Ta fejtka, kámo. Ta fejtka už by ho měla vidět, kámo. A ten Joru 100%, vole. To není ani to není vesmír, že ten Joru ho nevidí, kámo. V tom replay není vidět, kámo, v tom replay dali jenom POVčku toho Demona 1, kámo, který už ho viděl.
thankfully for the rest
Koukám na
of the
minimapu. Kámo. I na minimapě vidíš to NMAka do piči.
Even one was quick enough on the trigger to be able to take
Prostě ten buk, prostě se tam stal buk, kámo, na 100%.
Add flash as well. Buzz was so
Ne, on kámo nevidí. Joru, kámo. Nemají trusty, tam nikdo nemá truster, že z těch Číňanů. No tam replay jenom z demo 1 POVčka. Škoda, kámo.
That got way too close in the cubby. You know, you can't put your head that low too from that position.
A replay lidí, vole, tam taky není.
Hates Cuba. Who doesn't hate Cuba?
Yeah, keep dreaming, guys.
Okay. So let's just undo all of the changes Pacific made and start over. Once you're in Paris, it will be great. Like really great. Just trust me. I think we will work out a storyline that everyone can get behind.
Alright, everything sounds good for me. Thanks for following up.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, gotta go.
Alright, cheers to the meeting, guys.
A bientôt.
Nice.
Et que serait l'IMEA sans une petite pause technique? On est à la maison.
On en profite pour avoir T1
à mes côtés, William et c'est un plaisir de vous avoir ici. I'm
very
glad to welcome two French T1 fans with me, William and Antoine. And the first question I wanted to ask you boys is, how does it feel, you know, having champs at home and seeing your favorite team here in Paris? Du coup, qu'est-ce que
c'est emergency rozhovor, by the way, full emergency rozhovor.
D'avoir les champions à la maison, de pouvoir voir votre équipe ici aux
Big scraps happening, big scraps.
Valorant et même jouer au jeu, c'est un événement incroyable et je pouvais pas ne pas y aller, c'était impossible pour moi.
J'imagine, et pour toi?
Ouais, c'est pareil. Bah franchement, regardez, enfin sur Twitch, les matchs c'est quelque chose. C'est vraiment incroyable. Le son de tir, des smokes.
Back to VCT.
Sur place, c'est 10 fois mieux. 100 fois même. 100 fois mieux.
100 fois même, 100 times is better here than at home. You know, having the mood, the fans, you can hear the gunshots so much louder and it feels insane to have it in our own country, of course. And the second question I wanted to ask you about T1 is, who is your main character in that team? Who is going to carry, you know, the whole team? Donc c'est qui pour toi le personnage principal?
I'm in Sova.
Oh, Buzz! On est équipé, effectivement. So Buzz, obviously. Buzz. Et pour toi, du coup, Antoine, c'est qui ton joueur préféré?
Mon joueur préféré, c'est Météor. Même s'il chope pas beaucoup de kills, il chope vraiment beaucoup d'impact kill. Et vraiment, c'est un joueur qui est vraiment très fort.
So Buzz on one side, Meteor on the other one, and even though he's not top fragging, he has an insane impact, and I agree with you on that, definitely. Merci beaucoup à tous les deux. On va voir si T1 arrive à gagner. Thank you very much, both of you and everyone, and we're gonna see if T1 managed to get the win on Sunset.
Well, it's time to find out if DRG can bounce back from
6 to
3 down. And what has been a shaky start to this map. Make it all the way to a center. Even take their first series alongside their first map win. But to do that, they've got to defeat that team on the other side who, as you can hear in the crowd, they've certainly Buzz and Meteor. The Buzz chant, I like hearing that. Yeah. But I think it's a great point as well about Meteor that we heard from one of the fans that he might not be top fragging, but his impact is tangible. There's a reason the man's been voted an MVP before, and he certainly set out to try the 2-time here at Champions. A long road ahead of them, though.
Although when he was MVP, I think he was top fragging a lot. Like, a lot of people.
Team na VCT, nothing.
Yeah, we are all scoreboard warriors at heart. Just don't use rating. Nonetheless.
Oh, please. Gotta use cast.
We can already see.
Když to zase má chain, kámo, to je prostě... To je meta teďko nosit chain Valorantu.
He has already got the bind done for how to defuse the spike.
Oh, you're gonna bring Samuel Etienne up here in Paris? That's a bold move, Tom.
It's alright, he's probably watching the French stream.
I hope so, for your sake.
They're in-house, you know, I'm sure he's chilling, but yeah. I think obviously the extended break, not ideal for any of the players down on the stage, but for DRG, maybe a little bit of a momentum breaker, not only them winning the last round, but also just the way that the map was going, if you just joined us, was very much they were only able to win a couple with stingers, and with the rifles they were really struggling. They did just manage to win their first. Unfortunately, we're not seeing much Gecko.
No, I was going to say, yeah, the Gecko fans have been starved.
Kde je Westside s šebicí, vole, plaveckou?
Maybe that'll change as the tournament goes on.
It's actually just Gecko's looking for his wingman at the moment. Can't go in with one of the abilities.
That's true.
He's been heavily nerfed.
But yeah, as we get back into things fairly soon, obviously, as you guys know at home, there was a PC swap needed down there.
PC swap?
Last time coming out of these tech pauses, we had a tactical pause. And what I like about this little break is that although we might not be touching base with the coaching staff, your IGLs have had quite a long time to think about things. And I think that will benefit more towards DRG, who have had those struggles. They just found their first buy round. They've yet to streak 2 together because, again, they've been doing the really tough work of winning those rounds with stingers and then losing when they've got rifles.
Gentleman's dress.
Shots at stacks.
No, I'm saying DRG are the ones that will need to build around this little break the most because they've had the issues. T1 are 6-3 up.
One of our
they
just lost the round.
Stacks,
you know?
negative.
One of the most iconic players we've had. I can't believe you take shots at stacks.
Absolutely
outrageous.
I gave him a fist bump backstage. I was very gentle as well. I didn't want to hurt the wrist. You know me, the muscles.
Oh yeah. You're almost as strong.
Má nervy na ty, ne? Má nervy na ty sluchátka, vole.
Too close, they're too thick.
Oh, potí se mu uši.
Going back on. I know, honestly, this whole game, like, I think we came into things with the team coming in with a stand-in, that stand-in being Demon 1, switching over to the Chinese region to try and make this work, and he has been impressive. He's had a lot of high-impact rounds, he's had a lot of moments where I think that you can see the individual level is definitely still there, especially slotting into a role that...
Vlastně si povídá jako, on je s někým na Discordu, plně on si volá s kámošem na Discordu. Než že si povídá s vačí, ano.
He's definitely looked comfortable within this squad, and obviously we're kind of having an eye on the double duelists of Ackerman and Spirit Z1 to see, especially on these...
Byl tam sedí jak doma prostě. On tam sedí jak doma, kámo.
The problem for T1, when we do get back into the game, is that economically they're going to be in a little bit more trouble with what they can try and deal with, as they did lose that last round and haven't really been able to keep a lot of these rounds clean.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big problems. You know, looking back at the previous map, Spirit Z1 as well, I'm waiting to see his return to form in terms of those early duels. I'm going off memory here, which I probably shouldn't. That's usually a risky game. I think he was 6-1 in opening duels, and you could feel Ackerman finding so much space. And so far, it feels like they've both been having a tough time.
Když dlvábnez na full, ale to je jasný do prdele lidi.
You think about the slide up that Ackerman went for in the round that they won, because there was very efficient trades from Demon 1.
Pravodele má activate Windows, nebo co to je, vole?
Flash from Izu, a swing from Buzz. In terms of the utility that T1 are putting down, then you think back to stacks on those haunts and how much impact they were having on Lotus. It has felt like they have that little bit of an advantage in that aspect.
It's going to be a little bit longer, so let's go back down with Lou to meet some of the DRG fans.
DRG fans. Pour vous jouer un mauvais tour puisque la pause n'est pas encore finie. On espère que ça va venir très vite. Effectivement, Fida et Sasso qui m'ont rejoint du côté de DRG, and I'm now pleased to welcome two DRG French fans to here in the arena, Fida and Sasso. And my first question is going to be very easy. We're in France, but you're supporting two Chinese teams. So how come is that? Have you followed, you know, their scene and stuff? Donc pourquoi en France est-ce qu'on soutient des équipes qui viennent de si loin? Est-ce que vous avez suivi un petit peu la scène chinoise, pardon, et qu'est-ce qui vous fait kiffer DRG finalement?
Alors moi, je soutiens la chaîne chinoise parce que je la regarde depuis presque plus d'un an et c'est vraiment incroyable. Il y a vraiment mettez-vous sur la chaîne chinoise et c'est vraiment. Donc moi, je conseille à tout le monde de regarder la chaîne CN sur la chaîne de Kicku.
Oh, un petit shout-out à Kitty qui est en train de caster le match d'ailleurs. So why are you following the Chinese team? I've been following them since the very beginning. There's only a few streamers who are following them. Indeed, Kitty, for instance, who's currently catching the match in the arena. So yeah, as Kang said, watch us more. Et pour toi?
Moi, en fait, ça fait 3 ans presque que je follow la ligue chinoise, notamment pour BLG, qui joue demain, du coup. Et je les suis depuis 3 ans et maintenant en vrai je m'intéresse, je regarde tous les rematchs, la plupart des matchs de la VCT.
Co jsi to napsal? Co jsi napsal?
Okay, très cool. So yeah, I've been following them for 3 years as well, and I'm also rooting for BLG, who are gonna be playing tomorrow also. So yeah, we should definitely watch a bit more of VCT China. And last but not least, who's your main character? Who's gonna manage to shut down T1? Qui est le meilleur joueur chez DRG?
Rozhovor ze slečnou Zor bude taky?
De réussir à avoir carry.
Bah moi un peu triste hein, mais c'est Vokashu. Faut vraiment nous rendre Vokashu, je suis vraiment déçu. Après je vais pas cracher sur Diamond One, j'aime vraiment beaucoup, mais j'aurais vraiment aimé avoir Vokashu.
Yeah, so for me it's Vokashu. I wish he was there and we really want to have him here, but of course I'm very happy to see
Někdo opadl? Možná ten Vokashu, kámo, nejsem si jistý.
C'est un joueur de BLG, bien sûr. C'est Fleshin qui jouait chez eux l'année dernière et maintenant il est ici, donc je suis obligé de le supporter.
So former BLG player for me, Flexin of course, and
Vokashu, klasický Voka bota.
in DRG, and let's see who's going to be able to carry this match between T1 and DRG on the Chinese or on the Korean side. See ya.
See ya. See ya.
Hello, everyone. I thought we would hop on for a bit because someone might have missed us. I missed yapping with you two for a bit. So how are we doing?
It's not like we don't yap.
Come on.
Yeah, I traditionally not a yapper. Yeah.
Everyone believes that.
Keeps my opinion to myself.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm 6'7".
Wait, why you just dropped like an elite Zoomer meme on me?
I don't even Keep going.
I love that. I thought it would be fun during a tech pause to play some games, but for now, just to give you guys an update, we have swapped out a PC. We're still encountering some client issues, but as soon as that is fixed, I will let you guys know. Have you ever played a game called Never Have I Ever? Have you played this before?
Nikdy jsem...
This is like a staple of my university.
Musím nastavovat hru, no. Nikdy jsem...
So the aim of the game is you're trying to say something that you have never done, but the other two people have to try and catch them off guard. Does that make sense?
Run that by me one more time.
So you're...
Miraj znamená, že jsem to udělal, bez Miraj znamená, že jsem to neudělal.
Something that you have never done, but the people next to you have.
Isn't it the other way around?
No.
That you've done that they haven't done?
No, that's why it's called Never Have I Ever. It's not called...
I don't know if I understand that, but let's run it.
So for example, Never Have I Ever played Jet in a game of Ranked.
Počkej, jsem zmatený. Miraj, kámo.
Damn it. Okay.
Včera jsem hrál Dětku.
Yeah, so I half failed there. I only got one. I only got done. I didn't get you. I didn't catch you.
I think I think I'm going.
I have actually never played Jet in Ranked.
I find that really hard to believe. Genuinely.
I always feel, and also it's not for me. Yeah.
All right, can I do one real quick?
Go for it, your turn.
Never have I ever had a cheeky Nando's.
Oh!
Say cheeky Nando's.
Wait, this week?
Jaká praktika?
Wait, you too?
Miraj, kámo.
Oh, okay, we're all failing this game. I have had a cheeky Nandinos. And
Nandinos dokonce.
No, it's
Bambinos.
It's the same thing.
Okay.
I
don't even know. What are we talking about?
I go for hot livers with peri fries.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Restaurace.
Cheeky Nando's.
Elite
my
order.
bad.
While I'm there, do you know who has the most disgusting meals ever, unacceptable, eating habits? Sliggy, because he likes to eat microwave chicken and rice. And he eats that every day.
Oh, Sliggy, that's quite...
That is outrageous.
No,
I get it.
No, prostě je to grinder, kámo.
Honestly, Dan,
I get it.
Dan, if you get it, don't admit it.
I
Okay?
get it.
This is not a good thing.
What do you mean?
I feel like if I explain
You should
myself,
run it.
it gets even more. But if, I would do the same thing. I used to...
Voluntarily?
Yeah. Why not?
You have a dirty palate.
I mean, it's not that... You can enjoy other things while also making
Sliggy,
it for
kámo.
yourself and your...
Co jiného má jíst, když kouká všechny 4 regiony, kámo?
To my culture, by the way. But yeah, your turn for a Never Have Ever. Go on.
No, I don't have one. I don't know.
I don't have one.
Okay, I reckon I have another one. Okay, let me think. Oh, go on.
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, I thought you had one.
Yeah, you okayed with a little...
Yeah, you came
I'm just reading it, I'm sorry.
Oh, never have I ever rooted for an America's team.
I mean,
Fandím Sentinels.
That's not fair.
That's a
A Mirajovi.
There's no way
Boom.
you've never ever in the 5 years of Valorant hoped that an American team would win something.
No,
I feel like you have.
No,
I feel like
That's a load of malarkey.
I mean, if we really thought about this, actually maybe Crew. I think maybe I kind of rooted for Crew cheekily back in the days.
Vamos.
I was really rooting for Crew.
Until they beat Fnatic.
It was actually because they beat Fnatic. Yeah, I was hella rooting for them.
Let's go. Were they?
Yeah.
They
But I mean, if you think about it,
Já teda v trojobalu, co
Gambit
ti jebe,
versus Envy. Embarrassing performance, quite honestly, from Envy.
Já mám jdou nějaký víc spicy otázky, v spicy pájem.
I'm not gonna root for Gambit. And then after that, we had FPX coming through, we had Fnatic coming through, all these teams coming through. So how could I root for Americas when we had all these narratives?
But I feel like you also like
Fnatic loud, like
Leviathan at some point. I feel like
yeah,
you like
I think actually
2022.
just not the NA teams. Like I like Lev, I like Loud, I like Crew.
I got one that
even Vivo Keen, any knowers?
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy. That's
crazy.
That's
NIP, I got you, baby.
Okay. I
Yeah.
got
Můžete
it.
hrát, kurva.
I am confident I will win this.
Okay.
I am confident I will win this. Never have I ever intentionally pulled up to listen to a Taylor Swift song.
Oh my god. That's why
Wait,
you
what do you mean?
self-snitching. Why are you smiling
I'm
when
so
you're saying
confused.
that?
Hey, have you like listened to Taylor Swift on purpose?
Yes. Who
Surely
hasn't?
you have.
Wow.
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're gonna come for me.
Honestly, Doug, like I'm so happy that you're not like the other girls. Like, wow.
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
Pick me, final boss over there.
Taky neznám lidi, co poslouchají Taylor Swift, by the way, jen tak.
I learned that from you, to be honest.
You are an anti-hero to some people. You say that, but there's actually a lot of Swifties in this tournament. I want to shout them out. Patman on Paper X was very excited about the prospect of Taylor Swift dropping an album while he is in Paris competing.
Už konec?
About it.
Jakýho spicy páju kam mají dropnou?
Game, like in-game name before.
How do you find this lore? I'm so curious.
Dan, I have to stalk people for a living, you know.
Okay, great.
So Chichu's name before Chichu was Swift13, which is Taylor Swift's favorite number is 13. So Chichu is a Goda Swiftie.
Okay.
We have Neil,
To se nemusí od
Nino
Chichovi.
Famously Swifties, and the list is so long, it's going to take me a while. But good news is the tech pause is over. You don't
Let's
have to
go!
listen to this anymore. Now you have to listen to more of Mitch and Tom.
You have to.
Thank you very much, Sue. It's
Tak
time to
co?
get back into the game. It's been a cruel summer down here with these tech pauses, but it looks like we'll
Chce se hrát Valorant. Na Valorant turnaji.
6-3 is where we left you, and we just saw DRG win their first rifle round. If you're just tuning in now, you have missed chaos in terms of the ecos. With Stingers in hand, DRG look like one of the strongest teams. With rifles, not so much. We'll see if there's going to be a change as finally we see the countdown moving towards zero. Now, Tom?
Until it hits zero.
Not right now.
I'm not in until it hits
The
zero.
barriers are going to go up. Players are logged back in. PC swap successful. Client issues subsided. But T1.
Client issues. Yes. Jo, doufáš takovejhle, jo? Pičo. To je dobrý tech.
Oh wow, you said like a million jinxes back to back. There's all the tech pause stuff, and then you've hit us with the they should win.
Stínový scoreboard? Jo, už jsem se na to zvykl.
Buzz has a stinger.
Je tak, kdyby koukal na nějakou mobilní hru, ale I don't care.
And after early control over A, they've immediately rotated.
To je W angle, že to taky hodím
furt.
furt.
Some pressure put through on that side. The drone should, yep, that's going to get a little bit of extra information.
Shogard.
Now they're going to try and pincer in on them. It's a little bit dangerous,
Spirit.
but I like the use of the dimensional drift. Will allow the escape and also
A nic!
a good opportunity to try and clear them up. The Stinger still going strong.
Yeah, the damage is certainly being done, but T1 not going to deny the plant. Going to lose another player into the trades in the meantime. And DRG
mají zbraň.
versus 2. Buzz has got a rifle, and last time he was in a position where he
Double kamery jsou insane, no.
It was a 3K in aim.
Ještě podle mě nebyly využity naplno ty double kamery, kámo. To bude prostě až later, pozdější fáze v tom turnaji, kámo. Věřím, že bude jako nějaký klač, kde to fakt jako bude cinema. Koukat na obě ty POVčka, no. Cením, jak strašně rychle se jim to přepíná, jakoby. Je tam 0 delay. Počkej. Vidíš? Byl 0 delay, teďko, aby to udělali to HUDčko. Mají to prostě insta ready, prostě.
Yeah, it gets incredibly close towards the end. I like that Ackerman is just so quick to make sure that trade goes through, knowing that his opponent...
I guess to mají automatizovaný, no, not sure.
After being stunned up, but it does mean that everything...
A samozřejmě krásný kilo také má na krásný ve slidu.
But if DRG can continue this climb back, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This is... However, where we do get those guns back online...
Ne.
I'm going to hand this one over to you. I think you had about 17 jinxes. What do you have to say for yourself?
Honestly, it's just my bad.
Yep.
I was feeling good. I got a little too confident for a moment there, but I'm starting to regret that now. 6-4 nonetheless. I tell you what, DRG looking good. They've connected them back to back, and as I said earlier, you know, they made the best of that downtime.
Come on.
To be fair, they have a pretty good record after technical pauses of winning rounds, so...
Here, at least, today. I'm not sure you have the stat regionally, but...
I don't think anybody has those stats regionally.
Didn't come prepared, huh, Tom?
Maybe within EMEA a while ago.
Gentleman's best team in the world. M8 win. Up to 12. Hey, kokot.
Okay, see, some of the best.
We improved.
We did, bit by bit.
We definitely
I actually
improved.
was the one that fixed it all. It was all me. But yeah, for T1, still stuck on 6, now conceding 2 in a row, and a big lead of 6-2. Starting to look like we could be even Steven at the halftime. One thing I've noticed in the break, actually, I'm not talking about
G2 Heretics.
Maps. We had Demon 1, like, I was looking down at the stage a lot, and that guy was locked in, not on his monitor, he had his head down. He was like calming the nerves, obviously doing a lot of thinking about that previous map where, as we said, he had a phenomenal showing, you know? But I think he's disappointed not to have closed out that map. And coming in here locked in, we already saw him save the day really for DRG in what, round number 9, the first of these two. Where he manages to find a 3K in opening trades, not opening duels, but his teammates go down every step of the way.
Kámo, jdu hrát Clash Royale? Já nehraju ani Clash Royale, co mám dělat, kámo?
It's a very important thing to see him with confidence, especially in this role.
To si mám jít zahrát, kámo, na prolížeči. Já si chci něco zahrát, kámo.
The fun thing about
už to nezvládám, vole.
If they win this, I think most people going off the next match would have G2 winning, and so then he'd get to play against jawgemo to make it through the groups. Like it would be a
open front
storyline if they're able to turn this around. I say it's looking fantastic. Last couple of rounds have definitely given us some hope. They've been so far and few between that you can't say that there's been any sort of momentum really building.
Well, also look how close that one was from T1's perspective. They came in with next to nothing. A couple of blows dealt out by DRG, and yet they kept trading it back and forth to a 1 versus 1 in the end. And it was Ackerman who had to pull them out of it. So in a round where DRG, like, we come in going, oh, well, they should be winning this. This should be their victory. It very nearly wasn't. And for T1, that's fantastic. They're making the rounds that should be dominant for their opponent competitive. And now that they'll have rifles coming back in, now that we could see that op on Izu again, depending on how they distribute their economy, this could very much be where they hammer it home and lock in an 8-4 lead for the halftime.
But that will be the other issue for T1. If this goes back to 6-6, I think they'll feel gutted because it will be 2 rounds of SMGs and then sort of like a lot of close rounds that could have easily gone their way to a very, very dominant half on their own map choice. And instead, they'll now be going into what should, in theory, at least based on the most recent result, be a better half. Oh, I like this. Oh, he's just been that's just brutal, isn't it?
that's actually
fine. Okay.
Come on.
Is he saying no as in he's better? Let's see who's coming up as Radiant.
I can't believe they just smacked a silver on someone. I mean, that's
first
rude.
one as well.
Yeah, look, there's a send.
Nejkleško na Momu Player nebo BlueStacks? Nemám ani jeden emulátor.
No one will ever know.
But technically, if that's what we're doing, the silver guy said low. Is he bronze?
Solitario.
I think he's accidentally violated himself. These things happen.
Food guesser.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's ready. He's ready!
I hope it comes up silver now.
That's actually fire. He's sat in the crowd with his ranked rating.
Can we get this on Doug?
Kurva, co to je?
I want to know Sushi. She's never played a Jet.
Radiant, obviously
game.
Radiant.
That's a
not boosted Radiant.
Krunker?
Not boosted, absolutely.
Nemám Krunker, kamo, podložku. Ale můžu dát Krunker, no.
No, as in like...
Ok, tak Foodgaster mě normálně vyděsil, vole. Čum na to ty pičo, co mi to vyhodilo jako první jídlo.
Nothing wrong with that, Tom.
Yes,
that time you realized
many things wrong with that.
6-4 is the score, and it looks like we're ready to dive back on.
We're ready to dive back, tak pičo do příště, vole.
T1 leading by 2, but they've just conceded 2 in a row as DRG start to put rifle rounds on the board.
No, já to viděl, jak je to jídlo, tak jsme to radši pustili, vole, tu hru.
T1 have full rifles. They've got the operator out on Izu as well.
Bude dive back chat na jedno kolo a potom bude se dive back do technický, takže si připravte, vole, videohry. Čau, Kivy.
Immediate usage of that night.
Nah!
TP and it has failed.
Tak to byl trapas jak svině.
Swinging out of mid. Is already looking to put this one to bed. Back on the right.
Vem si, že DRG na tohle si čekal 10 minut. Co 10 minut, kámo?
Tech pause win rate has just gone down drastically for the side of DRG. They've just been slammed.
On nebyl se bude streamovat grand finále? Jenom grand finále? Čau, Matěj.
They connect those 2 rifle rounds in a row, one against an eco.
Okay, to je insane, to je insane.
Distance is shown, Flex and caught in the TP. They turned around just in time. And it might seem silly, but you have to think the fatal was put through. The nightfall was there, so that player couldn't hear him. But the
Plně bude streamovat celou top 4, ne? Z místa přímo, z té areny. To je insane, kámo. Valorant is popping, Vikundy.
He has pushed them out of mid. I mean, DRG are locked into an A push, like it or not, and that's where the Hunter's Fury is tracking them down.
Team on one only on a pistol, the rest of the team making their way into Elbow.
To je 2 hráči na sraní? Myslíš, že budou?
Has definitely put some doubt.
Nemají proč, ne?
T1 seemingly quite happy to almost
Tady taky hraje CS2, ale...
As now the attack look to make their move.
Meteor has been a menace through the smokes, but that reveal, it's caught him off. Well played by Nick. The advantage now found into a 2 by Nick. The flash, they thought would be a difference maker, but DH gets caught.
A podle mě bude mít jakoby generational čísla na tom, vole, on nepixel. Legit. Neděl bych se měl stejný, vole, nejlepší čísla než na tom CSku, kámo, protože na TikToku to vždycky farmí jak svině, vole.
Yeah, no, a very good recovery from DRG. It was a spot where from 6-2 up, they definitely seemed like they were going to struggle. Nonetheless, we'll be back.
Jsem se lekl, jak slyším tu hudbu a naštěstí je jenom halftime. Jsem se lekl, kámo. CSku má 100k. Ale při nějakým eventu, ne? Nemá normálně 100k. Či? No, reklamy docela navařily letos. Ono mě vždycky sere chat, tak pořád argumentuje, co je lepší, jestli CSK novovalo. Víš proč? Protože má plný chat CSkařů. A oni jsou úplně úchylní na to, kámo. Valorantáci to mají úplně na salámku, ale mi přijde. Ale CSkaři se potřebují furt vyjadřovat, no, k tomu. All good. Jo, Pablo, to... Teď basically automaticky vyhráváš tu debatu, kámo, chápeš? Moudřejší ustoupí. Říkal, že bude mega rage vidět, takže to bude prdel. A on si může strašně, ale chápeš to, vole. No může dost získat, ale může dost ztratit.
Time for your Coinbase Econ report. Now this was a bit of a crazy map so far. I know for me, but yep, there we go. Buzz was definitely the standout. Give him a rifle in an eco, and the man
Valo je tak úspěšný. On to Valo je víc úspěšný i jakoby mimo ty naše regiony, či? Aspoň minulej event naposledy, kámo, jsem viděl, že prostě ty čísla tahala jakoby Čína a Asie. A dnes včera jsem viděl na Twitteru, že ten Simon z EDG jakoby, EDG Simon, že dělal watch party a měl tam 80 000 lidí a to normálně nestreamuje, týpek. 80 000 lidí, kámo. To jakoby make sense, jo, týpek byl world champ a je to jeho starý tým, ale jakoby i tak, kámo. Může být. Jako je tam hodně lidí, no, Pablo. Je to tak, no, je to tak. Je tam trochu větší ten market. Ty jsi kokot, Pablo, ty jsi taký kokot. Ty jsi taký kokot.
Spiritz-1, a man who had plenty of opening duels go his way, and although he finds DH, the trade is immediate, and the space, well, they're taking it right towards Ackerman. Good stun, but a player further back, unstunned is Buzz, and he will be unwavering as they move towards this site.
What?
Caught down to 20, and
Bych chtěl dostat takovou hlavu.
Nowhere to go, and he's wrapped on.
Faker, když měl čísla asi, nevím, kámo. Někdo měl Faker. Nevím.
Even still though, Stax is going to spot out the first. I don't know if they've necessarily seen Nick just yet. Meteor.
Jenom na Twitchi, že jo, vím. Ale na těch jejich platformách ne. 1v1. Buzz versus Demon One, vole, v nové grafice. A to je v piči Demon.
He is having one hell of a game, closing out the pistol.
3 miliony lidí, ale píču, kámo.
3 in the round, and a 3-round lead now for T1.
Yeah, that pistol's just gonna
na čem oni streamujou?
Further into the lead, make this a much more difficult battle for DRG. And here's an interesting question because they've been extremely good when it comes to the weak buys, when it comes to the stingers.
Nevím, jak se jmenuje těch platformách, kde oni streamujou. Není byli, že jo, to ještě něco jiného.
On defense it's so much more of a gamble. Like on attack you can run it down, you can maybe find 1 or 2 players on their own. On defense you have to basically pray you run into the stack of players, which may happen. And at least for now.
Kámo, to jsme se bavili s Minim o tomhletom revealu, kámo. Že halus, že on ji nepoužívá. Teď ho vidím, kámo. Actually insane, kámo, actually crazy. Takže poprvé za se vidím, někoho použil ten reveal. W, Stax. Do you TV se jmenuje? OK.
Okay, they 4-stacked A and then left one guy to play info around mid, around B, deep.
Co je za slova, kámo, Pablo, to mi píšeš, ty píš.
T1 won't be caught off guard by that sneaky little play. 9-5 now on the board.
Ukážou line-up toho revealu. Ten reveal docela těžký a hlednout správně.
DRG had to offer. Again, it's been a while since we touched on it. The stakes for this team, they have to outlive XLG in this tournament. Or Ascension will be calling them.
Dá ho znova, znova.
Both teams having a very tough lower bracket regardless of how results go. Hello. He's playing like his life's on the line, and Spiritz-1's there to back him up. It's a clean round from DRG.
Může být.
The bounce back might continue, or might start here with a
GG jenom na Heretics. Kámo, ještě neříkej hop, dokud si neudělal hopsanec.
It's the same sort of stuff we saw from him in the first half. Ackerman just taking over that control, fighting tooth and nail with a teammate alongside him and just landing every single shot. Superb round for him.
Nice, let's go.
Puts them back on the board in clean fashion. But they're gonna need a few more.
Nice, už ho kradem, chat. Už ho kradem. Ale to je actually smutný, kámo, že teďka to bude normální reveal, jakože častej. Tak dobrý reveal, kámo. Teďka ho budou mít všichni, vole.
they're not quite as all in about it. Trying to push around through elbow. The paranoia out of position, and ultimately the wall from Buzz is what stops that.
Baker 250 zlí na Twitchi, to je crazy, no.
But the rest of his squad was blinded up, but no one could follow up on that from the defensive side as they were locked out. And once Buzz came swinging through, it was done.
This is the problem with those sort of A-side aggressive plays. Is like it really does feel like a coin flip.
Oh yeah.
Right? Whoever hits their utility at the right place at the right time.
Jak to, že oni tam mají, kámo, tolik svých platform na píči, kámo. Proč nikdo nechce expandovat, kámo, i tam k ním pořádně, víš, nebo to nefokusujou.
It's just not a sustainable way to play the game. And because of that, T1 immediately bounced back. And sure, there's enough credits for DRG to buy into the next round, but they need to find something that will consistently work.
To je solo market? Jako myslíš, že tam nepustí nikoho z outsideu?
Slide through. He was even stunned up, doesn't matter. And blinded on the other. I mean, those are fights for the most part that you're at a major disadvantage. There's your meteor
málo. Tam byl nějaký děda v crowdu, viděli jste to? Oni to dělají furt dokola, čím to abuzujou ten reveal čum. Oni to abuzujou. Ale teďko vyhráli tu leti, tak si klepuj ten druhý reveal. Tak si klepuj ten druhý reveal, chat. Co to je, kámo?
Literally our entire map is being decided in one corner. A-main.
Pro co je všem nejlepší ty Chinese lidi? Ve všem nejlepší, ty píčo. Ve všem nejlepší Chinese lidi, kámo. Ne, že bych jim chtěl ubírat, ale... Kdo? Kankan? Pablo? Stěhuju se do Asie a začínám streamovat na Huju, kámo. O Duju nebo Svuju, vole. A nebudu mít ban. Dance?
They have. The idea here is they fake it out and look at how it's worked. DRG rotate, they push mid with 3 early, come through market to reinforce the B side, thinking that's where the hit's coming in. But now, those players stepping back in the other direction and seeing no contest around A main. T1 should be sensing that this side is much lighter defended. And in fact, it is only flexing.
Jsou, no, pracovitý, jakože krasty, ale... Rugby jsou ve všem nejlepší, kámo. Když to vezmeš na jiné oblasti světa, tak chápeš. Řekl bych, že predispozice jsou různé pro... Chápeš.
Paranoia being lined up right now, but they don't find the picks and swinging deep. Nick unblinded, able to drop DH. It's picks across the board for DRG. A response from Meteor.
Pro různé sporty jsou různé predispozice. Se děje, kámo, to nesmím sledovat. Ale semeno 1 má zase klač. Zas ho projebe. Jo, Kertox. Jo, to jsou, no, krasný. Tam jiná mentalita určitě.
His target isolation was sublime every single time, not giving them an opportunity for a trade, well aware of the angles that were left missing, and gave Izu a chance, maybe in a round that they never should have had one, because the way that kicked off looked so good for the side of DRG. Well, at least in the early stages, we're right back to regular programming. Izu's looked to fight towards that A site with a multitude of DRG players ready and waiting. The rest of T1, though, they're going a different way.
Flexing definitely having a better time when it comes to A main. Demon 1, though, under heavy pressure, finds 1, but he'll go down eventually.
Hey, je důležitý, že dal aspoň jednoho.
That's going to get the paranoia out of DH with a deep swing. Spiracy 1.
Dobrý kill od Ackermana.
To trade this back. The advantage stays with the defensive side. The spike trapped on the site.
Čau se teda, asi v pohodě, kámo. Asi nechci, kámo, ale zatím.
He's got this wrap around it. It's really down to Flexen's timing, and he's not clearing the angle. He's not covering it. But eventually the trade comes through, leaving Stax alone against two.
He's known.
Že jsem to takhle close? Číňani jsou dobří, kámo. To number 2 seed, to je jakoby, chápeš. Nevšimně ty sponzory v Číně, hlavně tam prostě je třeba 5 nějakých Amazon type stran, který sponzorují každý e-sport tým, pumpují tam nekřesťanský peníze. W Čína, W, kámo.
Well, it's very much now or never. Look at this from Flexen to open up the round as well. It was a TP.
Hej, Vilek, dobrý. Škoda, že prostě, kámo... Ještě to je tak trapný kill. Škoda, že v Česku to tak nefunguje, Pablo, no. Nevím, proč firmy tam z toho mají návratnost a tady ne. Nevím, kámo. Jestli prostě ten níž je o tolik větší, tam prostě ten e-sport jako celkově, obecně. Poměrově, víš, že poměrově to tam je větší. Určitě tam to podporuje, sleduje víc lidí, protože tam je víc lidí, ale poměrově.
Looking to get it behind. That's the one for free. Now needs to isolate this duel onto Demon 1. This is going to be important. He wins this, and the round is genuinely on. The paranoia, though, fantastic. It's going to force them away. Pop flash back, but again, the pressure is all on Meteor at the moment. The rest of the players still yet to claim any weapons. They're trying to give space for him, but he is being...
Kdyby to vyfulil, ten smoke. No.
Puts it down to 1 versus 1. DH into the clutch, running round.
To je trapný, ještě je trapný, ještě je trapný. Ještě tak trapný. To je tak trapný, to je tak trapný, to je tak trapný, to je tak trapný, neménička. Holy shit, to bylo tak trapný, ty vole. Ježíši Kriste. Ježíši Kriste, to je tak trapný, kámo. To je taková nuda to sledovat i. Holy shit, 1v1, to je taková nuda, vole. Ježíši Kriste, Riot Games, kámo, už to píčo, odeberte. Ty bych ho tam prostě jenom nahání, vole, s prstem. Čum. Wow. To je jaký hype, kámo, to je jaký hype. Wow.
DRG able to close the gap to 2 now. The rifles back out on T1 and another close round with weaknesses. It makes me worried.
We steal those. Další trapárna. Nevadí.
Fantastic start, which will give them a lot of space. There is still another player here, but they're going to be revealed. Meteor's been getting so many kills that neural theft is already back online.
He's just such a madman. But he needs to deliver more. Meteor and DH down. Here comes the ult out of Spirit Z1. A lot of information to work with.
Nesporčí v Koreji jinde. Nic nemůže z toho, časem dojde i sem, kámo. Ty vole, Spirit.
Meteor with a 4K in the previous. Spirit Z1 connects the same. And it's double digits now for DRG. Just 1 behind. And the economy of T1 starting to struggle.
I really like the way that T1 tried to play that. They see that Spirit Z1 is going into the ult, so they push back sight. They try and avoid him while he's giving information. Take another fight. The fact is, he was the danger in that round. He was the problem that they needed to get rid of. And individually was enough to take that one home. We said about rounds being together in a row. This has meant that T1 now feel the need to pull out that timeout, because from this point it's been a back and forth with them taking the pistol, the follow-up rounds as well. That gave them a pretty big advantage. If you win both pistols, win a 3rd round bonus in the first half, and still lose the map. I'll be honest, I start to understand Autumn's frustration.
Neviděl jsem teďko storíčka, můžete se podívat, dokud je tam má. Snappy dělal po první Aerial Watch Party, kámo, na lolko. Normálně v kinosálu, kámo, a navařil, vole. Po piči lidi tam došli, crowd a všechno. Very nice, kámo. Cením. Říkal, že to bude posílat i rajoťákům, aby jim ukázal, vole, jak tady v Česku to umíme fandit. Takže podle mě to budou jakoby, podle mě bude dobrý feedback. To Patrikos dojde na Heretics, podle mě jo. Nevím, jestli na TeamSpeak a do chatu, jo. Kámo. Jak to, že mají tak clean ten attack, jako to bylo eko, ale stejně. On hází furt ten reveal a oni chodí pro ten reveal a při tom, co nič nejde, jak umírají, kámo. Já to prostě musím klipnout zas. Čím na to? Furt to dělají, kámo. Furt to dělají na main take, kámo. Actually už mám klipy dneška. Další line-up, kámo, má 50 různých line-upů. A ještě jednou jsou na snadě jako fejtku. Ale jakoby jsem schopný to střídat, chápeš?
On his way through, DRG lose Demon 1, lose those traps.
Už plentí tady a nevro. To byl dobrý overpeak od Meteora, kámo.
Buying time, perhaps a thorn in their side, but Flexen quickly eliminates him. Stacks grabbing himself good, but he's fallen and Buzz left alone, surrounded and dealt with.
Strašně budu utilizovat, že mají ty DRG, kámo, what the fuck.
6-2 up. At the halftime, they had the lead. They won the pistol.
Zase fade reveal nasypal, kámo.
But T1 now trail by 1 and need another overtime. This time on their pick.
Yeah, this is honestly been a surprise. The way that the rest of this map were going, I thought the T1 had this dead to rights. A 6-2 start. Half going in their favor,
nice.
Second pistol to give them the lead, but
Čum prostě reveal.
real resilience being shown by
Čum na ten reveal, ty kokot.
They came in as the number 2 seed for China, but I think many had the expectation that once Demon 1 was added in as a substitute for Vyzkoušej, one of their best players, that this was going to be a different
story. Taky po piči reveal, kámo, to je cinematu ta hra na piči.
Buzz though, he still has other ideas. DH as well, overtime it's coming, Mitch. We're going to get it for the second map in the row unless Demon 1 can pull off a 1v5.
Well, he certainly got his moments inscribed in the history books. You think about him standing on the stage and hell, he might mount that on the table.
Podle se bude vyvíjet, ale Krasty. Myslím, že se to bude vyvíjet, kámo.
If he wins this one, in fact, he'd be very much justified to do so. A steamrolling from T1. We saw throughout that ten obecný feeling o hrách už je strašně jiný, než byl dřív. Having the opportunity to close it out, but you can't put that on him here. They are playing so patient too. The swing from Buzz to close it.
Každá dřív, kámo, holky, vole, maximálně na kompu jako seriály, nebo ne všechny, jo, ale jako obecná natura byla taková, že seriály, kámo, maximálně simíky. A nowadays mám strašně moc kámošů, co s přítelkyněma hrajou prostě na PlayStationu, Dual Fortnite, kámo, split screen, Roblox, kámo, Aramky. Se to dostává prostě víc jako do mainstream normální, vole. Končí. A simíci jako goated, no, simíci goated, kamo. To je jako... Není šance, že... by zmistnul se simíkama.
The sight set on B, most certainly. They're locked in here.
Roblox, no.
With how much space Izu already has, it is going to be the rotation back in the other direction. The thing is, though, the pings on the map suggest that maybe DRG expected this all along. They managed to get rid of stacks.
Setka se s názorem, když si rozpělí a hraješ hry jak si děčínský a tedy, to je škoda. No, tak to prostě, někteří lidi jsou takhle nastavený, I guess, no. Ale třeba PSko doma podle mě musí mít spoustu dospělých, prostě na PSku si jen tak zahrajou, ale po práci. Oh!
DRG are not going to let this one slip without a serious fight. And Stacks can't match up to the numbers thrown at him. Izu alone.
No chance.
And he's done once he comes through this smoke. That's 13 for DRG.
Ascent otazník.
Map point for this squad. An ascend could be on the horizon.
Yeah, I like the call. Like having that early B main control. Falling back and then, yeah, as you said, it's just a couple of bullets tapped through. Probably spotted by a teammate. And it's just about this sort of raw aggression of this squad fighting together, the death ball being created. And now for T1, is it going to be the same again? At least not early. They're also selling that same sort of ruse in towards B main. And then the steps being thrown out, but it's mid-control for DRG instead.
They're making this look like a fake, with Buzz making noise early in B main, and then just completely pausing, completely freezing. Then the decoy goes up towards A. The player's there, making some noise. That gets the push out of DRG.
Spirit.
But it's traded. Meteor's done well, and he was ready for Ackerman as well.
Já jsem mal bláčku a vyultím. To je podle mě nejlepší play, jakoby, co je mohl jako udělat, či? Vzít orba, jít zpátky tomu bydlinku vyultit. Já bych určitě to udělal, kámo. Děkujeme. Jo, prostě já jsem s tím na TeamSpeaku, ale...
Tenchi just going back to look for a corpse. That will give them all the information they could ever need. And, this lets them know that for now the A site is completely open, although Flexen is going to...
Hello, do dvou, ze tří, kámo.
It's a great reposition, but the angle's going to be...
Riot Games!
Oh, but up close DH can't get the better of him. A 2 versus 1. Demon One's been in so many tough clutches, but this one winnable.
Nah.
Who's gonna look?
Nah.
Backing into
nah.
When he fires his shot, Demon One gives the game away. 13 to 13.
Kámo, Demon One měl tu hru třeba 4 klače a vyhrál 0.
And it's been anything but.
The other thing as well is just, I feel like every time that it looks like it's going to slip away, Meteor just pulls out a round out of absolutely nowhere. Like in the first map, I want to say it wasn't the Meteor that we expected to see.
Kámo. Ne, to je fakt, že tak trapný.
Exactly that. Like it's had so many high impact moments, and yeah, that one, okay, that's about as free as it gets. Autumn is going to take a timeout once again. Like I said, it seems like he likes to use the timeouts in the half that they've been struggling on, and I like that. Coming in, they have not been able to find too much when it comes to
these
defensive rounds.
Protože Vokašuje na Cypherovi.
So he's going to try and give his squad a plan. That did work for them to win 15-13 on the previous map.
DRG having a moment to talk as well. The pressure, I imagine for a lot of these players, never been this high. An OT loss before, this could be them fighting for a 2-0 in favor of DRG, and instead they're fighting for survival, just like in the grand scheme of things with XLG and the Ascension points.
Hudbičkový set mě zatím moc nevoní, kámo. Ale to přijde časem, kámo, ještě nemám... A tady tímhle týmem, I guess, a tady to je group stage, kámo, ještě nemám... Jak to říct, kámo. Takový emoce v tom, ale... Ještě se mnou tolik nedělá, kámo, když tady hrajou ty songy mid kola, ale... Já vím, že to normálně se mnou dělá věci, tak
Stacks going walkabout. Flexin has made it into mid, but it seems like his opponent is well away. He's managed to get through though. That's something that T1 desperately have to deal with. They're going to go hunting. Buzz is being sent to try and get rid of this man, but in the meantime they are fighting. Dealt with one though, and they've
to bude stát mapu ten výser, kámo. Tady celý zápas, to je ten výser, kámo.
Further advantage garnered. Although with him low, and he's on an operator, there's still a good chance here for DRG.
It's the Izu off. They already have the man advantage for T1, but now they can sit and hold an angle. Any peek in that direction is almost an immediate loss. Izu's been pretty consistent with that, but now push comes to shove, and it's time to get aggressive. DRG are waiting for this though. They're looking for the fight.
Co dostal, kámo, transfer?
14 to 13.
Pískej konec.
T1 are now facing into map and
Pískej,
series
kámo.
point. DRG, they're going to have to dig deep, even just on an emotional level with what they've been through in this game. This could be already over in their favor.
This fight was so
You're killed, Buzz.
Once again, Meteor holding line, Buzz doing so much work. They both had fantastic maps, and then even just at the end of the round, it's the movement from Buzz. I think he's definitely got one of the best movement on
To jsou fragy, ty vole.
The amount of bullets it takes even to kill him by that point, that's where you have the swing out from Izu, and that player has already been spamming bullets. They don't have time to correct. We spoke about how T1 like to call those pauses going into the round they've been struggling in, those defensive rounds. That's what they've done. DRG, they're calling it because otherwise they're in the lower bracket.
I think this is honestly the hardest part of the job for a coach. Yeah, 14-13, you're deep in OTs, you feel like even just...
Čas na do pusinky. Ode na sunsetu, kámoško. Nepravděpodobné.
Could be facing a 2-0 regardless, balancing those emotions alongside the tactics.
It's also as well, when you've played 27 rounds of a game, how do you then go, I have something for round 28?
I got something new.
Yeah. It's difficult. Or to just spot something that you think can be adapted, especially when a lot of the attack side for T1 was just ramming their head into the A side.
Well, you could probably say they're going to
line up na portíček.
That doesn't mean you'll win.
But, you know, it's something else to
flip a coin.
To have the counter, so to speak.
They're going again.
Not full committal though. This is a fake. You can see just even
proti nám byla dobrá, no.
Completely over to that side of the map, but DRG
tak to byl ranket, to je smrtka. A už se týpek sedí na jednom místě a fully jedno místo. Nedostane punish. Žádnou utilitou, protože tam měli mrtka kompaj, no, a mrtka hráče. PNG asi jak bude ten off day, kámo. Kámo, další overtime, vole. 16. to bylo odesílat asi všechno. Až budu mít day off. Ne, jako nebudu mít day off. Dneska je 14. hraje se, zítra 15. hraje se, pak je jeden den, co se nehraje, a pak se hraje třeba 7 dní, se bude ten den, jak se nehraje, tak budu všechno realizovat.
Maybe that was the plan all along, but I genuinely think there was, okay, I've seen nothing, go. We need to get back to the other side of the map and fast. And T1's plan wasn't necessarily a bad one, but it was just how quick they were able to react. 14-14.
Now Spirit 26 kg.
For one of these teams versus either Heretics or G2, it's not a pretty picture, and DRG are not ready just yet to give that one up.
A shot from Izu. That Spirit Z1 down, a big part of this aggression, a big part of the opening goals that DRG have been able to win, and the reposition from Izu, it's not getting any better for the attackers. He's now ready with Buzz by his side, a deadly duo indeed.
Co ti jebe, kámo?
DRG decimated in this round.
Postavička, vole, spekel.
That doesn't last long. Another chance to close.
Obližovan Geretem jako sub.
Buzz has really been impossible to deal with throughout this map so far. I think even the steps of Izu might have just baited them into a false sense of security.
Neboj se. Ten třetí kill byl nádherný, no. Tady ten kill, kámo. To není nic na oslavování. Kámo, to není nic k oslavování, však to je prostě broken sračka, kámo. Tady oslavujou jako. Až si prdel? Ale ukradneme to, jasně.
And he'll be put in his place by Spirit Z1 this time. Demon 1 on the line, catches another. And T1, again, they have a chance to close it, but again, it's DRG digging deep on his defensive side. Meteor, he's been the one to pull them out of these bad situations, but he has to go huge here. Even the goal isn't enough, but stacks on mid.
Tak takhle prohrát mapu. Tak to je top. Tak to je top. Takhle vysrat. Wow.
That looked like a free kill, and I don't know if he quick switched or something, but it's gonna be the death of them. Meteor.
Ale jako 2 overtime je cinema.
Phenomenal performances, and well, we talk about a team that has been there and won themselves a championship this year. It takes digging incredibly deep versus DRG. Both maps heading their way to overtime, a 15-13, 16-14. It literally couldn't have been any closer. And the finest of margins for a team, not only fighting in champions, but fighting to not have to go back to Ascension. It's a good showing, especially for a team with a stand-in.
Oh, without stepping up for your post-match interview, but in the end, it is T1 to take it across the line. They dug deep here. They played 3 maps worth of Valorant into, and they'll take it 2-0. Powered by T1 in the spotlight down on that stage. Some phenomenal performances.
Krásná vlajka, kámo.
As we said, he digs deep. He pulls out these big plays when they need him, but Buzz was really the star of the show on this final map.
Oh yeah, for sure. Incredible what he was able to do with sort of like the pacey swings. I think he's got the movement down to an absolute.
Musí být smutný, hodně smutný.
Honestly, like when you watch someone play like him, you genuinely sit there half of the time and just go, I don't know how he's done it. And then Meteor was like the 1-2 punch. You leave him in a late round, and you just feel like he's going to win it. It might not be the showing that we necessarily expected from T1, but they got the job done in the end. And that was
Mě zajímalo, jak ty fotky vypadají, když se fotí takhle.
You have definitely heard enough from us today. Let's go over to the Verizon post-match interview with Buzz.
Benji bude mít tu toho medvídka. Jenly! Jenly!
Hi Buzz, congratulations for this massive win against DRG. My first question I wanted to ask you is about your comp. You guys are playing double duelist for such a long time, back in Bangkok already with that Yoru. So what makes it so strong? Why does it work for you guys?
방콕 때부터 투타격 때 대학을 이렇게 기용하셨는데 그때부터 오늘 경기도 그렇고 너무 잘 풀려나가고 제가 느끼기에 이게 왜 우리 팀의 강점이다라고 느낄까요?
일단은 저희 팀 이주 선수도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 폭발력이 굉장히 있다고 생각하고, 그리고 저희가 제 개인적으로는 더블 듀얼리스트 메타의 창시자라고 생각하는데, 그런 거에서 저희 팀이 다른 팀보다 더블 듀얼리스트 했을 때 좀 더 앞서 있다는 느낌을 받는
더블 듀얼리스트. 형 mluví strašně dlouho, to zapomenu.
Izu and myself, we have that extra kick for the double duelist comp, and because we started that comp, I think that because we are the pioneers, we have the better read on it. We are a step ahead of everyone else.
Step ahead, right indeed. That's what we can see. Du coup, il joue double dueliste depuis très longtemps, Timoine, depuis les Masters Bangkok. Donc, pourquoi ce choix? Qu'est-ce qui fait que vous êtes aussi fort dessus? Bah, tout simplement parce qu'on est les
Fnatic Vrest,
comme le dit Buzz avec son coéquipier Izu, et du coup, bah, vu qu'on a un temps d'avance sur les autres, on a tout simplement envie de continuer. And I want to ask you another question this time, a bit more specific. Who's gonna be in your team the main character at Champs Paris? Is it gonna be you, Buzz? Is it gonna be one of your teammates, maybe? Tell me.
Main character, co?
주인공이 이 우리 팀에서 누굴지, 버즈 선수일지 아니면 누굴까요?
Nebuď smutný.
저는 개인적으로 저희 팀 막내 DH 선수가 주인공이지 않을까. 우승한다면 첫 챔스 첫 우승이기 때문에 DH 선수 그래서 DH 선수가 주인공이지 않을까 싶습니다.
I would say our youngest teammate DH because this is his first champ and taking that first champ's title, it would have to be DH.
So he's gonna have, you know, that bit of a rookie era, right? Du coup, qui est peut-être pour toi le main character de ces Champions Paris dans ton
main character to bude.
Je pense dire mon coéquipier DH, c'est le rookie, c'est le plus jeune de l'équipe et pour son premier international, j'aimerais trop le voir soulever un trophée. Last question, we're gonna see.
Už tam budeš, máš brýle? Tam všichni jsou brýlatý, kámo, ne si všimneš. Kámo, fakt prostě většina lidí mají brýle, kámo. A nebo už jsou po operaci, nebo mají čočky. Ale nic ty monitory nedělají, kámo, to se neboj. Neboj se, že by ty monitory ti vypálily oči do sračky, kámo, to se neboj.
어퍼에서 만나지 않을까 싶습니다.
I would say the American champions G2 would take the win.
Určitě, kámo, ani jeden z mých rodičů nenosili brýle, ale já nosím brýle, kámo. To je čirá náhoda, že zrovna já nosím brýle, kámo. I když jakoby k tomu nemám ani moje babi, ani děda, ani máma, ani táta, nikdo nenosil brýle, kámo. Vypálil jsem si, kámo, prostě oči do sračky. A co jako, vole, je 10 hodin? Je 10 hodin, kámo. Není to přejmenovat stream. Díky boji jsou ty laserové operace, vole. Jak bych byl cooked, alias uvařený. Bylo to worth it? Teprve to bude worth it, kámo. A počkej, přejmenovat stream. Chci hodit obrázek, chat. Mám na každý zápas ready obrázek. Come on, streamer, come on. O tom to je. YouTube streamer, come on. Tak jsem viděl jak ve 4K před 3 rokama, musel si portit brýle. Jo, to je prostě život, kámo. Ani nevadí, ty bude ani. Když si nájdeš, který ti sedí, kámo. A co to mám ale na těch brýlích dneska, no? Co to je, kurva? Co to je za šmouhu do píči? Co to je? To je nějaký stín, vole? Víš to? Co to je? Kámo. Odkud to jde? Jo, to je zvenku, kámo, stín. To je zvenku stín, čum. Už to je pryč. Co to kurva bylo, kámo? Pome, vole, teďko zápas plný kradení. Píčo, ale na to, že byly 2 mapy, jako trvalo dlouho jak zmrt. 2 mapy hrály 3 hodiny, kámo. Takže dobře, 1,5. Na Coinbase může získat slime gambady. Píče, to má docela pěkný to gambady. Čo jako pilot? Ne, není, kámo. Není unban. Není s nima řeč. Akt 6 competitive map rotation. Ascend Lotus out, Pearl split in. Oh, ty píčo. Ty píčo, tak to nevím, kámo, jestli jsem fanoušek. Oh. Pearl split in. Ascend Lotus out. Lotus mi nevadí, že je out, ale že Ascend je out. Místo reworku aspoň nějakýho malýho. A Pearl split. Vem si, budeš mít celý den, kámo, kdy budeš hrát Pearl a split. Kovový mrtky, kámo. A není tam Breeze, jasný, ani Fracture. Ale kurva, Split. Split mě může hulit, ty vole. Ascent out, možná budou Ascent předělávat. Ok, nikdy jsem chat. Mirai. Ano. Není Mirai nic.
I kind of want to do these out of order, but I'm going to start with this one. Never have I ever won a three-peat championship.
Co je three-peat? Co je three-peat? Co je three-peat?
I mean, I haven't.
Oh. You haven't?
I haven't.
Damn,
I won one.
You know what it feels like?
I mean, I kind of know what it feels like through you guys.
Right? You were there.
I was definitely there. So, you know what? I'm going to turn mine over, bro. I have to.
You have.
I did it.
He's a three-time champ.
No, I didn't do it. But anyways, let's go to the next one. Never have I ever missed a practice without a good reason.
Hell no.
Missed a practice?
I don't think so.
Nah.
Are you kidding?
Jak jako missed the practice?
Well, all right, so what's your, like, what was one of the situations?
No, maybe I miss practice if, like, I wake up late or something, you know, just getting extra sleep in, but...
Have you ever missed one with, like, without a good reason? Like, you just, like, decided to just troll one day?
No, dude, we're hard workers.
Damn.
Should I lie? Should I give a good story?
Yeah.
Dude, one time I was partying all night and Josh called. He said we have practice. I said, hell no, Josh, I'm not coming, and I didn't even show up.
I feel like
a Haluzie bere to, že zaspí,
I'm honest with you, bro. All right, next one.
Jakože dobrý reason.
Lied about my rank. I've never lied about my rank.
What the fuck, kámo. Nemusíš lhat do piči.
Been good. Next. Yep. Never have I ever drank out of the stage 2 trophy.
I don't think I have.
To jsem viděl, to týpek dělal na streamu.
I may have drank out of it.
What did it taste like? Did it taste a little metallic? Or?
I'm not gonna lie, my stomach was a little messed up after.
I'm sure, but you got some paint in your stomach.
Co ti jebe, kámo?
I might need to get checked out.
What cereal did you eat?
To je kokot, kámo.
Protein Cheerios. Protein Cheerios.
You had about a gallon of milk in there.
I put way too much milk in that. I swear I put too much milk in there.
Can we air a side piece of him drinking out of it right now?
yeah, I give you guys permission to cut that in, me drinking out of the trophy. But dude, that thing is deeper than I thought it was gonna be, bro.
Didn't you put the milk first?
All right, come on, man. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Crazy.
All right, never have I ever put milk first into cereal.
That's not a real question.
I swear it's right here.
Ne, asi kámo, čet. Jestli je tady nějaký psychopat, co první dává mlíko a potom máš cereálie, tak kámo.
You know that was the first time I ever did that? I feel disgusted with myself.
I don't believe
it was the first time I've done that. You know,
it looked natural. Were you just so locked
like you were just like, all right, milk, cereal.
He was so locked in the
I'm so embarrassed. I'm actually so embarrassed right now. I was so geeked out about like having the trophy and what I was.
Já tak dělám.
I could.
Že první dáš mlíko a potom máš cereálie. Proč, kámo?
I mean, you know, since you want to go there, since you're trying to bully me. All right.
Že jaký dobrý pocit zalit cereálie.
Hey, yo, you got an ace for Trent too. Hey, yo, you just dab me up, bruh. Dab me up, yo.
I haven't used my thing. What do I?
So basically,
I haven't gotten an ace before myself.
No, so you see that up there?
I have not. All right.
I have not.
Yeah.
No,
all right, right there. Is good.
That's good. That's great.
Nemám rád rozpuštěné cereálie.
There you have it. That was never have I ever.
Kámo, tam je rozdíl třeba 4 vteřiny, kámo. 4 vteřiny. Než položíš to mlíko, vezmeš žíčku a začneš jíst. To se ti nestihne rozpustit, kámo.
Have never done a desk with Doug and Tombiz. Have I?
That can't be true.
I don't think the three of us have. We have?
Yeah, we did the lower final in Iceland.
Oh.
There you go.
I was there?
Brother.
I don't remember.
There you go.
Just like that?
Yeah, easy.
That was
it's because I missed it, you know.
Wait,
It made me very sad.
The NRG one or the loud one? I don't remember. At some point.
It was ice. It was definitely.
Mám spolu, si dá mlíko, do něj granko a až pak cereálie.
Welcome back, you too.
Tady to jinak nesmí. Mlíko, granko a cereálie. To už je ty pičo sladká bomba, jak zmrt.
Have you?
Quite a few times.
I too have seen them play quite a few times.
That's not Shanghai.
No, but at Shanghai, yes. You were there.
Yes.
Yeah, we were there. How did it go?
Oblič Vangel, co ti jebe, kámo. Maturuješ si jezení cereálí, kámo.
For a little while, For
Wait,
G2
whose side are you
until
on?
it didn't. I'm speaking more historically.
Okay.
Than anything else right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for this matchup. I'm super excited for the rematch.
Benji dal tweet, že zapomněl toho medvěda na hotelu.
Almost all of stage 2 due to health reasons.
A jestli někdo z crowdu ho má, jestli by ho mohl bučit mu na walkout.
But here is the thing I think we have to explain to everybody that is watching. First of all, Doug, what is the golden era? And second of all, I guess to Tom as well after this, can we really say that G2 are currently in their golden era if they have not won anything globally? I'll start with you, Doug.
I don't think that that's a disqualifier to that.
But what is the golden era? What does that mean?
Plnit cereály, druhé mlíko, ale ne moc, obojí a posledně doplňovat. Vy jste takový jedlíci, chat?
Performed well internationally. They've performed well domestically.
I have a separate question.
Yeah.
So back in the day, were DRX in a golden era?
That's on DRX's marketing because I mean, that feels like a miss.
They won
There's a
everything
biscuit.
domestically and then finished 5th to 6th.
Yeah, that feels like a marketing miss on their team.
See, that sounds like a no, but he doesn't want to say it.
Kind of tough on them.
But is that where you sit though, Tom? You don't believe in this golden era title?
No, if you don't win an international trophy, it honestly doesn't mean much.
A global trophy.
Or global, yes. If you don't win a global trophy, it's all for nothing. The build-up is to get to these international events. You play against the best in the world. And sure, it means something that you are that good regionally, but for me, a golden
G2 jsou statisticky nejlepší tým.
They have performed, and look, we've been around the game long enough to know
Stage 2? Je to stage 2, ne tohle?
Success is incredibly difficult to do and incredibly difficult to reboot on, right? Even more so, and so do I think that
to bude cinema, kámo.
because they haven't won a championship? I don't think that that's necessarily true. I also think the beautiful thing about this golden era that they're in is that they genuinely could not give two flying flips about what anyone else thinks about whether or not they're in their golden era, because that's how they carry themselves.
I mean, they did
right?
put a song out called Golden Era that they all sang in.
I mean, they carry themselves as guys who are like, yeah, I mean, we know what we're about and really don't. Trent, the timing is bad here, brother.
Trent, he's looking for his ace.
Wow. I thought he was looking for an international trophy.
Can we say global? Can we please say global trophy? Because the domestic leagues are called international leagues. You're frying my brain right
now. They're domestic. That's a domestic trophy.
I'm inclined to agree with you, but alas,
we're not. Do you want to get in trouble with Brian? Because I will snitch on you. But for me here, for me it's the golden era. I put a question mark after that. But I do think if they win a global trophy, they will definitively be in their golden era. I don't think you can dispute that. And a lot of that, Tom, comes down to Lee, who they sorely missed for a reason. He's just so good.
Yeah, the thing is, he comes back in and they look almost flawless. I think they were. He came back into the team. The thing that's so impressive with this squad, though, that even though he is a phenomenal player, he's definitely going to add a lot in this tournament. When they were playing with Baby,
jak to říct, tohle je reprezentativní platforma a Kick je ta stoka, kámo, kde se děje všechno ostatní.
Does show how much depth this squad has as a whole.
Takže pokud chceš se vidět ve stoce, tak vždycky po tomhle. Takže cca dneska tak v 9. Dneska tak v 9. Ale zlatá stoka, to je zlatá stoka, kámo. Stoka plná zlata.
You know, like I was on and off like in the hospital and stuff like that, so like I couldn't be sure if I'd get better by in time, but I mean I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that I'm back to health, you know, good health. And I mean, it's just always fun playing an event. I missed EWC because of the health reasons that I had, so being able to play at an international is like always fun.
Well, it is really, really good to see you here. Another question, though. I just have to ask, can you clear the air? Because this guy over here, what
Baby
is
Bay tam je, ne?
Is he a caster? Is he a
Baby Bay,
player? Is he a content creator? Who is he?
He's our vibes merchant, you know, but I'd say he's if I'm being quite honest. You know, I mean, we've seen him on the server, but out of the server, he's also helping us too. So.
Kámo, a jak to, že tady to je v pohodě, vole? A normálně mi Francouzi říkají, že to je racist. Nebo chápeš? Nemají rádi, když jim řekne, že jsou, kámo, jako já to neříkám, jo, ale... A když někomu, když Francouzi by řekl, že vole, ať si jde dát bagetu, tak se zblázní, podle mě. A ty baget tady nosí. Ale má tu čepici, Benji. Někdy mu jí dal, vole.
given how playoffs went?
I think so. I think that it was.
On má koronovou chorobu, oh shit, kámo, oh shit. Jak to není ani jako curable, ne, no piči. To máš prostě celý život, jakoby. Akorát to můžeš to, ne, zmírnit. Tak to je chudák jak svině, kámo.
They fell off a cliff. And I think that the good thing now is they've had the time to recover. I don't think
to je jedna z nejhorších věcí pro něco jde mít, kámo. To je fakt shit, no. Vypadal strašně, že, ale Riens dal glow up. Se říká, že vlasy jsou jak make-up pro týpky, ne? Dajem bagetu do pusy, no. A má tu Mikinu, ta je dobrá jak svině, ta Mikina, kámo. To je ten merchant, je objednaná. Je objednaná, že to už je na cestě, doufám. Kámoška, to vypadá comfy jak kokot. Taková plná je ta Mikina, vole. Je kožíšek, vole.
Now they are here, they can get out of groups, they can make a run, because their group is not exactly the easiest. But what I will say though, despite all of their ups and downs...
Druhá nemám dvě, bohužel, kámo, jedna stojí 2,5.
Riens?
Za stolik to nesype ten kick.
Tell me about why we love Riens so much.
Well, the fun thing with this roster is I'd say that you've got 3 players who are incredibly explosive, up and down, sometimes here, sometimes not. And then you have what I like to call the safe pair of hands, and that is Riens. You put him in a clutch, he's probably going to win it. He's fantastic with his utility. I think if it wasn't for someone like Leo, we would be talking about him as the best of all time. Like, he is so...
Legit, kámo, to říkám furt, že Riens je prostě Leo. Riens je prostě náhražka za Lea, legit. Má vůp na ruce! My fucking goat! Čum! Čum! Vidíte, chat, jsem kámo na správné cestě. Na správné cestě, kámo. Ani dnes jsem nevěděl, že nosí, vole. Mini říkal, že to mají všichni, kámo, no. Mini říkal, že to tam jako měli všichni, vole, loni. Z mates. Že tam si uděláš skupinu a coach ti může sledovat. A nevím, měli ty vůpiny, měli aura ringy. Ale můžeš tam udělat skupinu a tam coach může vidět, kámo, prostě to, jak se ostatní vyspali, kámo. A má 2 ruce, jak já? Yes. I kárečka. A co jako? I tenhle týpek.
Now this matchup seems familiar. I think you guys have, figured out G2, but are you convinced that you still have their number?
It's been a pretty long time since we played against each other, but I think we've changed.
Benjy's glow up needs to be studied, by the way.
But of who's changed for the better. So I guess we'll find out today.
Ooh, very interesting words. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
My humble goat, kámo. My humble goat. Vy se nebarví na fresh? Však tohle je dobrý, kámo. Mně se tohle líbí. Jsem divnej? Mně se líbí, kámo, jenom z části obarvený tmavý vlasy. I na typkách třeba. Co dělají často, ne? Když si dáš jenom tady to vepředu, vole. Ale i na typcích to vypadá to. Přijde, že má nejlepší formu, co kdy měl Benji, vole.
Tom, do you what the hell is happening?
On to má odrostlý. Looks the same. Co to je GPR? Co to je GPR? Co to je GPR? Global Power Rating, něco takovýho, proč mají Heretics tak nízký? Jsem jak tím objednal, tu Champions. Tu, co má ten duck tady, ode mnou. Tady tu, ode mnou, jak má ty jak Mikinu. Vypadá sick, kámo, ještě na zimu, ty píčo, jak to vypadá tě za hře. No nic. No nic. Zápas, na který tady čekám celý den. Zavolejte mamku, babičku, kámoše. Tohle rok dozadu je tohle, by the way, Grand Finals match a máme to v grupě. Máme to v grupě, kámo, ale oni by to mohli legit Grand Finals.
era. I cannot believe this is the first game we get to see for both of these teams at Champs. It is a huge matchup, and this map pool is going to be very interesting. G2 is almost
shorout! Rinc na shorout, ty kokote! Kámoško, klipovací tlačítko, vole, zhoří. To schoří to tlačítko, kámoško. Jebe. Bude hrát sovu nebo fejtku? Let's see.
I do think Heretics are in a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because you're picking poison, right? Yeah. What are you going to pick? The map that they're 4-1 on instead of 5-0? Like
their best map is the third map in the series, so if they can get there, this really comes into a very, very interesting game. Not like any of these.
Ahoj Vašek, čau Karel Křídlo.
I'm so surprised they didn't insta-pick Haven. I thought maybe they wouldn't think about that too much and just go with what they're comfortable with. But the thing is, this is not the first time Heretics has done this. They permaban Ascent for a whole year and then went through like 4 weeks in a row of just picking Ascent.
It is also worth noting though that Haven for G2, teams have only managed to get 5 rounds versus them the last 3 times they played it. So I think it also look at your opponent and goes, okay, I don't want to just go into a risk.
I do respect it.
Budou formu. Wood je generational, kámo.
They can seem a bit daunting, but then you have to remember all of that was domestic.
Když vypadlo na vy, Imagine tady sedí Aleš, kámo, Imagine tady sedí Aleš. Ima stál na židli celý zápas.
Sure, that's my hot take. They were blasted, so were G's too. I kind of want to talk a little bit though about what I'm sort of expecting to see in Corrode. I love seeing Woot's Waylay.
Yeah,
I think it's such a huge part of their setups. They had some really cool ideas, especially on the defensive side. The problem they had though was their attack.
Woot Waylay to nechceš potkat, no. To nechceš nasrat, kámo.
I definitely think there's holds to be found, and I believe at least the last time we saw it, Jorg was also playing that.
Red Bull is for commercial.
2 players I think are going to be incredible on that agent.
Yeah, sorry, I've been derailed because we just watched Baby Bay struggle with the fridge for 30 seconds.
And then flex.
And then he, nails it. If that's not quintessential Baby Bay, like, I mean, that
I'm not being funny, but Weber would never struggle with that. Weber would never flex, but he could definitely...
Čau, Hare Christ, a Vašku píšu poprvé, ale jen nechci dát vědět, že si první creator, kvůli kterému mám v plánu si na Kick vytvořit účet. Come on, chlape, come on. To mě těší. Hele, je to úplně stejný jak Twitch. Jenom zelený. A je tam lepší kvalita obrazu a zvuku, mají lepší kodek. Jestli si na to potrpí.
Especially when the likelihood is the Viper on the other side will be Leaf, who is consistently a demon on anything you put him on. Leaving him on the
plus tam máme jakoby shop, kam dávám battle passy a další itemy, ale to už by musel být velký fajn šmeker, aby tě zajímaly tvoje ty věci. Mini do studia, vidíš Miniho v chatu? Já ne.
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, we'll see. We'll
nice,
see. Tom, I love what you were just saying on setting up Leaf 2 because my eyes do go.
On si fénuje ruku.
Not just because of some of the stuff you were just talking about, but because again, he had missed so much time. True. He just rejoined. What kind of form is he in? We saw that he looked really good in playoffs.
Nic, Mira jde na to, vole.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not worried at all. I think Leaf is gonna drop 30 kills, like no lie. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if we get anything different. Will we get the continuation of Waylay here at Champs that everybody's
Rien's Fate, Trend Fate, ty kokos. Wood Viper? On je dobrá Viper, ale kámo, oni neví. Wood hrál dlouho Viper v těch tureckých týmech.
Jonah blocking in the Sage is
ten Heretics Compy Generational. Heretics Compy je víc konzistentní než dešování se, no. I get it. I get it. Komu fandíš, Benjimu? Oni hráli 4krát a 3krát prohráli, jo? Oni hrajou Rejsku, Vladi si myslí, že jsou Alexi.
Yeah, I think we've touched a bit on
pěkně obliž Vangel.
just like that. Fallon as well is an X factor for me on G2.
Well, this could be the best match we've had yet, and I've got just the casters for the
Takže to já s tím souhlasím. This could be the best match we had yet. Přepnu na to barvičku tady trošku. Už začíná být tady to. Come on, fellas. Intro na YouTube, to je jasný. Na to na Benjyfishyho? Kamos. Tak. Pojď do mě. Čau, Roman. Pojď do mě, bejku. Takže.
But since then, at least domestically, absolute dominance. Fourth place at Toronto, but still that trophy elusive.
Zdravím všichni blázni na YouTube. První zápas Benjyho na Champions 2025 proti G2. Possible Grand Finale minulého roku. Absolutní cinema, nejlepší zápas zatím, co máme v Group Stage. Come on, fellas. Na nejnovější mapě Road, kde budeme krás line-upy. Od Trenta a Irience. Dobrý youtuberský intro chat, jak Buckstrix. Jak Buckstrix. Dobrá paranoja. Frenzinka, tam viděl jsem správně.
Grabwell also complicating things for G2 as they try and wrest control back, but they're down to Jonah and Leaf.
Chat tady, Rienstech, elbow, to okno, tady nahoře, vpravo. Uvidíte Rience, jak bude hrát elbow a bude házet po reveal jakoby afterplant. For real.
Has a wall to work with, but very tricky situation to navigate down this one versus.
Musel být anglicky. Yo guys! New video, new Roblox video. I'm so excited to show you this Roblox mode, the max level, max Roblox level. Netuším, kam actually, o čem dělal jako Buckstrix videa v té angličtině.
This is a fascinating first map though. The desk were highlighting exactly why. This is one where G2 have played 3 different comps in Americas and have lost with all of them. This is their
normálně. Testosteronový král, kamo. Testosteronový král.
Bizarre. The Rays make it away back into the composition as well.
Jo, ještě že byl ten nejšpatný, kámo, to mohl být triple kill, jedním nejdem. Here he come. And Seas byl huge. Co to je za nákup od Heretics, kámo? 5 vrtáků. 5 vrtáků, a 5 Richard Shieldů. 4. Is this some new tech? 5 vrtáků. Co pak budu dělat na bonus, kámo?
And gets on out here. G2 so far have staved Heretics off of this B side of the map and have scaled into some degree of mid control with a big push by Leaf off of the A side.
Yeah, Heretics, who, by the way, have gone for that 5 stinger buy, but perhaps early ideas of going with some pace were just slowed down by G2 having both the Fade and the Sage on this B side.
Benji hraje nejvíc na zvuky ze všech lidí, co znám. Tak Benji hraje nejvíc na zvuky ty deadmatche, takže good luck. Když ho potkáš, no, good luck.
Tension in the air now, as you know, in a couple of moments, Heretics are looking to test this. They got that better weaponry. It's stingers for all of them. Very NA-coded buy-up. And Minibu's going to get straight onto the site. Trent at least goes 1 for 1.
Co dál, kámo, tím klasikem.
Now that's going to put the fear of God in these guys. And then Trent! With an absurdly high floor, even on their worst days, get it done with the classics.
G2 of all teams with 5 stingers.
Crazy work.
They know exactly how to deal with that, and I suppose this round it's just simply not missing in the sight.
Baby Bay, kámo. To je cinema, vole.
They line up for Trent. Oh my god.
Kámo, to jsou totální content, to je totální content team ty G2, fakt to je content team. Ale ne, to i Trent to hraje takhle, kámo. Bože, to je tak na piču mapa. Já se chtěl naučit něco novýho, zajímavýho, kámo, on tady bude sedět na top midu celou hru a bude fulit cenu. Pičo.
He's had enough He's got the Guardian into
Benji nádheralu zas.
first tap.
Mid control already, they look at Jorg, taking that space.
To ten reveal máme, chat.
Now he's going to have to
Ten
reconsider.
reveal máme.
That B side has opened up though. Benjyfishy on that attack side. Always good to crack open a loose side.
Now just trying to
Dobrý sak, po druhý.
Nebulas to cross, but it's a very well-timed siege that comes through from Trent to deny the ability of Heretics to scale into that site.
Plenty of time to work with for Heretics and decided to cancel on that B. Slowed down a little too long by that C's maybe. Now they need to re-clear mid.
Jordan mid peek, kámo.
Sees the Marshall shot whistle past his left ear. Has an Odin in hand, but needs smoke coverage.
It does get hit by
Enterprise mě označil.
just 50 HP. Balin on the open face.
Rienzo, sorry chat. Fokus
That's not good
nahoru.
enough against this weak buy. That's a gun recovered now potentially.
A lot of center util over on
Ukaž
the
ty
side of the
trapy.
map here, but someone has to be there to take advantage. It's Trent, who's already knocked down to 49. Heretics now.
Co?
Dangerous though with Trent through the wall. Cuts Rians down.
OK, nový věci. I s Odinem se tady přiučím. All good.
Just boo with a rather Sheriff. At least he's been able to go up to a Guardian.
All good.
Down. Trent still needs to do something about this. Boo's gotten in there. Leaf and Jordan now looking to play together. Off the satchel, off the bomb buddy.
Co? What, kámo?
Sticks the landing.
3 kola a už si nemá jako viděl jsem správně, on se sečil 0 na sečlu, co letěl v letu jakoby. On hodil sečl, ten sečl ještě nedopadl, on skočil a pak se bouncel jakoby. Nebo kámo už dopadl ten sečl, vypadalo to dobře jak si viděl, kámo. Čum. Jo, kámo.
That was honestly pretty savage.
To je kokot.
Go to the Sheriff and swing out wide instead for the one tap.
No nic, kámo. To byl dobrý spam, no to byl dobrý spam s těma trapama, to je actually clever jak si.
And the trip, so they're lit up with the Odin. Yeah, that's why G2 were just happy to play other sides of the map. They have all this info on A with the.
A to můžeš i ze sajtu do toho linku fullit prostě, a to nikdo nedělá, no.
Maybe that's part of the reason why they brought Cypher back in here, playing off those kill trips now, which that much more deadly on a map with thin walls like this.
To mapa je heavy CT side, jo, takže nedělám závěry žádný, ale ty ideas jsou insane, kámo. Ideas jsou actually insane.
So much obnoxious wall spam, which the Cypher really does benefit off of with the cam. That is one nice little perk of having the edge.
What?
What?
To asi nechtěl, kámo. To asi nechtěl.
Science cannot explain what is happening with this.
Jaký angle?
What is happening? I don't know what I'm looking at.
Jonah really, you know, with the
content jak piča, kámo.
slant on Corrode here. Yeah, even
Jak tam levituje ten pís, vole, co to je?
I mean, in the meantime, here comes Minibu, dimensional drift, while the rest of the team are just perplexed as to what's happening.
Double Odin. To dělají NRG, no, to je jedno.
No, it's just G2's utility usage. Here's the Nightfall though, cutting onto the site. 2 players caught by the paranoia, tucked in the corner. Balin strides out, Minibu is down. Here comes Trent, looking to mow them down, but the sheer wall will prevent them.
Tohle ten spam je taky nechutný, kámo, to jsem taky už viděl. Antiplant spam, prostě z CT.
Balin spotted out as well, so they get the info on an
crazy,
player. Real's 1 kill away from the Nightfall just in case, but surely the man.
Čím on nemá kde hrát, tak všichni spamujou, on nemá kde hrát.
Spammable spots after having stuck the plant. Brian steps up. Nicely done. Wood will chime in here and Trent is going to be
well
meticulous from Team Heretics, but they bust over
Jak
the
řve?
side.
That dimensional drift got a lot.
Rozebíračka jak kokot.
Attempting to go for the flood as soon as Heretics got into the site. That was the Nightfall coming out from Trent. There was a paranoia from Elbow as well.
A kdyby se mu to povedlo, tak vidí přes tu volu jakoby do B mainu.
Team Heretics just play that so well, being able to dodge out the flood and then get some good post-plant setups.
I think that boost, the boost up gives Jonah a look over the wall in B main, most likely. Off we go round number 5 here.
Oh, right on.
And that's mid-lockdown.
Little unnecessary to get the headshot through the wall, but we'll take it for the style
That's sending
points.
a message, I feel.
Plus 10 aura.
Jo, Pepo, no, prostě
Jaw just waiting in the smoke with Valen over.
nenasypali playoff pro Heretics.
Can really take their time here, however. Minibu, maybe with an opportunity on another. I think Jonah might have just gotten the spot. Maybe he popped up on the minimap. Hard to say, but aware either way.
Bought some time and will be able to fall back towards that elbow position. But Heretics naturally.
Jeden na Valorant, to jsou mastodonti.
In this round. There's Miniboo. Yeah, all comes up a little bit too slow for Jonah's liking. And that'll leave it all on Leaf for that B site. As a can to work with, so it could be a little bit more passive. But now G2 getting exploratory.
To je smetánka Valorantu tohle.
He has the bayonet fixed in place and Valen is on the receiving end.
LG to jsou prostě multimilionáři, kam proti sobě tam, vole.
Level of bait for Jaw in the corner, but just the classic does some damage, can't net the kill.
Kámo, kolik Chrisa Englů zabrali ty G2. Kámo, on dal už 4 killy klasikám Valentu tu hru.
Honestly, he's getting it with some decent pace. He might be able to catch them off while they're trying to plant.
Zase má timing. Furt dobrý movement. Oh. Kámo, co se děje? Co to mají za štěstí na ty line-upy, kámo?
37 health left for Benji.
To byl první triple kill vrtákem ever, vole, kdyby se mu to povedlo.
I mean, that was their chance to get their cap to, I mean, damn near capped out for a few players.
Ježiši. Ježiši.
Because Valen gets a two-piece on the weak players, that... At least they're, you know, still excited they won the round. I was holding my breath, but... Oh my god, what is that tap?
Off the rip, and it's the Yoru.
Off the rip, kámo. Zealousys.
Yeah. Heretics' ability to cover the map adequately, severely limited with the loss of that duelist.
Any hopes of using Miniboo to pressure up mid as a effort while they split into B for main? Well, that is nullified.
And that allows for an eventual walk down and insertion by a G2 player to punish a rotate later. Boo, rather, still sitting bottom mid.
Heretics, they really have no intention of committing to the site. They know that it's of the utmost importance. They remove that Cypher utility first.
Jsou to dva nejlepší týmy, já tím asi co hrajou proti sobě.
Rians is just queuing up that Nightfall for a moment. That could certainly turn the tides.
It depends where that really goes. There's actually no anchoring players on the site for G2.
I mean, it may just allow them timing to get the spike down, but that might be it, however, in G2. They are getting in position right now. Look at Jaw, he's over at elbow. They might flood back in.
Leaf unaffected by that by the looks of things. Haunt is cleared. Jawgemo here up in tower, and the spam is a problem. Second kill through smoke of the round for Valen. Whoop down to 4. He steps
up. Benji, kámo, se dobře vyspal.
Jaw trying to time this. In theory to disrupt a plant. Quite a game for G2's duelist so far.
Nejdí se dobrý.
Stack here overall at elbow position. Paint shells, a tickle. Boo down to 61.
Myslím, že bude lepší.
This is really going to come down to Benji. He is the healthy player. He's tucked in the corner.
Mám málo životů, to by měli retaknout G2, ale matematicky. A ještě svítí. To je, jak se rozsvítili. Ještě resujou, kámo. Mají hodně respekt z Benjiho. Vysral, vole. Mám feeling, že další kolo bude rychlý, kámo, bude change of the pace, kámo, tohle bylo úplně pomaličký, nevyšlo to, tak jako bude rychlý. Co, kurva? Co tím?
You've gotten into the engine room of your opponent's side. Valen right now, top fragging in the server with 9. He individually was such a stand.
Uklidni se, kámo. Cinema.
MVP, of course.
It almost felt like he took it upon him.
400 blounder na YouTube, díky moc. Sage, alebo Vipo. Tady ten English Vipo je by the way strašně OP, vole, i na rankedu. Kámo, nic spolu nemluví, on mu to ničí a on si to ničí taky. No scope. OK, kámo. Tak to je humus, co tady ten týpek dělá, vole. Tak to je humus, kámo. Každý kolo, každý druhý kolo minimálně. Ukazují nějaký nový play, vole.
Giving up mid. Leaf is
Benji tam holdí offengle, by the way, se podíváš, Benji vidí jakoby hlavičku tam, kde stojí, vole.
Jaw pretty committed in the sight, but has the showstopper when the actual hit comes through, ready to fight at this choke. Oh, buddy, that's scary.
Ty piči, ten movement, kámo, je strašně pěkný.
Benji at least able to get some value back in that exchange. And Minibu deep.
Blaze it, však i v CSku máš to. Non-fit hráče. Wallbang? No, kryje na tom wallbangu, viděl jsi to, no, kryje na tom wallbangu. On plentí to trochu jinde, aby nemohl dostat wallbang.
Allow the rest of the team to rotate over and then go for that 4-on-3, trade things
I ve Valorantu máš normálně trenéry, vole, performance coache, všechno, ale tak jakoby nedonutíš týpky ve volném čase jít do fitka, když fakt nechtějí, kámo. Některým to bohužel zkazí performance z nějakého důvodu. Když celý život necvičí a pak začnou cvičit, tak hrajou hůř. Bohužel. No to je bo. Oh.
What a beautiful retake. This is just Valorant at its best from G2. Everything they do there is so patient and tactical. From that slow up from Jonah into Link, there's that jump spot from Jonah. He gets the position of Benji in the corner. They're still waiting. Then from the shadows from Valen, gets tucked into the corner, close choke, gets the info on Boo, then they push out together. Every second that they've got in that retake, they maximize all of them to get the info on the players and go in.
They're fully aware.
So well done.
That Benji is tucked in that corner. So Jonah and Trent just draw his...
On říkal, že v CSku to je ještě horší. Já nekoukám CSku, že nevím, jakoby, jestli tento take je pravdivý nebo ne. Ale prostě...
But they have him as the wild card.
It's a Sage wall. Over here at
Já si prostě části to je individuální, no. V tom e-sportu. Že prostě nedonutíš týpka chodit do fitka, nežrat sračky. Když prostě fakt týpek nechce. Na normálních sportech chápeš, to nemůžeš dovolit, ale v tom e-sportu to je vlastně prostě ve finále jedno. Čauko, Míšo. Kámo, Korut je heavy dev. Korut je jedna z nejvíc dev map, actually. Takže to, že mají 3 kola Heretics je docela good. Dobrý sak, kámo. Narval jsem tam Heretics. Ty pičo, tak to si mago. G2 mají nejlepší staty na světě, actually, v té stage 2. Ale jakože můžou překvapit Heretics. Já se nevím, koho bych dal kam v tom zápase. Jo, však jo, Venco, ale tak... To na Indy, to je konverzace na Indy, kámo. Mě to vysvětlovat nemusíš, jo. Já se snažím hejbat celý život, nějak. Pan Koběrský psal na Patreon, že investice do Heretics se vyplatí. Tak to potom jo. Tak jestli to říkal pan Ondra Koběrský.
They have more than enough tools to convert a buy round.
Mám otevřít HLTV a proskrolovat ty fotky těch hráčů a podívat se, kolik z nich je overweight a kolik ne. Ty jsi skeleton, tak ono je těžký, kámo, nevypadá tak skeleton, když máš 190 cm, kámo. A mě třeba nebaví jíst, prostě to je v píči, kámo, mě prostě nebaví jíst, kámo, nevím.
A year where this team has had really high expectations after back-to-back second-place finishes at Globals in 2024, and it was that year where they had no expectations going into it.
Já jim vždycky, když mám hlad, kámo, a ten mám málo, takže to je prostě... A cíním se po piči, takže dobrý, vole, dám si tady, kámo, Miraje, vole, jednoho. Pojďme zpátky do hry. No, Rienz Odin attack, kámo, tak to musí být nějaký set piece. To musí být nějaký set piece na afterplan nebo něco, kámo. To není dobrý, vole, jakoby nechceš špíkovat s Odinem. Je to nějaký set piece, to je spam, to je plant a spam. Je plant do rohu a spam, čum. Co to kurva je, kámo? To jsou úchylové skurvený, kámo, on tam bude stát v mainu a fulit ten roh. Tak to je úchylárna jak kokot. No, tohle je definice non-FPS hry, tohle není FPS hra, kámo. A to, že jsem mu blokl ten nade, actually huge. Ten nade, kdyby se mu neblokl, tak to je problém, no. Tam je Sag, Odin spam. Jako tohle je 100% win rate kolo, no. Tohle je 100% win rate kolo, kámo.
Leaf at least can stave him up, but you can't argue with that setup from Heretics. Centimeter perfect.
Yeah, straight out of the timeout, they just come in with a big ult
Astra OP. A na rankedu tohle nezduplikuješ, víš proč? Protože každý skurvenec ti instapick neklouf. Bohužel.
Jeez, not too shabby for Miniboo, nearsighted and everything.
Yeah, and the Miniboo is able to just fight within the pit. He gets one, teleports away. They have the shear wall for the flank, which G2 rightly tried to exploit in that situation.
Zepnu si to.
Having a couple people push
for the
through,
content
the
to clipu.
dog gets divided, Trent's picked off alone. Exactly.
Jo, já jsem viděl někoho na Eko tam hrát, Pablo. Na těch Champions tam někdo hrál na Eko. Jako defender tam seděl, koukal si před sebe jakoby na side. A skočili mu před ksicht, no, a dal prostě free kill.
Cleared early by Jonah, who fall back to pocket.
Now Rienz has got an Odin of his own on this attack side as Heretics make a lot of noise early on a main.
No comment, Jax, no comment.
That extremity control. The other one currently under the watchful eye of Jaw, who
to je halus, Pablo, kámo. Já to taky nevol ale na to. Na druhou stranu, já to taky nevol za atak vůbec ten růžek. To úplně ignoruju, kámo. Si říkám, že kdo by tam byl, kurva. Odin za atak po druhé, chat, tak schválně. Hej, to elbow pro wallbanguješ, šikmo, by the way. A i side pro wallbanguješ. Možná je to jenom counter Odin na Odin, kámo. Ty piče, to je tak trapný, kámo. To je tak trapný do piči. To je tak trapný, kámo. To je prostě Ascent V main, vole. Ten smoke ho dojebal. To byl Valinovo smoke, ale... To mě zajímalo, jestli ho schválně takhle vypoukli, nebo to bylo tím, že ho házel na rychlo. Možná schválně, aby tam měl tu bublinku nalevo, kámo. Ale strašně ho to dojebalo. Co ti jebe list? Dva Odiny a vypomaj, čum na ten nákup od G2, mě normálně na píču. Insta wallbang čum, ten insta wallbang někoho. Skrz tu stěnu. OK, couvnuli. Jámo. Video hra se evolvuje, no, Pablo. Zajímavým směrem. Ten nade, kámo, je generationally v piči. Takže mu je skvělej, kámo, na ty rejchce, ale ty nady jsou nejhorší. A vůbec tím není nějaký aktivovaný. Ten range tý volley, kámoško. Tak betě, vole. Valen má, kámo, generation.
Extremely slick movement there from Valen.
Včera hrál Chambra, vole, proti nám Only Vipo.
Jonah on one angle. Leaf sitting back on the side for the spam. The op brings out but gains no purchase. Jonah has to give some ground.
They'll be able to pick up elbow. 25 seconds now on the clock.
0 damage tím Odenem.
The shot here for sure. Wood brought down. Cybercage now.
Insta zapláta kejčka, kámo, insta. To je prostě, to jsou šachy, kámo. Ono ve wallbanguje. Tak ne. Není v Evropě, yes sir. 4 kola dobrý, 5 kola insane. 5 kola?
Great passive map control even with the existence of the cipher and then having the cam during those executes to ping players is quite helpful. And then on this round, G2, they just throw this aggressive walk down mid in the mix. Valen is just so sharp with his aim right now to collect those 2 kills. And then by the time Heretics can actually get into that execute on A, they're dealing with the Jonah op, the Odin, Cypher util.
Tohle je klasický reveal, ten už máme ukradený, to nic. Ale je dobrý. Čtyři kola zálev říká, který se na té mapě. Jo. I 3. Mini říkal včera, že je klidně 2. Že mu ten Valorant lately přijde strašně defense-sided všude. Jak jsou všichni lepší s tou util usage prostě a... Nehraje se like double duel. Co ti je, Odiny tady piča, co to je, kámo.
Leaf eventually is brought down. Minibu plows through him, but Heretics have suffered such great casualties.
To je humus, kámo. To je fakt humus. Já ti říkám, ty jim to tak vrátí, ty Heretics. To bude double Odin insta. Pistolky jsou strašně důležitý, strašně, kámo. V tom Valorantu aktuálně kvůli outlawům, vole. Těm bonusům, který ani nejsou bonusy.
That was a beautifully orchestrated defense from G2 with this new comp that they brought into.
Tak schválně. Co oni mají vlastně? Oni nemají na tak moc věcí, ne? Oni nemají flashe? Oni nemají flashe, kámo. G2, oni mají jenom paronu, no. Se budou muset plazit. Asi. Určitě. Uvidíme.
Heretics were able to put together a couple nice executes with the ultimates when they had access to them. But outside of that, it really was a brick wall.
Yeah, it's such an interesting comp for G2 to bring out here. Seeing the Rays make a return on Corrode of all maps. Stunning stuff. While we wait for
W tata, tam byl týpek s tatou prostě.
The special guest that has some history with these teams.
Co tam dělá Kellogg's? To ještě hraje.
At Champs Paris. My first question is going to be very simple. You're currently a mandatory player, but you used to play for Team Heretics 2 years ago, and you were playing alongside.
Porazil Tenze za Team Heretics.
Did you already feel that he had, you know, that great IGL spirit? Tu as joué avec vous il y a déjà 2 ans. Aujourd'hui, tu joues chez Mandatory. Est-ce que tu avais déjà senti un petit peu son esprit d'IGL, et est-ce que tu es content de voir son évolution?
Déjà, bonjour tout le monde. Bou, il a toujours été très fort. Moi, je me rappelle à mes débuts chez Heretics. Il était très fort. Je me rappelle en practice, il se mettait un peu de pression. Et me souvenir quand on avait joué sur scène, c'était sa première fois. Il avait beaucoup de pression. Donc pour moi, c'est juste normal que maintenant, il est à ce niveau-là. Il a prouvé, il va reprouver encore. Et moi, je pense que Heretics cette année peuvent aller très loin et même potentiellement. Bou, c'est vraiment un très bon IGL.
So yeah, I think Boo is definitely a great IGL. Back then, 2 years ago, maybe he was putting a little bit of pressure on himself, but now it's not the case.
Potřebuje rework, dostane, no. Ten mid bude víc ocelový.
My second question is going to be about your role. You're playing duelist for years now, but you know you're setting high standards on yourself, on your performance. So how do you remain calm in such high-stake matches? Donc, tu joues dueliste depuis tellement longtemps, je peux même plus citer le nombre de games que tu as joué en dueliste. Est-ce que tu as des petits conseils peut-être pour Minibou pour essayer
Trend, let's go G2, come on, fella.
Des conseils parce qu'il est très fort et qu'il a beaucoup d'expérience. Mais ce que je peux dire, c'est que quand on est dans une mauvaise game,
partner stream.
Toujours garder la tête haute et de se dire que ça va passer au bout d'un moment. Et maintenant, ça fait plusieurs années que Minibou, notamment lui et Julie,
If I speak, big trouble,
comment il peut faire la différence dans la game.
Definitely, I think those are wide words. He can do the difference anytime. He should just keep his head cold, and I'm sure that he's going to make it. For sure, he has been playing duelist for so long now. Merci, Kellogg's. Good luck for Ascension. And before that, we're going to see who takes the win between G2 and Team Heretics.
Now, have you been trying to sort of predict the map pool of this game between G2 and Heretics based on...
Já to nemyslím špatně, Videa, to myslím jako, že... Jsme tady pracovně, kámo, tak šup.
Defense side allows 8 rounds to be picked up. Here's your Coinbase econ report, of course. Trent, who picked up the Odin pretty early, was able to really cause headaches for Heretics as they were getting pinged out, not just only by his util, but also by the util, the can.
Ty rozhovory budou lepší časem, Pablo, určitě. Jako rozhovor s Kelloggem je jako něco, co bych klidně pásnul, no.
Comp that G2 have been able to cook up for this map. It's the 4th one that they've tried since the release of the map.
Ale je to hezký, že to je prostě jakoby, chápeš, ve Francii je to Francouz, takže kdyby to bylo v Česku, tak taky bych se podíval na rozhovor s kýmkoliv. Kamo, 2 mastodonti, jawgemo a Wood a oba dva mají prostě 0,5 KD, kamo. A 0,4. Lineups. We steal those? We steal those.
Same as the attack pistol, immediate.
Muffin rozhovor? Actually, kámo. Na jakou vzdálenost to byl Francinou?
Can work at range as well. Valen goes down. Heretics with a great opportunity to just surge right back into this game.
Objednat to, vole, papání.
They've earned off some pretty sick individual skill. Team has no shortage of that.
Slight course correction for G2, but they still have eyes for this A site. So they're going to be pitted in a 3v3 in the immediacy of this hit.
Katovice je mohly být, ne?
Sees a fair bit of action there. Dog!
What?
Central it is. Who steps out, though, secures the trade. Now Trent and League for the threats on the side. It's Rien's trying to give him space. Some jiggles from Boo. A crossfire set up here for Heretics now as Trent is trying to draw them out of formation, but they were not born yesterday. Got to get up early if you want to get to the...
They weren't born yesterday, Rien sauce.
So well-rounded. Kind of has everything you could ask for in an individual at this level.
A perfect cross.
A už se vezou, kamaráde. Outlaw Ares. Legit, Outlaw Ares. On to.
So much respect from the community,
Respect.
analysts, other pro players. He has got it all as a player. He really does. He is the complete package.
And a delightful 3K to start Heretics on the right foot here. It's supposed to be a Fibonacci sequence. How do you play hopscotch like that? And dizzy work. Anyway, a very early outlaw picked up here for Miniboo. Valen trying to play his horn, and Miniboo...
Gosh, outlaw, bulldog, sheriff.
Crashes away.
Jaw going to recover that orb, but with only classics, this should just be a slow defeat on the second rounds here.
Mě zajímá, na co šetří ten Boo. To mě zajímá, co překoupit z toho šerifka potom.
Big question marks about their ability to close out a full game of Corrode right now. This has been, as I said,
Nezdal celkový Heretics nebo tu mapu Heretics? Šautím. Tuhle mapu jsem confident, že by Heretics mohli urvat, no. Celou hru, že vyhrají? OK. Big balls, big balls. Teď máš furt voice cracky, protože mám damaged hlasivky. Actually, seriózní odpověď. Výjimečně. Život, kámo, život.
Seen a few teams, I think, just the volatility of how mid works in this map and how spammable it is. Maybe opt for something that's a little slower, a little better at carving up the map, setting the playing field to favor defenders.
As this standard wall from defense is thrown down, you can get that up on B main. Nice for retakes. Of course, you can use it to walk down mid.
Nepřikoupil to na Odin, jenom Vandal si koupil.
Right now. Oh, lovely shot. Another first blood.
Je trochu mrzí, že jsem nekoukal. Že ze shortu skákal nahoru, jo, prostě. Koukal na volt. To je crazy entry. To je crazy entry.
B, though, there's the extra player. Boo over here alongside Miniboo, who again is right where he needs to be.
G2 are temporarily stalled out. If they want to work towards A, they obviously have to contest all of that Vice utility. It's the wall in main. G2 making their way back. They need to use this dark cover to actually cross mid and a Prowler to re-clear close as well.
They have to threaten some sort of ace, but
double angle na midlink.
Thorns as well needed to happen.
To je jejich vlastní orb tohle, by the way, what? Tohle je jejich vlastní Viper orb. Na místě, kam se normálně dává attacker smoke.
Two players over at B. They don't want to risk getting caught on a rotate through mid.
Now with the teleport.
Yeah, here comes Miniboo back.
Kámo, 15 vteřin, čím na to, kolik tam je utility.
In the eye of the storm. There's a paranoia. No, hoping for more off that one.
Vlastně úzký choke pointy, čím na to, jak to je defense-sided, vole. Čím jak to je defense-sided, ta mapa. Prostě chodíš do takových choke pointů, vole. Kde tě holdí z tolika stran. Geniální, kámo. Doslova tam hodili paranoju, kámo. Největší utilita flashovací, co je ve hře, kámo. A stejně to nevezme všechno. Hodně dobrý, kámo. Navařil Riot Games. Oblíbený hráče, tak.
See if he can go 4 for 4 on first kills in this
4 for 4.
He is the player on Heretics that you want to be heating up early, to be feeling that momentum. He is a player that just takes so many liberties.
Pardon. A tohle je čistka, kámo.
Just racks up 2 kills.
Low buy.
He's one away from getting the Steel Garden even.
I mean, he is 18 frags.
Revealek byl a ten už házel. Nebo za atak byl dobrý revealek. Jestli Riancovo do Amenu, tak házel už. Klidně se oklipnu, viď?
Just no reason to fight. Don't give him an inch.
Balan's trying to cut up the side here, but Heretics still want to play together, so they do so in the smoke.
Both G2 players very weak at the moment, just going for the safest of safe plants.
Kill trip, play off the side.
Nemá trapa.
About the best thing they can do really is just try to get the plant.
Lepší než žádná trapa.
For the next round. Surely they can't close this out.
What?
Balan gets himself across the way. Leaf also an elbow, but there is a molly thrown down inside that smoke. Balan low. Trip on the side. Balan hoping to spray through and do something with this. Leaf. Wishful thinking, I feel.
Zkusil, kámo, přesně na něm, vole, ale tam to nebylo Benku, tomu tam je tata, ne? Tam jsou takový dva pruhy, který nejdou wallbangnout. Pretty sure, že byl na tom pruhu, kámo, to nebylo ani tím anglem.
They did not allow G2 any in that situation. Played everything as optimally as possible.
Ten side má takový pruhy, ale který jsou kovový, ale... Co ti jebe? To je čistka jako kokot.
Beautifully done.
And G2 have to be really careful of contacting these extremities, but they're playing a double
DH.
They have to do that to some degree. They can't just spam control you till break the map up. They need to walk.
Tak kapre za bagetku dneska tam pošlem teda.
Dimensional drift as well in
the co tohle?
Team Heretics right now.
Co drží v ruce? Slow? Slow má v ruce nebo flash? Slow? To už má to. Oh.
Jordan. So he's an easy pickup for Miniboo, who's just opening every single round with a kill.
What a crazy trap play from Heretics. That was so sick.
No, that's sick.
To just get away. Jonah would love to find a res somehow to bring Jaw back to life. They don't have the entry now for this side exec. Need to run into the Odin, run into Benji, who has that steel guard.
Hra Odin Arians, by the way.
Shield wall all at once as well. Or just leave a play on the other side of it like this.
Yeah, good luck, Trent.
There's the steel garden. Lorenz is going hunting. Trent.
Co ti jebe? To je tak dev-sided, kámo. To je tak dev-sided. Benji má dobrou hru, kámo.
Incredible. He is playing absolute top.
Benji má crazy hru, kámo.
Oh my god.
And it's these little adjustments, Wyatt. It's nothing out of the ordinary.
This was so cool. The arc rose.
Benji v Primu je insane, no.
There's the thorn so they could
Zvu toho krosem. A nebudu dělat, že jakoby takhle nehráli v EP, by the way. Pamatujete si, jak pušel ten celo? Overtimeu? Na Havenu? Říkaj, tam takhle vyslal 4 v jednom spreji, vole. Dobrý reposition, jako oni to čekali ten reposition, ale Insta zabil toho, co se na něj koukal, no.
Heretics flawless on the defense up until this point. Oh my god, Benji is just going crazy.
Josh has to get in their ears, and they've got to figure out how this double set
Já Artisan custom design, nevím. Jo, Filius. A víš, co je insane? Že Benji hraje na svojí vlastní podložce. Benji hraje celý Valorant i teďko na svojí vlastní podložce, co je Benjyfishy kolabo s Game Sense Radarem, myslím. Prostě, že a má prostě strašně pěknou, vole, pěkný design. Kámoško, to je jenom z té podložky. Je to multimilionář, ty kokot, jenom z té samotné podložky. To je jak dobrý, kámo. Tak když Martin hrál na Alkanovo podložce, vole, to jsem taky podcenil. Peter Bond nejlepší Fortnite, taky hraje Benji podložku. Halus.
What a way to bounce back from a epic crash out in MEA playoffs for Heretics. Looking really composed, and honestly, like you mentioned, with some genius individual moments. Don't be fooled by the
lineups.
I feel as well coming into this match honestly with some intention to pick this jaw.
Oh, no dobrý místo to padlo.
What was that? Okay? No one can even support. They're all sucked out of the choke. They committed the shot.
Ale jakoby country util od Heretics lepší než reveal, no.
Oh man.
S těma rybama, yes sir.
Yeah, maybe they're hoping to rush in around it, make something happen. There was no sheer wall to contend with, but there's always going to be stall util from Heretics.
I mean, yeah, when you're playing against the Vice, doesn't matter which site that Vice is on. There's going to be thorns on the other one. 90% of the time. The cross map lineups, they just want to storm into this A site now. They want to go with the pace, but they are immediately stalled out by the C's.
And there's going to be a dark cover now inside A. They're going to have to fight through that.
Ten spam.
I mean, have fun getting through this.
Ten spam.
An Odin. Benji's getting in the corner as well.
Yeah, has to clear the horn though. Whipple. Lays waste. Here's Miniboo catching the push straight out of elbow. There's one singular weapon and not one singular hope.
6 kol po provození stran, 6 kol vyhrali Heretics. Come on, Korout, come on. Mu spadl ten reveal na zem. Ne?
I mean, sure, they throw that ult away. They still have 4 other ones, but it's not like you can proactively just use a Cypher and a Sage ult. Like, something needs to happen.
Oni na mě nepravdu s těma 2 kolama zátak, či?
The Showstopper, the Nightfall or something.
Now at least they have that. So they've got 2 consecutive
Uvidím, Adamko, teďko nehrotím merch, kámo. Ale kdybych chtěl dělat nějaký item, tak asi nějaký herní, než jako oblečení, víš? Já nejsem nějaký úchyl na oblečení, ale chtěl bych to dělat. Chtěl bych dělat věci, které jsou spjaté s mojí identitou a moje identita je hráč, nerd u kompu.
They are telling G2 if you try to get this res, we are going to be right there to stop you. And they want to double back. G2
Bagetu, kámo.
Valen went for a TP towards
the Valorant login
area. And now they're working their way in.
Leaf needs to find a way to get some form of mid control. At least the sheer wall's out of the picture, right? Benji's down, so that connector wall won't come up.
Co to je? Co to je, kámo? Co to je? To je mapa. To je mapa.
I'm just stunned. They
A Boom má mimochodem 18 asistů, kámo, 18. Dobrý replay. To je disgusting, kámo. Baby bay. Baby bay, call me.
Well, they hope to maybe use this fade util to clear some space.
Yes. Fuck yes.
Co to je, kámo, za fotku?
Hey, can't catch my boy Weber with the bleep. Bro, too slick with it.
To je crazy, kámo, se mají klipnout na TikTok, ty vole.
Had raised eyebrows coming into this map anyway. It's been the sole flaw in G2's map pool. But they opt to, what, ban a map coming into this series at their 3 and they ban the Sunset. I know it's been a great map for Heretics traditionally, right? But that opens them up to this Corrode pick and Heretics.
To je halus, kámo.
But yeah, they're hoping, I guess, that Heretics, it's just not something they'll lean into, or G2 feeling really confident in the comp they've got this time for the 4th different switch. I don't know, but either way, I think Team Heretics have, at least it's looking like right now, have exploited this hole in G2's map pool to get an early leg up in this series. They've got nothing rolling on attack. Team Heretics, they understand the win condition right now.
A to jsem, že Wood ani nehraje, kámo.
And it is to fight. And if there's one thing Heretics do best and love to do.
No tak utility usage má on point. Ale prostě nehraje, kámo.
They will fight you with the water cooler. They'll fight you with the traffic lights. They'll fight you on your front doorstep. All theirs, as it turned out. So what is the plan? Probably in round 21, in fairness, to overcome this disgusting hold, this Odin play.
No, this time Heretics, they've gotten their way up into the B main with a couple players, hold it for a bit, and now Minibu feels it's time to leave. Hasn't been any sound, work the map elsewhere. Leaf attempting to lurk up mid.
That's new. It's probably one of the first times on the attack side G2 have gotten this much penetration through mid and presence in connector. Valen is taking liberties.
A G2 who, again, their economy is cracked. They're never getting the
Čím na tu utilitu, kámo?
They just have to keep going in with these miserable half buys. And half, I feel like, is generous.
Valen looking to cut up the
Ale pozor, tady ten elbow pinch. Tam je ještě vola, tam je vola v tom elbow. Generational setup. Generational vola. Co ti jebe? Flash reveal byl dobrý jak svině. Dostanou wallbang, čum ještě. Za chvilku ho vyspamuje, ti říkám.
They have to test this nebula before it fades away, or Rians will make mincemeat of them. This isn't a fair fight. This is looking more like an extinction event.
This Team Heretics defense, it has that raw aggressive element that they're
Tak predikce byla dobrá, ne? Šauti. Predikce byla dobrá. Na jakou stranu je orientovaná ta mapa. Co ti jebe, kamo, 8 kol za sebou do píči. 20 asistů má, 20. Oni mu perma chodí do tého utility, podívej se na to, ta Astra, 10, 9, 20. Každý jedno kolo má asist. Tohle je legit jakoby ještě horší jak split, kámo. Pomalu. Dáš prostě 3 díry. 3 díry. Extrémně úzký prostě. A i ty splity jsou strašně úzký, kámo. Nemáš žádný heaven, který takenout, víš? Jak na splitu, kámo, to je prostě v píči tuhle ta mapa. Tak v píči. To není co vymyslet, kámo. Rankedy jsou totální rakovinu na tomhle. Jediný, co můžeš takeovat, je ten link. Jediný, co můžeš takeovat, je ten link.
Jawgemo, high highs, and sometimes finds himself in the doldrums.
Viper nebo Kea, change my mind. Viper je goated tady, no. Viper je možná must pick, kámo, bych řekl na té mapě. A Rejska je určitě jeden z nejhorších duelistů na té mapě. Podle mě Neon, Yoru, Veiley. What the fuck is it? Nebo Neon, Veiley, Yoru bych řekl, že je to pořadí nejlepších duelistů.
Neural theft in play though. That gets popped by Leaf. Some valuable information now for G2 as Trent gets the plant down. Yes, Nightfall's in play, but that slow orb stops Heretics from capitalizing.
Sorry, Aleš. Aleš, jaký hrál race. No co, kámo, já jsem to jinxil, kámo, já jsem to jinxil. Tohle kolo vypadá nejlíp pro G2 jako ze všech kol. Toto Jinxu klasicky. Jdeme na overtime. Není šance, kámo, není šance. On má MVP bracelet, Leaf, viděl jsem správně. Leaf vyhrál MVP bracelet. On má na ruce, kámo, takovýho to vypadá. Double Jinx. Come on.
And the rest of Heretics still needing to take some time to rotate on this.
No, rotates are. Za jaký event to dostal? Jaký event vyhrali G2, kámo? Já myslím, že byli druzí, kámo, vždycky. Mám špatnou paměť. Ale this is big scraps.
And win that fight in A-main. Rians takes a hell of a lot of damage and just needs to get away. Wood has made his way.
Já mám úplně okno, nevím, co byl minulý event. Co bylo za Masters? To byly Masters.
Entirely divided across the map. So as it stands, going to need to take some individual
effort to Toronto.
Even things up into a 3-on-3 or
z ligy máš taky bracelet?
Still both controllers in play for the defenders. Can buy plenty of time to make sure they stack the right side.
Z ligy nemáš bracelet, podle mě. Máš jenom z International. Jak Toronto vyhráli PaperX, ne? A Forsaken, kámo, má jaký fakeovej ten Leaf do píče, nebo co? Musela vyrobit, kámo, fakeovej MVP bracelet. Okamžitě a dělej na kameru, vole. A za 6 minut tady mám bagetu, kurva, dělejte. 20 vteřin. To je možná jakoby safe. Mně se do toho UDčku, že já nevidím, kolik mají peněz ty, co žijou. Proč nevidím peníze všech? Mě nezajímají ty dva. Mě zajímají jich 5. To je safe podle mě, ne? No, jdu si pro bagetu za chvilku.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that they think it is at all. G2, after a long drought, finally string 2 rounds together. Heretics, again, had a cool little trap play there set towards main, where they send that pop flash as soon as that Nebula drops. Just the
they've cottoned on quickly to G2 feeding orbs one after another into jaw.
Yeah, it was a cool idea to deny
the
straight up didn't go their way. Jaw able to capitalize, get that first.
Benji forma draka, kámo.
So G2 cling on now. It's literally fingernails into the cliff face kind of stuff, but we still have a game on our hands. Heretics though.
Čauko Andy. No, nejde to vzal, kámo. Já tady zase nebudu nakonec mapě by the way. Mě teďko zavolal Kudir, teďko mi problikl Kudir. Bez Jakmon už vypadá jak člověk. On se oholil a je ostříhal. Vypadá dobře Demon 1 a je hrál docela v pohodě. Leaf si třeba sundal brýle na hraní. A nevím, jestli nosí, kámo, dioptrický, nebo je nosí jen tak na styl, vole. Proč save? Aby měli full buy na tohle kolo. Dobrý večer, Teska. Jo, letím dolů, děkuji.
As well, that Cosmic Divide for Boo. Such a classic Boo scoreline, by the way. There are always very few kills, but he only dies in rounds that Heretics lose. Like, that's the only time that he sort of goes down. So not the kind
of
play
nebudu tady nakonec mapy.
Super aggressive, super gunplay focused, really in your face as individuals. Boo's that stabilizing factor. Playing safe, playing for info, good mid-round calling, very stable individual. And I mean, Benji and Rians have done more than enough here, right? Miniboo with like 5 consecutive rounds of clean first picks, got an early outlaw in hand, played up on the extremities for contact, was very successful.
You read my mind though, I was actually about to ask if Miniboo was going to buy the op, and he does, getting back into this out of the timeout. They did have the cash, and that's not something that they've leaned into, a scoped weapon since the early rounds of this half, and he was getting a lot of first bloods with that outlaw, so I'm not surprised to see them try and pick that up late, have that be the factor in victory.
His positioning with it is interesting. He's just going to play that B main spot. Maybe just some jump spots from Leaf. Yeah, Cam used. There's an op for G2 in the hands of Jonah. This is headed over to A. In case there's any exploration from Benji past that line of scrimmage in yard.
pretty deep haunt gets thrown over towards B main and now A main, so exchanged on opposite extremities as G2 attempt to move forward, have to go through the poison cloud. Rians gets out of the way of that slow orb that was just bouncing all over the place. That's a little silly, but
that's full yard control though, Gain. You've got to respect the Odin, of course.
There's a bit of damage onto Jonah with the spam.
G2 haven't scaled into any of the space. I think the Odin's definitely given them pause for thought. They haven't really looked to take mid either. It's pretty tentative play for Valen.
And Minibu, he's on the rotate in spawn. You can see him ready to just kind of throw the gate crash over towards that B side. Wu just picked up the hawk now. He's the one stood in the G2, now with the knowledge it's there, want to continue to test this off.
Shiny kill.
And yeah, there's that gate crash, goes all the way back. So Team Heretics have 3 stacked up A, but at a moment's notice, Minibu can come support on that B side if the execute goes through there.
G2's still got to get moving. This is map point. Now, less than 30 seconds in the round.
20
seconds they have to get through.
20 vteřin, vole, to je GG. Však má Vajsultinu, to je GG. Co to je, vole? Co to je za late round, skurvenej? Co se stalo? To je GG, kámo. Nemůže plantnout ani. GG. A ještě frajer, vole. Co to bylo za kolo? To byl špatný kol normálně. What the fuck?
And on top of that, there are 3 players from Team
What
Heretics.
the fuck, GG shot. A dobrá mapa, kámo. Cinema. Nedivil bych se, že bychom tady ale jakoby měli ještě zvraty. Uvidíme. Jo, jo.
Let's go, baby. Stand up! Get up! Guys! Hello, baby bay, where are you, bro? Come on! Yeah. Let's go, baby.
Kámo, to je jemný. Ještě nejsou full konfy, kámo, ještě. Jak se mu nechtělo, ne? Jak se mu nechtělo stát do piči.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different.
Verizon reklama, kamaráde.
I love this.
I love this. Verizon
Love
reklama.
that for me.
No. Nejlepší na světě. Co to vůbec je to Verizon? Co tohle? Sentinels, reklama? Co je? Ten starý tam byl. Red Bull Homeground bude off-season event? Ale, chat, pozor! To jsem nějak myslel, kam off-season event oznámený. Tak počkej, ale. To bývá open to? To bývá open turnaj, chat. Open qualifier. Je dlouho, jsem myslel oznámení, ale. To si nezahraješ? Ani když ho tady ukážu, kámo? Potřebuji se nad tým, jo, říkáš. Nemůžu to hrát v mixu. To je jenom NA? Nebo co? Invite týmy. Jaj, trochu aspoň ty si tam zahraješ, kámo. Nebo Aleš. Luky to bude hrát ve Španělsku. Nevím, jestli my nebudeme hodit Luky mu po včerejšku. Budem, samozřejmě budem. Já můžu mi vysvětlit, proč ze všech lidí na světě hraje Luky duo se Shakusem. Já to si, že podporuje jakoby ty mentálně slabší lidi, ale tak moc. Tak. Mini dal výčet po druhé. Víč, dobrý song, ale poprvý. Dobrý song. Časem na mi to někdo, kde to najdu, kam ten song? Bylo to někdo napsaný, kam se jmenuje ten song? Dole vlevo. To přetočit. Jak kdo hrajou, tak hrajem mini, ne? Bych to viděl, kámo. Docela. On to dost možná bude ještě reverse sweep, takže... Kdyby dá veřejně ten playlist, však je, kámo. Actually je. Kámo, tady někdo tříská furt dveře, mám mě serou pěkně tady, vole. Kde je ten jejich kanál, kde vždycky dávají ten playlist? Oni to pak vždycky smažou, jakoby. Oni vydají... Jo. Les Reves se to jmenuje. Dobrý to je. Funguje tady CTRL-F nebo ne? Jsem slepej, kámo, to tady není. Vy to slyšíte by večer nebo ne, jak tady ty smrdí dupou, kámo? Kámoško. Včera tady v noci někdo řval na ulici, kámo, jak to tady začíná. Trochu mě to tady sere, vole, trochu mě to tady jakoby sere. Trochu mě tady serou, kámo. Nebudu lát. Bere mi potéku brzo asi, píče, vadný, kámo. I furt někdo dupe, křičí, kámo. Býváš sám, yes sir. Ty na spaní špunty do uší. Měl bych, no, actually, měl bych, no. Já už mám ortézu, mám, píčo, tu škrabošku. Poslední pís do skládačky jsou ty špunty, actually.
It's crazy. I'm everywhere nowadays.
Yeah, you must be really proud of that, Tom.
Of course, of course.
Welcome back, Doug as well. Any plans to go to Tom's barber?
I hope not. I hope not.
Miki ne, dobrá, jak svině, čo tak.
Not a choice.
Jde furt koupit, nebo už to je vyprodaný?
I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm counting the days. I gotta get out of esports before it happens.
Well, do you know what was a choice? Re-ends without Odin. If we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day, there was a lot of Odin moments, but
něco na zuby.
was just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, this takes the game.
Na zuby jako rovnátka.
And I love the way they played it from the beginning. You saw jawgemo dies early, and they were hellbent on refusing to let G2 even get into a position to res, and then they think they're finally safe, they can bring their star back into the game, and then re-ends happens.
I'll be honest, you picked the wrong half of this duo to come up here.
Ještě vyvětrat, kámo, a úplně full tmavý závěsy, full tmu a bude to top. Ale mám teď dobrou recovery na Vupuče, mám 72% recovery dneska. Come on!
On this map, it just feels like the thing that everybody wants to see, but also we wanted Benji to step it up, and Tom, that's exactly what we got.
Oh, he had an incredible map. That's the thing, when this team is in form, a lot of it feels like his sentinel play is such a pivotal part. You can have aggression elsewhere.
Já už to mám, Libore, kámo, objednaný právě, tak doufám, že to dojde, kámo, brzo.
Was just such wonderful repositioning, making all of these fights so favorable to him. But then when you put him in a position to hit...
Na bělení zubů, já se bojím, kámo, všech věcí, co bělí zuby. Če, máte zkušenost někdo? Já se bojím, že mi to jde bez klovinu a všechno, víš? Měli bych nosit něco na bělení zubů, ale... Takový kontroverzní téma hrozně. Jen bagetu. Kamu jsem jí nakousal. Kapreze. Já mám to sebro, už mám Speed 3 roky, je mi 15. Tak nevím, typiče od 12 nosit věc na bělení zubů, kámo, není to trochu overkill. To bys nemít ještě bílý zuby normálně, kámo, svoje jsi mladý, vole, a hlavně zdravý a všechno, kámo. Je potřeba experience někoho staršího, právě, protože kámo, zuby třeba do 18, pokud fakt neděláš sedačky, tak podle mě je máš v pohodě. A po 18 mi přijde to tak jako začne. Já jsem si vždycky čistil zuby, kámo, 2krát denně jeme zubáky píčoviny. A stejně, kámo, jakoby, i rovnátka jsem měl. A po 18, kolem 20, kámo, začalo jako to, jsem cítit, že...
I mean, you guys will see soon, but yeah, I think Trent will be on Teo.
Oh man, I love that teaser. Thank you so much for that and good luck to you guys.
Mamka pracuje u zubaře a má takové průhledné formičky, který dáš gel přes noc. Uděláš to třeba 2 týdny jen. Jo, to jsem, kámo, no to jsem někde viděl, kámo. To se nějak jmenuje, no, že to nemůžeš, že se na tom lidi stávají závislým, ale to nemůžeš právě dělat moc často, aby jsi nedojebal ty zuby. Ty to děláš jednou, vole, za nějakou dobu. Wood Chamber. Zítra jdu k zubaři, no, takže to... Nemůžu poptat. Hraje Tež, já? Co to hrajou ty G2, to hráli v té lize a vyhrávali s tím? Jsem hater toho kompu. To nehra... Ne, počkej. Hráli.
To open up the map. They've got a really nice setup here to be able to close this series out. I think jawgemo has to have a better performance. Has to.
Tady ještě byl broken ten tež, oni si to nechali toho broken teža a hrajou s tím slabším težem. Jako vyhráli s tím, takže uvidíme.
A lot of it will be looking for those first jewels for the side of Heretics on that attack side, and then that aggression that you can run in with on the Teo. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl.
Yeah, we haven't seen Heretics play Lotus all of stage 2.
Mati, já jsem o něčem jiným, kámo, rovnátka vím, ale dělení zubů, kámo. Já jsem taky měl rovnátka. Jakože normální napevno a potom mi dali ty na spodní zuby. Já taky to nenosím, mám furt jsem v pohodě, kinda, ale to... Kámošku mě tak serou, ty píčo. Jediný ještě si to nesnímá ten mikrofon, kam mě se tady... Mě vibruje, kámo, do píči celý pokoj, vole.
G2 and Heretics played 3 times at that event, and G2 was ultimately knocked out by them, and then they just didn't play. They didn't play a champs, they were both there. Up until this point, they've dodged each
other. Tak chvilku začnu bubnovat naspátek, no má.
It's crazy to think back to how things were then.
Bude ten soudce, co klepe do píči ze spoda nahoru.
Not convincing, a weird comp that caused them to struggle to scale into parts of the map they had to control.
I think Team Heretics made an amazing decision exploiting that map, the hole in the pool that G2 have right now. But we're on Lotus. This is G2's bread and butter. I think the de facto best team on Lotus right now, having most recently beat NRG, who look like the best team on the map in Americas. So I put G2 as the top dog here.
G2 nejlepší mapa Lotus, jo. Bez Sentinela, tak ukáž.
Man, they are looking good, even just on that individual basis with 3 players dropping 20 bombs on map 1.
Jako Heretics.com se mi líbí o moc víc, kam. Heretics.com extrémně baví, vole.
On Lotus. Like it cropped up in America's randomly. Starhawk was playing it on this map.
Oi.
See what Heretics have for us. Jaw gonna be able to receive Boo as they make their way over towards the B side. We're gonna see the deadlock wall thrown down to cut off that
Benji deadlock
entrance. Jaw goes searching, gets another one. Low as he is, Wood gets blown to pieces.
Ajajaj, chat, this is big scraps. Big scraps, chat. Jaký popin, ty pičo? To jak ho netradl.
The professor is in.
I've never seen a wider wide swing in my life.
Oh man,
that was so crazy. And what was this from Jaw? How does he find this second kill? That's a nice first tap. Takes that engagement.
Dobrá hra, ne?
Just spam the wall. Yeah, just that sheriff high bullet pen.
I think Heretics looked really contained there. In a post plant,
dobrá hra. No, co dělají s těma bagetama do píči? S jídlem se nehraje, vole.
My goodness. The gluten gladiators in there. Balance pushed up on. Oh, that's not good at all.
That connected.
Yeah. Grab net into paint shell, baby.
Feels like some
jak se nechal saknout jako.
Hitting so many early grab nets when he plays Deadlock. That's over on Bind. Won't be seeing that today, but it just sort of justified in a way, honestly.
To neviděl, že to jako letí na ten sak?
Absolutely nowhere to go. Now, Stealth Drone gets a good clear of B main. Obviously one of the few teams that bring
Takže je hrozný. Naštěstí není ten tež jako solo iniciátor. To bylo plně ještě horší.
It only took 2 rounds for one to be activated here.
Yep.
I mean, kind of the oldest one in the book, really. The nade with a thing that makes people not move. But it works.
That is the most circuitous way of saying immobilize.
Byl nade o deadlock? Tak o tom mluvím, Martine, že neviděl, že ten deadlock nade na něj letí. Kámo. Come on. Ano, nemyslím si, že týpek stojí v nejdu a nechá ho na sobě vybouknout.
Does recover the stinger, wants to throw that over to Miniboo, and in the midst of trying to just be a good teammate, he gets shot for it. How sad is
that? Replay chci vidět na tom Leafovi, kámo.
This time G2 far more proactive across the map despite the loss of Leaf early in the round. So Valen pushed up, got that
řekl sak totiž, však to je sak. Čum, prostě on to ignoruje, že neledí ten sak. Jen kvůli revealu to nechal to. Kvůli revealu se nechal to. Kobe. Pohodě, Martin.
Get some easy kills afterwards, clean them up. But hey, Heretics, they'll be content with that. Spike down, 1 kill. And also, definitely instills a little bit of fear about playing in C main early, I will tell you that. But now they've got the full buy going. Still with that outlaw.
Leaf, witness protection program, he's moved. He's in a different postcode.
Kámo.
Hit Valen, he teleports immediately. He TP'd right away. As does Woot when he's getting pressured.
Stand up by that special delivery.
Já mám tilta z těch zmrdů, kámo, se je dupou. Fakt mám velký tilt. Takže to prostě není ani dupání, kam oni musí se skákat na zem, vole. Jak se mě z horního patra klepe podlaha. Vysvětli mi to.
Those players are so weak in serious danger of just getting one shot by the Guardian to the body, and John wants more.
Yeah, here's that late ramp coming through as well. Heretics are going to be pretty sure on options. Jawgemo's been dealt with. B main though.
Má teleport u entrance. A měl tady a ne v rohu.
Will eat Valen's crosshair placement for breakfast.
Wow, and Leaf spotted out, so they know there's a player with the Bucky and Waterfall. Leaf won't have an opportunity to get a better weapon.
Protože právě do toho rohu to je basic pozička. Můžeš dostat wallbang, když se portneš na zpátek.
Now though, G2 showing themselves in waterfall.
Nebo rakety klidně, no.
Clear the side, but Woot is obviously sat up on that box, ready to give this space up. Should be required as Leaf. Some early information, maybe a triple swing coming out, and here comes an avalanche.
Kolik mu dal s tou bakinou, jako what the fuck?
To get themselves their third.
Man, Leaf ends up doing a great job there, just baiting himself for his teammates to be able to swing. That was really well done. Prior to that, some good anchoring from Valen. Jaw gets right into backside to support.
Mě hrajou true stretch ty G2, kámo. I Jonak P i Jawgemo hrajou true stretch.
It was really nothing crazy, it's just the G2 players killing them at the choke, denying them on that entry.
And a little thing, but that stealth drone for Trent gets so far down through B main. Notice that like Woot was constantly looking back. They didn't have any coverage of that part of the map.
Za chvilku asi jako půjdu legit se projít po baráku a udělám, vole, na sebe čuráka, ale kámo, to je moc.
Opportunity for G2 to extend the lead, extend the economy. Of course, they've got the Odin online. Last time they played Lotus, they were running 2 Odins on defense just to spite NRG.
They might spring out and fight here.
That's crazy.
Used already just to slow that rubble push down. Jonah hit with a paranoia. Miniboo is hot on his heels. The Prowler doesn't slow him down for a second. He gets his crosshairs set, but re-enters the second wave, then steps up with the Sheriff. Jordan wants to fight out in the open. He's down for it. Flash through the wall to follow up the clone might be the play. But G2 have a good opportunity to slow the game down. Boo revealed as that screen comes down. And with the last one to step up with nothing but the big iron. Trent will give him the flick.
Could have slowed it down, but no desires. They have the entire team there, and they are just ready to pop out on those low HP, low weapons.
Jedna věc je hodin, druhá věc je, kámo.
I want to say, it's of note that on this map specifically, G2, their defensive win rate, 62%.
Nebejt Magor.
And attack, it's at 47%.
Bojím se čistky.
And it comes down to their defense. They still...
Ten, co mě ve Valorantu vždycky, kámo, strašně jakoby... Strašně fascinuje ve Valorantu, jak, kámo, prostě jen tím, že se změní mapa, tak se úplně promění ty týmy, víš? Že prostě mají úplně najednou jinou identitu, confidence, a prostě ví podvědomě, že to je jejich dobrá mapa. Naopak na tom koru viděli podvědomě, že to je jejich špatná mapa. A chodí do těch duelů prostě úplně jinak a všechno. Strašně mě to fascinuje, kámo.
Trying to post up towards B main, might honestly have an opportunity. It looks like Leaf was jump peeking that angle towards spawn.
Tak dáme ranky potom, no, mini.
Cut that off, and now Team Heretics wanting, needing to take space elsewhere, but it's right into.
On ti odepíše podle mě zítra.
And then the salvos, they push Heretics back. That keeps Jonah alive. Nightfall to.
Zaslouží si odepsání zítra.
Audrey clears that rubble space on A and gives G2 the window now to fall back to more defensive positions.
That was some really excellent play with the utility by the 2 G2 initiators in that situation. Very well done.
They both, of course, have that safe info gain. Stealth drone is going to sniff a bit of this out, and there's Woot just headbutts the bullet in the midair.
A oni zase hrajou double Odin, to je disgusting, ale. To jsem ambasador toho, kámo, to je fakt jako disgusting.
Doesn't have any info to play off of yet. Paranoia here in the baby door. Valor might have his hands full more than
on mu vyžral ze stromu, vole. Já si klepnu, kámo, kam spamuje. Actually, ten spam si je uložím, kámo.
This was really the moment in the round I want to highlight again, though. Jonah on that angle, getting the kill, then the.
Počkej, to ještě jde jíst? Potom se tam to, kámo. Bro se nebojí nemocí. Bro se nebojí nemocí, kámo, doslova. V životě nesáhl na to bagetu už. Tam leželo na stole, mečovali tam s tím, dělali s tím pičoviny. Crazy, 5 adaptačních.
Coming into this year, they were considered to be pretty low-key team, you know what I mean? And as a result, a lot of people sort of underestimated them, felt that, you know, maybe they weren't always in the game. Like I said, Leaf on his return from, from illness, standing up straight away, screaming at these opponents, you guys suck. I haven't played for 2 weeks. And a lot of encouragement to one another to get up, to stand up. And, you know, we heard from Valen, actually, you know, sort of saying that he really had become in the trophy for so long that the performance in Toronto really had him down.
Čistá špína? Aha. Už se uklidnili, vole.
Perspective reminded him about the joy of just playing the game, just being there, having a chance to compete. This G2 team, remember, they have to fight for their place.
Jdu já tady běhat po pokoji a skákat do stěn, ty kokot.
Nothing is granted to this team. They've got to fight for all of it.
Míní sliny do studia. Můžeme jít analyzovat ve dvou.
No real interest on this side of the map at the moment. Outside of the Odin from Leaf, one of two.
Double Odin je fakt crazy work.
Will be frustrating to the utmost extent.
Such
Team Heretics.
Gentlemanly play.
Jakože... Dobrý, kámo.
Safe
Ale mě vlastně by to mělo lichotit, kámo. Já tu zbraň hraju celý život. To ukážu, kámo, jak si umím sprayovat, vole, na tryoutu, tak. Bude dobrý. Mini poslední dobou nějaký znavený. On teďko vstával jenom, kámo, to není znavený. On se rozkoukává teprve.
Few sheriffs against an Odin. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take the Odin. I will take the Odin in this situation. 3 players, don't really care.
A to se prostě on ještě jakoby po session včerejší v noci, tak jsme ještě dál pracovali a prostě jako Mini pracoval ještě hodně víc. Že mu jako za to bylo i zaplaceno, že jo? No. Kámo, ty jsou piči, ty Heretics úplně, kámo.
That's G2 with 6 unanswered defense side rounds.
Pokud mi nechce, tak se vám podělí o to, ale myslím si, že se to dozvíte, až správný čas nastane. Haven bude cinema, no Haven je prý nejlepší mapa G2, říkal ten americký komentátor. Takže mu jako věřím. Heretics si nepamatuju, kámo. No Heretics hrali Fnatic komp, ne vole prostě.
And Doug honestly mentioned on the desk that he likes this double sentry look quite a lot on the attack side. I think he was talking to the deadlock as well.
Už jsem hrál customky a všechno. Nevím, a Protejt jsem viděl, no, nevím, jak se mám cítit ohledně toho. Těší mě, že bude nějaká změna, netěší mě, že to bude píčeho split pearl. Protože bude jakoby potom den, kdy budou hrát 6 rankedů, 3 z toho bude split a 3 z toho bude pearl, kámo, a praskne mi kokot. Fakt jakoby... Breeze zapomněli, že existují, no, Riot Games. Dneska back in the meta. Ne. Proč skakal neon, kokotinky? Do dveří! Na midu, kámo! Píčovina, vole, pro dementy. Bude všude neon. Judge. To rejska, kámo, může zabalit hranolky, vole. Maximálně na splitují někdo pěkná. A na perlu bude only neon, only. Pro vyjebance. OK, kámo.
Jaw waiting for them to push through. I don't know how this is going to go down. Shorty spam. Jonah, though, is caught by the grab net. Woot gets purchased with the stinger. And Minibu not quick enough for Valen. He's had 2 massive kills in this round.
Neona Vejlej se budou hrát na perlu, podle mě.
All well and good, but ideally
a Joru, že jo. Musí, kámo, nějaký nerfy do piči, ta meta už je strašně dlouho stejná, kámo. Stun! Je na hit, ale Benji je na hit. Jsi Mississippi?
Perfect timing for the swing from Benji. Beautiful shots from Woot. Finally puts his stamp on this game individually. Gets into the mix.
Nefakt, to vidím, já to živě vidím před sebou, kámo. Jak jsem defender, píknu dveře do midu a tam bude prostě ten vyjebaný šakus. Takhle se bude hejbat.
This is G2 having to fight a retake against the double senti of Heretics. It's less about the neutral that favors him there, and Woot just has a stinger and a tour de force to work with.
Come on.
I'm just wondering how many rounds might it take
FPS hra, Valorant, miluju to.
On this half, when they swap to defense, where G2 are less
Nefakt, kámo, perle dobrá mapa pro Nenku jak svině, no. To je prostě každou hru jenom, každou. Co za mapy nám odchází? Ascent, tam se Neonka nedala hrát tak dobře, bohužel. Odchází Ascent. A Lotus. Lotus je dobrá mapa pro Neonku, ale Mají říkám, že Perl je lepší. No nic, back to the game. A to je to, jsou hranolky v sáčku, jakoby čet.
Both of their ultimates just to getting the spike down, no waterfall control, no hulls control, and G2 have an Armageddon for this retake.
And that barrier comes down pretty quickly. Armageddon now threatens the back of the seaside, so Heretics now got to commit to that high ground themselves. Trent wants to get in.
Whoa.
Big problem. And then Heretics
big problems.
Right in the side. That is premium anchoring from the EMEA squad.
They play to the one out. And they win out all those duels. Their out was fight. It was step in front of that Armageddon. If they scrambled, if they tried to run, it would have been over. G2 would have gotten in with ease. But they played right at the choke point.
Well, their out happens to be their MO, Wyatt. Couldn't have asked for a better convergence there of ideas.
Kde byly flashe?
Wow, and despite...
Tady byl jeden flash od Jawgema. Nevím, jestli neměl, nebo jestli byl mrtvý, ale tam byl flash od Jawgema. Tak je dolítán.
What seems like a big commitment to Mound, but of course everybody has get out of jail free.
Oh my god. Sick reaction to be able to 1v1 the judge close range. Leaf doesn't even get a shot off.
The judge player is so favored in that spot, Wyatt.
Jaw forced to teleport away with that pressure coming as well, so Team Heretics making a hell of a lot of noise.
Pozor na ten angle, pozor.
For the most part playing off the action. Balon is so low. Can't afford to expose himself. He would like to just slow the game down if possible.
Proč má Valin Vandala a Jawgemo má Classic, by the way? To je nějaká nová meta? Sebral Judge. Nějaká nová meta, kámo, tier 1, jakoby nedávat zbraň duelistům, nechávat si to prostě na random postavičkách. All good. All good.
Horn has to be cleared, so that will show Jonah P here in this corner.
Yeah, would hate to be him in this situation. Okay.
Guardian doesn't quite have the flexibility to get him out of that one.
A little unnecessary to do it that way.
Style points awarded though for sure.
Plus 20.
And now Woot can wait for this push up from Pitts.
Ještě se jebal Bua s 20 HPčkama. Kolik má schodek Jawgemo, kámo, on je úplně jiný. Má dobrý skóre.
Oh, I mean, look at that from Leaf's point of view, and yeah, he does jump.
Juuuuuj. Juuuuuj. Ale Heretics vypadají dobře. Heretics, klid, kurva, klid. Heretics vypadají dobře. Kámo, nebyla raketu na ten seize. Juuuuj.
Did not fight heavily over this space. It's just spam through from
Jordan.
Man, that sounded more dangerous than it ended up being from the point of view.
Jo, kámo. Postava Baralen.
As well. They can shrug that off though and get back to business. So far,
I was going to say, Boo does have this ultimate to teleport into the site, gain some information, and off that distraction. Heretics can press forward a bit.
Kámo, si představ toho patitka včera, ty píčo, kámo. Je můj oblíbený chlap prostě. Would ever tohle TikTok anglu? Respekt, respekt, respekt. Respekt, kámo. To je absolutní TikTok angle tohle.
Gets the job done. It's dirty work, but someone's going to do it. Playing in the side. Spike recovered by Riens, making his way forward. It's Boo sat back inside tree. And G2 have a chance now to contain this Heretic squad.
Jsem ti pustil, no. On spadl zádama na ten skot, kámo. Vsunulo mu to krk. A lis ostrý, vole.
And that 3-round streak of Heretics is put to bed.
Už zase skáčou do stěny, vole. A to seru.
by being pushed all the way out B. Team Heretics were surrounded this entire time that they were maneuvering towards A. To those 20-30 seconds before planting. Trent right here, this was the perfect throw down those missiles. Players forced into the open, two-piece was lovely. Could always trust Trent to have a good game when he's on the Tejo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously someone who abused it extensively for G2 during his heyday, and even after.
Vypadá jak Melman, no. Melman, vole, s rektálním teplověrem v puse. No nic.
Example of how those guided salvos can really be utilized. Who gets chomped on here? Forced to TP away from rubble.
And he does throw an early smoke over towards B heaven, so that definitely implies Heretics ideas of getting into this B side, especially with the wall going down and Leaf exposed, isolated in the site.
He felt like he had to play ahead of that smoke. So
Jsi neviděl Madagaskar? To je škoda, kámo, tam jsou goated hlášky, tam jsou goated hlášky. Strašný pískanice tam jsou. Ještě se stunne sám, kámo. Co to je za strategii, vole? Patitka si neviděl? Jako... Měl by se o ně někdo postarat, jako. Zdravotník nějaký, vole. To najdeš na Twitteru, kámo, podle mě, kdybys napsal, kámo, na Twitteru teďko Patitek posture VCT, tak ti vyjedou fotky, podle mě. Legit, ty si myslím, kámo. Chudák, kámo.
On the attack side. You do not want to have to give that space up and try and flood into a side canvas with their util.
Yeah, it's that nade, that wall. Leaf caught alone. Benjyfishy does a great job there adjusting to an off angle after being tucked in the corner right as Jonah's going in. And now for this final round.
Tak jsme jenom my jebnutý, vole.
One away from the showstopper. It's a low buy for G2. They're on the cusp of a couple ults. They could make this happen.
Wood caught out. Talon just, I don't know, hides out of sight there, but it's not exactly a rare spot to play for.
Jak nemůžel z toho sajtu svítil, ne?
The haunt was pinged basically, and Woot was confident to continue holding that angle. Too confident. He's punished. But Miniboo does recover that orb, so they have the.
No tak chtěl riskovat, že vystřelí do toho smoku před něj, no.
Yeah, but is it? Gate crash here for jawgemo to get out. When he hears this showstopper coming, he's caught. Couldn't get away.
Jako Yoru, že je skapena result, to by se nemělo stát. Jako nestíhne ta animace se procnout, no toho portu. Dobrá trapa, kamo, od Benjiho jak svině. To je pobyčí kombo, kámo, toho smoku a tý trapy, čum. To nasype jako kot. Čum, čum, čum. Kecam. Kecal jsem. Jo! To je mastodont, kámo. Bosiaku, děkuji za Predátora v Prairie. Thank you, Beku. Díky za podporu Watch Parties.
And Heretics run back 5. Jordan couldn't get out in time. Minnie was too quick, and this post-plant setup was excellent. The way that Boo was controlling the site by cycling those star covers.
Jak se vede? Krásně,
for the other Team Heretics players to retain control towards Bend, to fight when G2 were flooding back in. Beautifully handled.
Let's go! Let's go! And the energy is absolutely back for this Heretics.
Mají všichni prohozený ty escapey, kam v těch klavesnicích. Možná bych taky jsem měl kamo inspirovat. Dát si tam něco. I Alešek tam má vlastně. A to si nemohl vzít na stage. Má jenom doma. Alešek má. A to je ta klouf, kámo. Ta klouf se vždycky dostane do záběru, kámo. Instagram.
Well, he told us from a very young age that he was ready for it over and over and over again, and eventually he just proved it. He had people, you know, calling the house.
Vidíte, že to stačilo věřit, stačí věřit. Salat čavo.
It worked out for him.
And I think you did a great job indeed. Donc comment est-ce qu'on laisse finalement son enfant
jak ten klouf, kámo, ten typka, vole.
C'est compliqué pour certains parents. Donc quand est-ce qu'elle l'a réalisé? Bah tout simplement, il nous l'a dit depuis très jeune. On a commencé à voir d'autres gens qui nous l'ont dit autour de nous, qui commencent à nous appeler, à faire des calls Zoom, etc. Donc c'est une évidence et il a fini par le prouver. And my question to you, Jason, is, you know, we see like the vibes here in the arena, everyone yelling for each kill. How do you handle the stress of seeing your son playing on the big stage?
Oh, this is a lot of stress for our family. Trent handles it very well, but we struggle with it. I'm just really proud to be Trent's dad.
And we can definitely see that. Donc comment est-ce que tu gères le stress de voir ton fils jouer sur cette arena avec tout le monde qui crie à chaque kill? Et bah tout simplement, je ne la gère pas. Mon fils le fait très bien, mais moi pas vraiment. So thank you very much.
Já na Valorantu, hodně moc.
And we're gonna see if Trent manages to get the win on this match.
Bossy, jako děkuji za další 2 eury, Žumapel, Filip, pozdravu Alexe a Ventix Team. Pozdravu Ventix Team, Alexe Havlaska.
Just an incredible showing. As soon as he started to get that attack side up in his hands, he popped off.
It helps for the economy as well when you get a bunch of kills with a free gun. That's your ultimate. I think that definitely plays a factor.
Nejen se na mě zkoušíte, kurva, to nebyl žádný ladyboy.
Is when the the tide began to really turn, honestly, for Heretics. But the thing I really wanted to look at coming out of this half is the fact that despite G2 being up 7-5, they only won 2 gun rounds in that entire half. That is a crazy stat. That bonus round did a lot of work for them in terms of getting in the lead and being able to maintain
back to the game.
A slim margin. And now they have to close this out on what has been by the numbers.
Game Sense Radar se jmenuje. Myslím to kolabo Benjiho. Napiš Benjyfishy mousepad, kámo.
Stealth drone through to check that baby door position. Benji though waiting for a grab net opportunity here. Looks like a paranoia folded it in. Benji just sees Leaf waltz on past. And he's going to take his shot.
Leaf tried to take a timing but was caught.
To so. Jako mají double senty na defend, ale oni mají zase double initiator na atak, takže třetí mapa je Tis.
It's not without taking a lot of damage. These players are low on HP and feeling the pressure while trying to get this spike down. But Heretics, they'll need to slow down.
Má jedno ten šmalin. Oh!
Valen is eager to make something happen, but
provokoval. Dráždil, vole. Dráždil ho moc dlouho už.
Massive chunks Valen down to about 20 health makes him so easy to pick off. And now we'd have to do something, frankly, extraordinary. Sat on the side, footsteps here from up above. That's one down. Benji.
Ale dobré ofengo.
A pistol secured for Heretics. Smooth sailing over the last 7 rounds.
He's ultimately just overwhelmed and alone. Heretics open this up with another trap.
Ale Leaf to má úplně píči, vole.
Trying to take a timing off that trap play coming from Tree when he gets caught. There was a nade with the grab net thrown over towards kind of that back rubble cross area on the far left side. Leaf moves forward, he gets caught. G2 feel like, well, we need to pivot B. And then, did you see that love? Minibu, they play off.
Benji to prožívá, vole.
Main just swings back and forth.
Wood picks up the line as Minibu doubles back.
And they didn't get all the kills, but they did so much damage. Made it easy for the cleanup after the fact. G2, their patented round 2 Stinger Force.
To byl záběr na ten jeho bracelet? Fakeovej? Ty to manifestuje, no, že ho bude mít, kámo.
They made this their hallmark in 2025.
There's the question, of course, of starting to get some of this map control.
Je docela OP counter na tu Viper tady ta pozička, ne? S tím portem, nebo?
Got himself an outlaw in hands. This will clear him and force him onto a wider angle.
Čímkoliv Util musí vymrskat na něj jenom. A on dál chilluje, kámo.
That you can play aggro with the chamber on this map. You're going to be so safe getting away.
Joel may have to wait for a toggle of this Viper wall. In the meantime, maybe looking for a way in or even a way to just...
Jako oni mají hodně utility, actually, ale piči, furt mají full takže util.
Self-thrown into B. Ren's forced away here.
Wood hrál na Ascentu duelistu doteď.
With the stingers getting into B.
Just waiting to see if anyone tries to run into that smoke. Not going to be the case. And then wow, just out of the way. Was in some serious danger.
Já si říkal, jestli neměl nejdit insta. Kámo, jaký flat. Jaký flat, kámo, nevím, jestli bych šel proti bonusu do Bčka. Nevím, jestli bych šel proti bonusu do Bčka. Ale oni jsou tam, já jsem tady. Dobrý trade jak svině, kámo. Čím chce všichni všude tradenuli, kámo. Goat jak svině, kámo. Jakoby Wood je fakt ty pičo generational mastodont. Když chce samozřejmě, na Koroudu se mu moc nechtělo. Wood je Sayonara level jakoby hráči, mají honest opinion.
Joel with some questions to ask of the Seaside setup. Can always gate crash back in the spawn direction.
Yeah, the setup right now on this round is the exact same as on the prior. It's just Woot playing over on A, Trip very far back, Deadlock setup over on that C side, and Rian's playing on B.
Yep, this wall allows.
Sayo Glaze, kámo, normálně jsem tady sneaknul na Champions, kde Sayonara ani není, jsem sneaknul Glaze na něj, chápeš?
Reactive barrier here thrown down by
all good.
Jonah is going to clear it like the old-fashioned way. Again, keeping those two players interested at C, sprinkling some catnip over that area is now G2 still forward towards that A side.
Had a real opportunity to get the kill on Benji. He's caused quite the distraction.
Nah, fella.
Doesn't really matter, I guess. Doesn't.
To je kalček, no.
Perfectly. Just sold ice to a polar bear, and still Woot would have cut them down. Valen gets up towards that pit position. There is a plant. Jaw has allowed it. You see Jonah P as well playing that rubble position. We'll be able to see that long line.
Jak se tam to? Jak se připravuje, vidíš to? Na ty žlice, vole, jak se tam za to zasouval, vole. To je v piči, kámo, čím díl holdíš, to je nejhorší, kámo, když máš takhle, že víš, že tam budou fighty, ale už to holdíš fakt dlouho, kámo. Tak už prostě... Nevím, kámo, už to není ončo, vole.
It was a long journey to get here, and one that at a time didn't seem like was ever going to happen, didn't seem possible when G2.
Ale tohle jakoby je miniho idea, chat, tohle prostě je miniho jakoby Chamber Lotus. Tom ukradli Heretics. Nevadí, kámo.
So once he started picking up that operator, and speaking of, in this round, he's got the tour de force. Likely going to just pop that. He's playing with the Stinger right now.
I love a good acrostic poem.
And on account of that second round force, it's taken up until now
for
G2 to have an actual buy with rifles.
The attack sign continues to look questionable.
Oh. Ještě, že měla port, ještě měla port položený, ještě, že měla port položený, kámo. Ani to prostě do Woota a Woot je tady vyšoustá, vole. Show touch.
And if you'd like to dodge these util combos, enjoy walking into our operator on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, you can't play ahead of them. Lucky for Valen that he could sort of TP out, Jaw much the same, but Jonah did not have such an option. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Util combos are one side, tour de force on the other. And Woot is the kind of player who will just reposting.
On prostě se nenechá clearnout, to je takový smrt. Takový zmrt, kámo. On je prostě unclearable, vole. Boo má jakoby slabou hru, ale dozad to stačí, vole. To byl nechutný kombo. Mini Boo, teďko jsem četl nějaký hit na Mini Bua. O co jde?
to claim the round.
A round where Heretics just do everything right. For what feels like the millionth time in this series, they get value with a util combo early.
Dva dál? Kamu já dát dva za kolo, tak ho tam roztočím.
And then late when they go for that C hit, Boo's already picked up that solo player on B. They pivot 3 immediately. They're there to stop them. They were everywhere they needed to be at all times.
Nic, dáme zelený čaj, teď čas na zelený čaj. L-teanin do systému.
And another anemic attack side is being put on display by America's #1 seed.
Phoning 2 friends as of late, as per the few times we've watched G2 play.
Kámo, to jsou přesně moje náramky, vole, co má ten baby. Ty se roztrhali, kámo, tu ty náramky, co má baby.
It's about the next buy, because on that round, they'll also be getting towards potentially 3
L cukranin, je to bez cukru.
And again, there have been a number of teams that have stepped
to je voda a sos, kámo.
Team Heretics are a different beast entirely.
Now we're talking about this G2 team that has been nothing but consistent this entire year. Their worst placement is 4th at a global. It's 4th at Toronto. I mean, that is crazy. Across BC.
Můžeš mít co chceš, Mindbuilders. Nevím, jestli je mini v chatu, by ti řekl, že máš tam spoustu pití, kámo.
Heretics, volatility, high highs, low lows.
Their ceiling
Paťo, odteď mi říkej Neon Main na rankedu. Neon Judge je moje druhý jméno.
And as good as G2's floor is, it's high. They are struggling to reach those heights right now. Valen for Miniboo is the exchange over towards that mound direction. A G2 would like
můžu dát, co chceš.
And take some liberties here.
Můžu si tam dát i gin tonic. Můžu si tam dát kreatin. Můžu si tam... Můžu si tam vzít právě kelímek. Okay.
By the way, just some note, but Woot didn't invest into the off. He's just playing with the rifle here.
Mě vyplo z jednoho kelímku gin tonica, to je pravda. Já jsem to se chtěl říct. Ty to jsem chtěl říct, ale ne. Říkal jsem si, že možná budu jednou normálnější, ale napsal to za mě. Je Blake, kámo. Co jsi tam měl ty mini, co jsi tam dával ty? Vodu normální? A Red Bull? Co jsi tam dal asi já, kámo? Vodu a Red Bull. A jenom trošku Red Bullu, kámo, abych tam vyletěl. Come on, Riens, get active. Come on. Red Bull nepiješ? Jen vodu? Jak nepiješ Red Bull? Máš z toho to? Klepavku? Já taky, actually. Ajajajajajajajajaj. Elektrolity jsou OP, kámo.
Ready to pick the players off when they're forced out into the open from the ult. Jonah again over on that C side selling and
to si dělám vždycky doma, když se cítím slabý, kámo, prostě vodu, sůl, cukr, kámo, ocet, ugurty a hlavně ten cukr, sůl.
Kind of just that extraneous round out of the timeout. Hey, let's try something, see if it works. But we've got all the ults for the next one. Let's focus on the buy round. Oh, don't even need to. This one.
Mám důvod, proč to pít? Kámo, někomu to boostuje performance, že jo? Volně Benji to dělá doteď, ne, vole? Že si prostě sosne Red Bull na performance.
Back to the util combo. Well, it's the C's and the nade over towards that C main. Doesn't actually get too much damage off like it did.
Benji sosá jiný věci, no. On to tak nosí.
So it's just Leaf working this wall solo right now with an op.
Always potential when you've got that nightfall with the dimensional drift to go for.
Nefunguje teda, to je prostě kofein, že jo? Ty máš káve, má Red Bulls, no.
Yep, come out of halls or something similar. Yep, that's the play, Wyatt.
Co je?
Nightfall actually to just stop them.
Hasn't slowed Jaw down, of course. And here comes that G2 Nightfall. It's allowed Jaw to emerge here.
Ale Wood je online. Ty pičo. To má takovou takový nádech, kamo, klipu jak svině.
That movement from Wu was so slick, staying alive at the end there, just working around the door. That's beautifully done. We're going to be into a straight up 3-on-3.
3v3, kámo, tohle je, jak by řekl, muffin, klobásin, vrána, vole, klíčové kolo. Ale Viper ultina, když dá minibu, Frakt má raketu, kámo. Když by jako na Provlera vyspouval jednoho týpka do té ultiny, a on jde do piči s tím Provlerem, jak to je v kurvě asi.
Ideally, of course, they want to find Leaf, remove him from the map, and remove that pit's activation.
Trent gonna pick up this rubble position.
What? On vyslal týpka s VIPem.
Inside the pit is Jaw.
Jen tak?
Course over towards that stairs direction. Leaf is present. Here's Minibu steps up. Cut down. It's all about Rienz now. Has to give it a tap. Leaf very, very low, but Rienz also decaying down. What an ungodly flick. Pit comes down. Rienz was already low. And it's a shaky round for G2.
Ještě to nebylo tak klíčový kolo, podle mě, ještě mají peníze, ne? Ještě mají peníze, to nebylo ještě klíčový, to byl jen takový betíček na vás. Oni neměli zvuky, vlastně, to bylo insane. A té haluzi nikdo to nekouká, víš, že nikoho to nenapadlo, všichni byli fokus na side.
And honestly, forced the issue. Knew that Benji was
klasický Milan Foukanec, vole.
On that A side.
Milan Foukanec, kámo. Stresy jak hovno. Jako. Taky bych si foukal, taky bych si foukal. Máte tam tlačítko na mute? Mini? Jsi tu? Jo, ty si, kámo, konvísium. Zdravíme chat, vypnu vám to. Nestihl jsem to, a vám to vrátím. Pozdravte. Jíte chat prostě? Fandí se Heretics prostě. Je tam Aleš, tak takovýhle velký fandí pro Aleška prostě. Si nemá. Nemůžeš tam mutnout? Ty piči, to mě actually možná chybilo. Já se někdy potřebuji odfouknout, ale když bych foukal a ostatní to slyší, teammatey, tak chápeš. Bych se bál, že udělám stres. Napravo byla tvoje? Pošle IG, kamo. Mike, uděláš takhle a není to slyšet, jo? Okay. Těm bylo tak 13? Kámo, co to říkáš, Pablo, zas? Počkej, tohle ale low buy, 2 hero zbraně, máme open z hero zbraní. A raketu. A Benji ultinu. Americe je pedál na mute. O tom jsem taky slyšel, actually, no. Oh, GG. Zámlobně, jestli by viděl i krev, ale nemůžeš mít takovou krev na tournament klientu, ale zámlobně, kámo. Jako matematicky to je dobrý play asi, vole. Jako matematicky to je asi dobrý play, kámo. Je to investice, ale jakoby důležitý kolo, no.
Chilling over at Mound, no reason to leave. Can teleport away whenever. Valen can't even win that. Oh my god.
Getting the most with the least are Heretics. And Wood never had to give up that Mound.
Já IG ještě nemám. A nemám důvod naštívit Francii. Ty jsi taky.
Trent does not want to deal with the bioengineered Valorant menace.
Já jsem se taky bál, kámo, to mysne, actually. Já jsem se actually bál, že to by sere tu ultinu z takového blízkosti. A proč ten nemrdnul jakoby přímo před sebe, to tak nefunguje? Proč to bouncel jakoby? Kdyby to dal přímo do té země, tak to taky se aktivuje, ne? Když to proletí týpkem. Britisher.
he just cocoons. I mean, that's just a series of cool little plays from Heretics.
Yeah. Trent then tried to post up and shoot a cocoon, and then immediately Miniboo just pops the showstopper, and he is out of there. He's not dealing with that at all. Honestly,
a bizarre round, but very cool. And that really has just been, for me, a trademark of Heretics today. Just a bunch of cool little util plays. They're happening constantly. G2 are just getting hit with these little maneuvers. And typically,
já jsem trochu zklamaný z revealku. Nic inovativního jsem neviděl ohledně revealku tady, no. A jak už to je prostě soft ta mapa, ale hodně. Všechny revealky už se znám, ano.
Yeah, and by the way, again,
dobře, Vity, dobře. Hezky jedeš bomby, Vity.
Because he was going to have the tour de force this round, so now free op time with the stinger. Just throws that rifle over to someone else. So
změnil jsem revealky a zrovna tady týpek ukáže line-up. Děkuji. A ten taky znám. Ale klipnu si ho, vidím, je to úplně jedno.
That time, immediately Woot is forced away from that place where he's loved to off on Chamber. Just get him to TP right to tree, get out of there. They break even that trip that was placed on the ground as well. This is some fast action from G2 taking the space, taking this orb.
This pivot back to Mount might also be pretty pacey as well.
Stealth drone could be trouble for Boo.
Boo má v hru, ale má 16 asistů, kámo. On má první mapu 20 něco asistů a teďka má 16, kámo. Není to nějaký rekord? Jaký je rekord asistů za 2 mapy, kámo? VCT.
It's Boo we're talking about. I know, it's Boo we're talking. Yeah, 99% chances to just get out of their line, and I think it's very appropriate.
He is going to be suppressed here, having to back up on the site, so hard to get some of this util out. Did still get a dark cover into the choke.
Yeah, and Boo says it's retake time. Miniboo's coming over, still has that nade.
Sakando dobrý, ale nade na piču, Miniboo.
Still though, waterfall control's been held by Heretics.
Yeah, Jaw just decides to walk forward into them and goes down. Takes a risk trying to take some space.
Generational fumble, kámo.
This to the wrong wolf inside of him.
Stane se.
Special delivery holds Heretics at bay for a time.
Paranoja zajímavá.
Here's Miniboo. Pretty patient.
Dobrý trade od Jencosa. Dobrý kill. On vysral Wood, ne, kámo. Kámo, já jsem věděl, že to nemůže vyhrát, kámo. Wood, ty vole, co se sotva sune. Kurva. Kurva. Co dal? Jako, právě, že ani moc nedal, kámo. Nebo jako ten poslední. Nebyly to jakože raketový rakety. To prostě vysrali na něj týpci dvakrát. Bylo to dobrý, ale nebylo to jakože Demonet na Prime, víš, že by to vyhrál na to, že je rozsekal na hovno. To oni to fumblenuli, vole, ten back.
Combination of the grab net and the nade, but do they know that Valen is crossed? They want to fight out and support their omen. They want to throw down here.
Ty píčo, to na tuto neprohrajou mapu, ne?
Benji also down, so that stall util cut a little short.
And now Wood is pushed all the way out of C. He's going to meet up against Leaf, who's going to win this duel. Wood has the opportunity!
The movement from Leaf's too good.
He had the moment, he had the time to get the kill before Leaf even had his whereabouts.
All sedum.
That wasn't enough. And now this round should be as good as done. Orleans and Boo likely to just save now.
And honestly, it's just a moment where there's an overpush. On that C side of the map, we've seen Wood get aggressive. He's always had the rendezvous as a bit of a, you know, a plug pull option, but there he was well out of its range. Leaf always good in those 1v1 extremities.
Je tak. Souhlasím, vole. Schmiens! Ultimate! Provlers! Go Provler, bro! Go Provler one more, bro! Go Provler, bro! Go Provler, bro! And go peek, Boo! Booji! Ty nulo!
Needs a tap. Valen with the classic in air, and Boo is good for it.
Nikdy jsem ho nepodcenil, nikdy. Je to GOAT, kámo.
This should not be happening. Whose idea is that?
They go for the 2 versus 4. How does Riens get the 2 here?
Jo. Valin, dobrý smoke od Valina, prostě co ti povím.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Co ti povím. Trestá chyby. Trestá chyby. On trestá chyby. Jako muffin. My god. Kámo, ty utility všude, čum na to. Teleport na schody je dobrý, ale bů! A mini bů! On jim dal smok na hlavu. Co ti jebete, goat? Kámo, beru všechno zpátky ohledně bua. To je goat! OK, má hlavu jak melon. Actually chytrý chlap, kámo.
What can Trent do in this situation? If he goes towards C, Woot is ready. The brothers are duoed up, fighting together on A.
Crazy work, kámo.
About to walk into this trip. Surely there's just no hope.
Ten smoke actually dost možná zachránili to kolo. Oni tam byli staklí, vole. Mohl prostě legit umřít oba, dát 0 kg, hrál by 1v2 tam potom Wood. Nevyhratelnou. Ty kokot, boost, jo. Nejlepší tým G2. Byli G2 na EVC, nebo ne?
Taking their time. They don't need to do anything overly reactive. Wait for the spike to go down. Play for the 3-on-1 retake.
Počkej ještě.
An all-time.
Jako, jestli tohle Trent vyhraje s 5 HPčka proti 3 lidem, tak jsem reinkarnovaný Ježíš Kristus a Archanděl Uriel do piči. Není šance, aby vyhrál 1v3 s 5 životama, nakólovaným až 5 životama. Tuhle ten kill byl actually jakože klíčový. Tohle kolo single potáhl Buu jako legit. To bylo extrémně huge call od Bua, kámo. Senior, kámo, v akci.
Back at Masters Shanghai, and that was a 3-0 victory for Heretics. And it looks like they're going to extend that run to 5 maps in a row against G2 1 year later to open up champions, the beginning of their journey, trying to get back to the grand finals.
Extra strata. Klasická extra strata. Imagine, že van trikuješ jakoby postavičku a pak ti celý svět vezme ultplay, ale stejně jim to k hovnu, protože jawgemo prostě není extra, vole, dneska. Wood, kámoško, je nejlepší, kámo, nejlepší na světě, vole. Nejlepší na světě je Wood. Když vzal Woota dalokrát 5, kámo, tak nechci ještě vědět, co by se stalo. Nechci vědět, co by se stalo, kámo.
That smoke now refreshed means that the way is closed for G2.
And the home crowd knows that this is time.
Člověk dá skrz mohl ještě týpka do béčům.
Will be waiting. Teeth bared. Lips licked. Waiting for that last.
Teď má 5 killů, ale on je tam, když potřebujou. Oni nepotřebovali, aby na Viper dropl více jak 5 killů. For real, kámo. Wallbang, dělej, Wallbang, Wood, dělej ty sračko, ty mrtko. Nevadí. Nádhera, kámo. Jakože... 2-0 proti G2 je celkem názor. 2-0 proti G2 je dobrý názor, kámo. Málem nebyli na Champions. Můj hot take on this game je ten, že jawgemo vůbec nehrál, kámo. Když nehrál tak jak 50% jawgemo. Bohužel. Actually bych chtěl vidět 100% jawgema, on hraje text level, vole, hru. Podle mě ze skupiny stejně postoupí G2, ale G2 a Heretics postoupí ze skupiny, for real. Have to give Minibu his flowers for this series. 9 first kills on map 1, 7 on map 2. That is absolutely outrageous. And amidst all of that, rozhovor kdo? Rozhovor Paralen. Boom má 41 asistů, to musí být nějaký rekord, kámo, ne? Za 2 mapy. This Heretics squad mean business when it comes to globals. These guys know where their bread is buttered. Winners of EWC. It's a long year for them and the burnout, the signs show. Let's head down to Lou on the stage. Kámo, to je absolute unit, ten týpek. Absolute unit.
Et on accueille le petit prince turc des teams Heretics,
Riens rozhovor.
For a second on this one. Everyone is calling this an upset. Congratulations first of all on taking down G2.
On je humble, kámo, on bude hodnej.
Like an upset from your point of view. So I want to know what happened during those 2 weeks for you guys to be so back.
I think we had talks again with the team, you know, we needed our confidence back because we didn't play good in playoffs. And I believe like this game also gonna give us a lot more confidence. I think G2 is a great team, I'm not gonna lie. I respect them, they're like really strong. And like beating them in that way like made us so happy. And I believe it's gonna give us even more confidence.
For sure, indeed. Du coup, Riens, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? On le sait, ça a été compliqué les dernières semaines en IMEA. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé dans ces 2 semaines pour que vous soyez tellement à ce point de retour? Et bah tout simplement, on a eu les team talks qu'il fallait, on a discuté autant qu'il fallait, on s'est remis en question et je pense que cette game, elle nous donne énormément de confiance parce que G2, je les respecte beaucoup et ils sont excellents. And on a personal level, you know, when we think about consistency, I think you're one of the names that comes up on top.
Najdi si, jak se jmenuje Loon. Najdi si, jak se jmenuje BB a Loon. A dej názor.
I think like personally I just grind the game a lot, you know. I play like non-stop, like a lot of ranked and stuff, and lately I also like changed my whole life routine to become even better, you know. So yeah, I think that's the secret, just grind the game.
Má vůb, kámo.
Also, thank to my teammates. I think we're like, if they were not my teammates, I wouldn't be that consistent, you know. So they helped me.
Always beautiful words from you, and as for your teammates, of course. Et du coup, du côté de comment ça se passe pour être constant individuellement, comme à chaque fois? Et bah tout simplement, je grind le jeu. Et c'est aussi grâce à mes coéquipiers que je m'en sors comme ça, parce que sans eux, je ne serais pas aussi constant. And you said you were respecting G2. They're an insane team, but do you think that Alkan beat them in loser bracket? Like, who do you see winning?
I mean, obviously, I believe G2 gonna win, but there is Demon 1, you know, maybe he will like drop 80 in 3 maps, who knows? Yeah, I think G2 gonna win, but you cannot expect anything to be like 100%. So.
Everything is so unpredictable indeed, et du coup, DRG vont affronter G2 dans le loser bracket. Est-ce que tu crois?
Jako Demon 1 by dropl 80 kg proti G2, ale?
Mais attention à Demon 1 qui peut nous sortir forcément des maps de fou, donc de ne pas les sous-estimer. Thank you very much, Enes. Teşekkürler. Congratulations.
Teşekkürler, vole.
For the win. That's it for us.
Stage
for today. Let's toss it back to the analyst desk to wrap up the day. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
What a series.
See you zítra. Zítra ve 3, chat. To je jasný, do prdele lidi. Zítra ve 3 na Billy versus Aspas, chat. Pretty nice match na zahřátí. Byli, pokud jste nevěděli, chat, jsou number one China. OK, number one. Takže, kecam? Nekecam. Nejlepší čínský tým proti nejlepšímu hráči na světě. Dobře, mini. Dám vám snipe potom. Já půjdu ještě rychle toho, že jo. Kouknu na klipíky, pičovinky. A potom chat. Druhý zápas. Druhý zápas, ty kokos. Budou hrát tíhle proti tímhle. Fakt, kámo. Nefakt, kámo. Nefakt, kámo. Nefakt, kámo. Tím těším se velmi. A to je by the way number 2 seed? Jo. Number 2 seed. Pacific. Porazili Genji, DRX, kámo. Je tam typ, se jmenuje Crazy Guy. Šílený chlap, kámo. No nic. Benji the Fish? Jak si nadá jako sluchátka přes tu čepici? No nic, klecký flatý glazer, to si pěšte bude cinema. Takzvaný Kajetan Haremský je vezme přes koleno, kámo. Podívej se na něj, kámo. Mr. Haremsky. This guy. Jo. Arark, jako bude to dobrý zápas, nebude to zadarmo určitě. Ale prostě, kámo. No nic, chat. První část dnešního streamu je u konce, jsme si užili streameček, já jsem to velice užil. Přesouváme se na zelenou, kde analyzujeme dnešek a potom půjdeme samozřejmě hrát. Takže tak. Pro dnešek finito, vidíme se tam do 10 minut. Jdu se resetnout a tak dále. A pokecáme. Takže tak děkuji, že jste byli tady na červeném streamu. Děkuji za všechny nové odběry, členství, top donozíny, bossy jak 69. Takže možná zelený vyplnit formulář a zašlu ti na ten mail, tam dáš ebookos. Děkuji za support. Vidíme se za 10 minut. A nebo s těmi, co zajímá pouze VCT, tak zítra ve 3. Peace.